In this world, there is a best henpecked system that is in desperate search of a new master. After a short search, she finds the most pathetic henpecked husband one can meet on this earth. This henpecked husband turns out to be our main character named Charlie, to whom his girlfriend tells him that she is leaving him. Charlie addresses her by the name Susan and hopes that she will listen to the explanation he has prepared for her. Susan angrily tells him that she doesn't want to hear any explanations because they are simply not right for each other. Charlie asks her why she decides this, because he can give her everything she wants, and for this he drops out of school. Susan tells him that she has made peace with Victor, adding that she never truly loved him. She also states that she finds it difficult to reciprocate his kindness and that she does not love him, even though he comforts her in times when she needs support. Meanwhile, Charlie starts crying over being dumped, and Susan declares that breaking up is the best solution for them. Charlie says he has been pursuing her for 2 years and is doing everything possible to win her affection. He also says that he pays for her studies, while Victor sends her to the hospital and does not even come to visit her. Charlie adds that all this time it was he who was courting her. But now she is still trying to return to this man. Susan turns around and slaps him across the face, telling him to stop talking such utter nonsense. She accuses him of insulting Victor and adds that she is even ashamed to be around him among her friends. She also advises him to get out of here immediately, as she doesn't want Victor to misunderstand anything. Charlie says that he doesn't know how to speak beautifully and asks her not to leave him, because he believes that everything is his fault. He also promises that he will change and tells her that he just bought her a new phone, even though her old one broke just recently. Susan snatches the phone and asks him when he will finally stop, adding that she is already starting to get annoyed by his presence. Charlie continues to stretch out his arms towards her and tells her that she shouldn't go back to Victor because he will only make things worse for her. Susan turns around and angrily says that she never wants to see him again and hopes that he will disappear from her life forever. Victor asks her not to be angry, saying that he will organize everything in the form of a dinner at a European restaurant, and after that, they will go shopping. The car takes off, and Victor says that Charlie is a pathetic loser who has nothing and never will have anything. Charlie is noticed by 2 other girls, who say that this man tried to court a fool and ended up losing everything. One of them says that men are better off spending money on themselves first, so that they can at least look normal. They also remember that Susan also comes from a poor family, but at the same time tries to start relationships with rich guys. They also recall that Victor recently lured Susan into a rented house, thereby making Charlie look like a real cuckold. Charlie reflects on how 2 years of his life are going down the drain and wonders why he turns out to be such a fool and a pathetic dog. As if answering his questions, the best henpecked system appears before him, informing him that a suitable owner has been found. Charlie stubbornly keeps his eyes closed to cope with the incredibly bright flash that appears in front of him. The system reports that it has successfully linked to the person and completes the procedure fairly quickly. Charlie wonders what this nonsense is, assuming that his temperature is rising because he is standing in the rain. The system carefully analyzes it and reports that the henpecked husband's wallet has been activated. Charlie again wonders how much can be spent, and is told that this money can only be spent on goddesses. Charlie looks at these numbers in surprise and realizes that he has a whole 10 trillion in his account. He emphasizes that he doesn't even see that much money in games, so he has no idea where to spend it. The system tells him that this money is not the owner's personal funds at all, and can only be spent on certain purposes. Charlie says it's useless nonsense, and that he's not going to waste his money on some girls he doesn't care about. The system tells him that if he makes progress and wins the affection of a beautiful girl, he will get some of that money back. She also states that she cannot be driven away, as her role in this fascinating and highly original story is not yet complete. This makes Charlie wonder if he can really turn this money into his own. The system states that the conditions are quite simple, and if he wants, it can open an expense card for him right this second. Charlie still assumes it's some kind of joke, and then demands that she stop messing with his head with this nonsense. However, the system immediately generates an expense map and informs him that he must find the next goddess and spend a lot of money on her. Charlie looks at his transformed map and tries to figure out where he can find a girl to spend money on. At first, he thinks it's a stupid idea, since he only knows one girl. But he receives a notification. This notification states that he has received an order for the delivery of necessary goods that need to be delivered to the dormitory. Charlie says that these types of orders are the most annoying, and he doesn't have that much money to fulfill such orders. Looking closely at the cost of these goods, he wonders what the recipient's head is filled with. After this, he realizes that he will not be able to get to the store in 15 minutes, since the set time is too unrealistic. However, He quickly accepts reality and decides to try to get the goods in time and hand them over to that very student. Having reached the right place, he takes out his phone and contacts the customer, asking her to come downstairs. Meanwhile, the girl turns to her friend and says that she has received some face masks, after which she suggests they have a little fun. A friend approaches a girl named Claire and says that her boyfriend is inviting her to see a new blockbuster. Claire immediately loses her temper and declares that her friend has traded her for a guy, so she is no longer going to pay attention to her. After this, she thinks about why not give a chance to that insensitive guy who is courting her. After this, she irritably notes that all the plans she has made for today are failing spectacularly. Charlie hands her the masks and explains that the ones she ordered are out of stock, and the wait time is running out. Claire slaps his hands in frustration, causing the bag to fall out of his hands under the force of its momentum. Claire calls him a redneck and says that these masks are applied to the face, so their low quality can only harm the appearance. She also says that she doesn't care about his problems at all, so he should immediately go back and buy other masks. Charlie says her list is initially proving extremely difficult to complete, and the masks she needs are sold far from the university and are expensive. Claire says that they are sold at the nearest shopping center, which means he simply doesn't have enough money. So he decides to buy a cheap replacement. Charlie says that if she is not satisfied with something, she should cancel the order and contact another courier. Claire accuses him of not being able to afford it and claims that he can only fool naive girls with his cheap tricks. Charlie receives a notification from the system that this girl can be made his goddess and receive a solid cash back on all expenses. Claire looks at him with irritation and says that she is not going to waste her time on some idiot like him because she has a lot of things to do. Charlie finds that her sympathy level is rapidly declining and has already reached -62%. Charlie invites her to go shopping together, promising to buy her the right face mask to make her happy. He also says that if she is satisfied, she should leave a good review and give 5 stars. Claire muses that it would be nice to go for a walk around the mall, even though it's still quite early in the morning. She still agrees and says that she will be interested to see how he plans to make amends. Charlie finds the face mask he wants and asks the saleswoman how much it costs. The girl says that this product is very popular and asks him if he is going to buy it. She states that many celebrities prefer such products because these masks provide the highest quality results. Charlie says he will buy all the masks in stock, while Claire starts looking at him intently. She notes that he looks familiar, suggesting that he combines work with studies. Charlie swipes his card and says he will take all the goods available, as he doesn't care at all about the amount of money. After some time, he is charged a whole 58,000 yuan. But for him, such sums are mere pennies. The employee says that the participants' bonuses have already been credited, and delivery will take place a little later. Charlie wonders if this is all real, realizing that the system appears in his life at the perfect moment. The system entity encourages him to enjoy the new opportunities and expresses hope that he will take advantage of them. Charlie turns to Claire and asks if she is happy with the situation. Claire says that this time she will forget about all the complaints, complete the order, and also leave a good review and give 5 stars. Charlie says he's offering her another bet, but on completely different terms. Claire looks at him in surprise and wonders who this guy is and how she is supposed to fulfill his conditions. Charlie says that she can choose whatever is in this shopping center, and he will buy her whatever she wants. He also adds that if she is satisfied with such purchases, he will add him to her WeChat, and she immediately agrees. Charlie says he's up for a good laugh, then asks her how he should address her. Claire gives her name with a smile and says that she is a student at the Institute of Arts and is studying in the dance department. Afterwards, they leave the store, and the employees immediately tell him that they will be glad to see him again in the future. One of them says that this is the first time she has seen a person buying all the face masks from a warehouse. Her colleague says there's no need to guess, since this guy is clearly from the world of the rich, and such clients should be well served. After a while, they end up in an expensive clothing store, and Claire says that the new colors and styles of clothing are very popular now. Charlie watches her carefully as she tries on different outfits and says that she looks like she really likes everything. An employee approaches them and says that according to the rules of this store, customers must meet a certain level. She looks at them and tries to understand where the poor students could have come from in their very expensive store. Meanwhile, Susan comes into the store and tells Victor that she heard about a new handbag with a very beautiful color palette. Victor says that he has been having a tense relationship with his father lately, and he doesn't have much money to spend. Looking at the local price tags, he realizes that such things are unlikely to be affordable for him in the coming months. He also says that it would be better to go to another store, promising that he will definitely bring her there next time she goes shopping. Susan declines and says that she really likes the brand and that it would be great if he would agree. Victor smiles and says that he hopes that his beloved is not such a superficial person. Susan swallows her pride and says that she is not a materialistic girl and will love him even without money. After a while, an employee approaches them, and Victor says that his girlfriend wants to try on a handbag from their store. Susan happily says that she always knows how much he loves her and what he is willing to do for her. The girl says that this handbag is a one-of-a-kind item and that another customer is currently trying it on. She turns to our heroes with irritation and says that poor students and food delivery workers have no business being in this store. Claire looks at the girl with irritation and suggests that she repeat those words again if she is not afraid of the consequences. Charlie says he'll give her a chance and notes that the bag itself will tell whether they can afford to buy it or not. Victor claims it's just a piece of leather and wonders how much a bag like that could cost. The employee says that its price is 258,000 yuan, since it is the last model in a single copy. She claims that these bags sell out almost instantly due to their immense popularity. Victor wonders if some measly piece of skin can really be worth such a fabulous amount of money. He is told that there are less than 100 bags in all of China, as it is a limited edition released by a famous designer. Victor says that he is not in the mood because of Charlie's appearance and therefore changes his mind about buying this handbag. Susan asks Charlie if he is happy after ruining another day that was supposed to be great for her. Charlie receives a system notification that Susan has an extremely negative crush on him, and this begins to irritate him. He doesn't want to get involved with her at all, but now he has a chance to regain his lost dignity. Charlie says that these guys refuse to buy the bag, so he will pick it up himself and pay for everything with his card. He also states that he no longer wants to stay in this crappy store after such service. The girl hands him the cash register and, apologizing, says that he can swipe his card to pay. Charlie makes a sharp motion with his special card, and the cash register beeps, confirming a successful payment. Claire is very surprised because such a huge amount of money has just been spent on her. Her sympathy increases significantly, and now she treats the main character much more positively. She reflects on the fact that the man who pays for her purchases looks incredibly attractive. Susan, in turn, is very surprised that this man suddenly has such financial opportunities. This also seriously affects her sympathy scores, and she seems to stop recognizing the main character who has been chasing her all this time. Charlie says that it would be better to go to another store, since they are clearly not welcome in this place, and it is not worth lingering here. The employee apologizes to them, but he says that he is no longer interested in being in that store. Claire invites him to a walk to the antique store next door, calling him a rich, handsome man. Susan looks irritated at all this and mentally wonders how he can even treat her like that. She also throws herself into her boyfriend's arms and suggests going shopping to finally buy something worthwhile. Victor, in turn, turns away and leaves, saying that he is not in the mood and that the walk is over for today. Susan continues to follow him, saying that they haven't even eaten yet, but he doesn't respond and simply leaves. Meanwhile, the employee turns to her senior colleague and says that she couldn't recognize the rich man in him. Her senior partner says that even she couldn't figure out that this man was actually rich. Claire continues to follow the protagonist and asks him if they just met his girlfriend at the store. Charlie annoyedly says that this is his ex-girlfriend and that they broke up some time ago, so there is nothing to worry about. He also apologizes to her for this scene, saying that she followed him, and this is how it all turns out. Claire says there's nothing to apologize for, since it's her own fault for missing out on such a good guy. She also says that the guy next to her is not ready to spend money on her, although he is a rich man. She says that only sincerity can touch a person's heart, and Charlie replies that her words make him feel better. After this, he suggests that they eat something before continuing their shopping trip, as he is a little hungry. Claire says that she only now notices that he is a pretty good person, and her mistake is that she failed to appreciate him at his true worth. Her affection level increases slightly, after which they head to a small cafe to get some refreshments. Charlie chooses premium beef tongue, along with some fresh vegetables and brisket. He also says it would be a good idea to add some fermented vegetables for maximum gut health benefits. Claire looks at him carefully and realizes that, aside from his clothes, he has a pretty good understanding of girls' preferences. She is surprised that her level of sympathy is growing, because he does practically nothing for her and is already trying to win her favor. Charlie cooks her a brisket over coals and says that if she adds a salad to it, the dish won't seem so greasy. He also states that he will prepare the beef by adding some stewed vegetables to it and sprinkling them with green onions beforehand. Claire continues to look at him and her sympathy grows, and Charlie guesses that he has been courting this girl all this time. Claire says the food is incredibly filling, and she can't imagine how long it will take to lose weight. Charlie claims that everything he orders is high protein and low fat. An employee approaches them and tells them that they must pay 786 yuan for service. Charlie swipes his card and pays the bill without any problems. Not at all worried about the cost. He reflects on the fact that this meat is completely worth its price and quality, since he hasn't tasted anything so delicious for a long time. Claire tries to figure out if this man is a rich man who works in delivery specifically to test girls. Her sympathy grows even more, and she suggests that rich people are now into real cosplay. Charlie hopes that this girl's affection won't peak too quickly, since he hasn't spent enough money on her yet. Claire smiles and says they can go back to shopping if he insists. Charlie smiles and declares that he will buy absolutely anything she likes, so she can feel free to pursue her desires. After walking a few more steps, she turns to the protagonist to briefly attract his attention. Charlie looks at her in surprise and asks what's going on, assuming that she's feeling unwell after eating. Claire admits she lost the bet and hands him her phone so he can add her on WeChat. Charlie takes out his phone to add her as a friend and continue to help her in the future. Claire smiles and says it would be great to go to the women's clothing department and buy something interesting there. Charlie buys absolutely every piece of clothing she chooses, despite the high price tags, because they don't matter to him. Claire becomes more and more attracted to him as he spends more money on her. After he buys out almost the entire store, he says that it is already becoming difficult for him to walk, so he needs to rest a little. Charlie sits down to catch his breath, after which Claire says she has a bold idea. She adds that he buys her so many things that she is giving him a complete makeover as a gift. After this, she grabs his hand and lifts him to his feet, saying that first she needs to fix his hair. After they enter the salon, the barber tells him that complaints about his haircut can be heard even from across the street. Immediately after this, he gets to work and carries out a series of procedures that radically change the protagonist's hairstyle. Claire says it's a really bold move to change his hairstyle, and that now, almost no one will recognize him. After that, she decides to pick out some accessories for him, but some of them look pretty ridiculous. After some time, she picks up a good pair of glasses that highlight his incredible intelligence and quick wit. Charlie feels like a pathetic nerd because his sweater and plain jeans are not very fashionable. Claire says this is just the beginning, adding that all that remains is to change the costume, after which the transformation will be complete. Walking into a stunning men's clothing store, she says they need to get several sets at once. The first set looks quite bold, but it doesn't suit the new look of our main character at all. After he tries on another set of clothes, Claire makes it clear that he also looks a bit immature. However, when he picks out a unique hybrid of the two styles, she immediately says that this option completely suits her taste. Claire says he looks quite good and that a suit like this suits him better than many others. The store employee says that they look very harmonious together in these outfits and look like a wonderful couple. Charlie reflects on how he spends so much money on Susan and she never treats him that well. Claire declares that the transformation into a real handsome man is going well, so they should move on. Charlie says with a smile that he will be happy to fulfill any wishes of such an expressive girl. Claire asks him wistfully what they're going to do next, and her sympathy grows again. Charlie says the next stop is another store that's located next door. Immediately after this, they move on to another store, where he also spends a huge amount of money. Claire is very impressed by this and realizes that he has been paying for all his purchases all day without hesitation. An employee at a prestigious store asks them if they would like to take a look at the new collections for the season. Charlie says that kindness should be repaid with kindness, and suggests that she have fun and try on whatever she wants. After a while, the employee says that Claire has very good taste, because this color suits her skin perfectly. Charlie says he's a little tired from walking, so he'll sit in the chair while Claire and the employee pick up the necessary items. Claire says she'll take that pair of boots, adding that she needs a size 37. The coworker tells her that she is very lucky because she has an attentive, handsome, and rich guy next to her. Claire buys a stunning dress and then decides to show off in front of the main character, asking his opinion. Charlie immediately says that this image looks absolutely amazing, and emphasizes that she is going to buy all of it. The store employee says Claire has a model figure and excellent taste in clothes. Charlie says he will buy absolutely anything his girlfriend chooses, without even looking at the price tags. The girl says that the total amount of purchases is 1,230,000 yuan, after which she expects payment. Claire asks him to wait a little, realizing that such expenses are already beginning to cross all reasonable boundaries. She reflects on the fact that she tries on a lot of things, but even a second-generation rich person would hardly be able to afford such expenses. Claire tells him that these clothes are not cheap, so it would be better if she only chose a small part of the items. Charlie assures her not to worry, emphasizing that he will order special delivery to have all the things delivered right to her door. Claire reminds him that the cost of all the clothes is already over 1 million yuan, so it's better to stop, because she's not that kind of person. Charlie asks her what exactly she means, emphasizing that he is not trying to offend her in any way. Claire declares that she is very glad to meet him this evening, but she is not so frivolous that she can be bought. Charlie realizes that he is overdoing it and that he is being misunderstood, so he immediately concludes that he should be more careful. After this, he wonders what he should do in this situation and how to earn even more money. After this, he tries to calm her down by saying that he is in a bad mood today and that he wants to express it through shopping. He also says that he pays her back for the service, since she transforms him beyond recognition. Claire asks him if that's really the case, and Charlie confidently states that it's just a few outfits. Claire says she can't accept these clothes, but she can't reject his good intentions and therefore asks to leave only one set. Charlie says that he will do everything as she says without any problem, after which he pays only a small portion of all purchases. The store employee says she felt like she was on a roller coaster ride, ranging from immense joy to deep sadness. Charlie swipes his card and pays for his purchases without any problems, the total amount of which is significantly reduced. The employee looks at them sadly and says that she will look forward to their next visit to the store. She also reflects on the fact that, in the end, this wealth that fell from the sky does not belong to her anyway. Charlie and Claire continue to leave the store while our protagonist tries to figure out what to do next. He reflects on the fact that his system too is slow to give him clues on how to act in such difficult situations. Claire, meanwhile, is thinking that he's definitely worth grabbing since he spends so much money on her. She also reflects on how stupid his ex-girlfriend is if she doesn't recognize the real diamond in him. Charlie says he wants to clear something up, adding that he certainly didn't have any bad intentions. Claire smiles and states that she should be the one thanking him, adding that, unfortunately, she has nothing to thank him with. Charlie smiles and says that actually there is always one reliable method that can be used at any time. Claire asks him what he's talking about, jokingly calling him a scoundrel and noting that he did have bad intentions. Charlie smiles and says it's just a joke, hoping she won't beat him up for it. Claire smiles and says that they are almost there, so their walk will have to end. After this, she returns to her room and reflects on the fact that this man will surely soon reveal his true self. Charlie continues to receive notifications that his affection level is increasing, and he realizes that this is actually quite good. After some time, he returns to the hostel and meets his friend, who invites him to go to karaoke. Seeing the beautiful suit on him, a young man named Todd immediately turns to his friend named Billy. Charlie immediately pushes him aside and says that if he has nothing to say, then it's better to keep quiet. Billy immediately gets out of bed and asks why such serious changes are suddenly happening to him. Charlie says there's a very serious reason for this, which he's not keen to talk about. He also recommends taking a closer look at his suit, saying that such an item is incredibly expensive. Billy looks closely at his suit and says that it is a real treasure that he will hardly be able to afford. Charlie smiles and says that they can pour him a glass of beer and then he will tell them everything. Billy and Todd immediately follow his advice, after which they ask what happened to him. Charlie says that the story is actually not very complicated, and that the suit was given to him by a girl named Claire. Billy says that he knows that there are two girls named Claire studying at their university, one of whom is a beauty and the other is a very plump girl. He also says that even if Susan dumps him, it's definitely not a reason to humiliate himself like that. Billy says he's dropping out of school for a girlfriend and taking on part-time jobs, so his taste is clearly changing. Charlie immediately slaps one of them, saying that they treat him much worse than he treats them. He also claims that he has her WeChat number, so he can provide any evidence without any problem. Billy and Todd look closely at the photo and say that the avatar really does depict a girl who looks very much like Claire. Billy notes that he can help him verify its authenticity to make sure it's not some kind of hoax. Charlie says they should mind their own business and not interfere with his new, wonderful life. Todd says he worries that he may have been added to the program simply to pay for her food. Billy says that wasting time on girls like that is clearly a bad idea, but still decides not to interfere. Charlie looks at his phone and receives another message, this time from a different person who wants to meet him. This person turns out to be Susan, who says that she said too much yesterday and asks him not to be angry. Charlie reflects on how he used to be a real dog and an idiot, but now he will definitely not repeat those mistakes. Meanwhile, Susan's friend asks her what to do if she starts to like the new guy more and more. Susan, meanwhile, is consumed with thoughts about how Charlie has been hiding his enormous wealth from her all this time. Her friend looks at her in surprise and asks why she has been so thoughtful all day today. Susan tells her friend Derry that her boyfriend is hiding from her that he is an incredibly rich man. She tells her about the incident with the handbag, and Derry is surprised that he was able to buy a new item from such a popular brand. Susan angrily says that this scoundrel is buying it for some other girl whom she doesn't even know. Derry looks at her in surprise and asks if she's really talking about the same Charlie, as it doesn't sound right. Susan says that she and Victor unexpectedly run into him at the store, and that he is buying this bag for another girl. Derry tries to figure out where this girl comes from and, more importantly, where the poor delivery guy gets all that money. Susan suggests that Charlie wins the lottery, but it doesn't matter because he can't fall in love with anyone else. Derry says they need to find an excuse to borrow money from him and test him that way. Susan looks at her in surprise and wonders if this is the right thing to do, because it all looks rather awkward. Derry says they may be breaking up, but using him as a source of money is still a good idea. Susan says she will take her advice and send him a message asking him to lend her money. Meanwhile, Charlie continues to communicate on the phone, but now he does so with Claire, who writes to him first. He immediately asks her if she has plans for tomorrow, and suggests having dinner together and talking about life. Claire reflects on how she shouldn't move forward in the relationship so quickly, and that she needs to get to know him better first. She says that she has a meeting with a friend for tomorrow, so the meeting will have to be rescheduled. Charlie exhales tensely and thinks that he shouldn't rush things. After a while, his phone starts ringing off the hook again, and he receives a message asking him to borrow money. Charlie understands that all of this is another deception, but in this situation, it may even turn out to be beneficial for him. He transfers the required amount of money quite quickly, realizing that he will receive a good cash back from this. He understands that if he believes the nonsense she tells him again, then he really deserves to remain henpecked. Derry looks at the notification on Susan's phone and assumes that Charlie is a rich guy who enjoys being bullied. Susan says she still doesn't know how things are in his family, because before he seemed like a very ordinary person. After this, she realizes that he does have huge amounts of money coming in from somewhere, and tries to figure out what to do next. Derry advises her not to worry about it, adding that if he is transferring this money, then it already belongs to her. After a short pause, she still suggests that he got this money as a result of winning the lottery. Susan says she feels a little awkward and asks her friend to leave her alone. Meanwhile, Charlie receives another notification and decides to find out who is writing to him again. Susan admits that it is not she who is asking for the money, but her friend, and then asks him how he suddenly became so rich. Charlie writes that there is no need to return the money, and reports that one of his very wealthy relatives died and left a large inheritance. Charlie reflects that no sane person would believe such a story because it sounds too far-fetched. Susan rereads his message carefully, realizing that the story does indeed sound dubious. Charlie decides to quickly end the conversation, saying that he is very tired today, so he is going to go to bed. Susan suddenly feels even more sympathy for him and realizes that he has actually been sincere with her all this time. Her sympathy increases significantly and begins to take on positive meanings. Charlie receives a message that Susan is now falling in love with him too, and that he can win her over even more by spending money on her. Smiling, he decides to unwind a bit and invites Billy along, saying that he would like to go to an internet cafe. Billy asks him what excuse he has for this, since he has to work tomorrow. Charlie says they should live in the present and enjoy the moment, so it would be nice to get some rest. Todd goes with them, and after they get to the cafe, asks what's going on with their friend. Billy says it's unrequited love syndrome, so it's better to just keep him company. Charlie, meanwhile, says that today they become 3 kings and begin to rule. Billy says there is great sacred meaning in his words, but it is better not to get too carried away by your ambitions. Charlie smiles and says that they are absolutely right, remembering that he needs to spend money only on goddesses. Immediately after this, he decides to make a small transaction to hire a professional assistant. A girl comes into the lobby and Todd immediately wonders what she could be doing there. Billy says that this girl is clearly not one of their group and that she never just comes to them. Charlie says they should watch their words because he's contacting a professional game assistant. Billy asks him how much money he spends on this, suggesting that such an act is quite reckless. Todd says that the fact that their friend is going crazy no longer even requires confirmation, since it is becoming completely obvious. Meanwhile, Charlie continues to play with this girl, who does almost all the difficult work for him. Billy tries to find out from her where she comes from, adding that she plays incredibly well for an average player. Todd says they haven't been able to win for a whole week, so he asks her to play with them more often. Charlie says he's willing to extend her services for the entire night, as he's renting the cafe for the same amount of time. Todd happily says that their friend is incredibly cool because he rents out a cafe and throws a real royal dinner for everyone. Billy agrees with him and says that their friend is the best person they have ever known. A girl named Mira says that in this case, she would hardly mind if she started streaming to earn a little extra money. Todd perks up noticeably when he finds out that this girl is also a streamer who probably shows her face. Billy says with a smile that she should get to know them better so that they can help her become even more popular. Charlie reflects on the fact that the system allows for payment for placing orders to find a companion, which means it's possible to earn money from donations as well. He adds that if Mira shows her face on the stream, she will receive a serious monetary reward. Todd and Billy immediately support this proposal, since they have not communicated with girls for a long time. Mira says that she agrees to this proposal, after which she gives the number of her broadcast. Meanwhile, Susan tries to talk to her current boyfriend and borrow some money from him. She only receives a small amount and understands that this perfectly shows how seriously he takes her. Susan remarks that she herself is becoming a pathetic clown for abandoning Charlie in favor of this idiot. Meanwhile, Mira ensures our hero's victory in another match thanks to her incredible skills. Billy admires her incredible skills and says that she is a virtually unbeatable player who is a pleasure to play with. Todd says that no matter what difficulties are happening around her, the final word always remains solely with her. Mira says that if viewers enjoy watching the stream, they can support it with likes and gifts. After a few moments, she receives a virtual spark, which, with further accumulation, can be converted into money. She thanks all viewers who decide to donate part of their funds and send her these lights. There are more and more such people, and Mira no longer knows what to do with such a large amount of financial support. Billy watches the broadcast in amazement and says that this is something incredible, since the amount of donations turns out to be very large. Todd agrees with him and says that a whole million is just being sent there, which they themselves will never be able to earn in a short time. Charlie, meanwhile, says that his sympathy points are not increasing at all, despite all his investments. Mira, meanwhile, thanks her most generous sponsor for investing such large sums of money. Charlie angrily tells the system that he is investing a lot of money, but the sympathy does not increase at all. The system tells him that the initial sympathy level is above 20%, so the task cannot be activated. He understands that in the future he will have to behave more restrainedly, because excessive persistence can lead to bad consequences. Charlie tries to understand if anyone in this world can understand how he feels when he can't do everything he wants. Todd, meanwhile, comes closer to him and asks why he suddenly freezes in front of the screen. Billy suspects that his mental state may be affected by the huge donations and super lights that Mira receives. Charlie asks them why they are so worried about other people's finances, which they don't manage anyway. Billy says they're not trying to make him look like an idiot, then suggests they go somewhere else. Todd reminds them that they have a sports competition tomorrow, and the girls have a beauty contest to watch. Meanwhile, Charlie receives a message from Mira, who invites him to exchange contacts on WeChat. Charlie writes to her that he would be happy to play with her in his free time, emphasizing that now it is time for him to leave. Mira only now realizes that he is that very generous sponsor, and she cannot believe her luck. Charlie, meanwhile, returns home and falls asleep peacefully, and then wakes up the next morning when a rainbow appears in the sky. Billy turns to his comrades and asks if they have seen today's news that the whole university is currently discussing. Todd says that yesterday millions were spent on the gaming platform, and today the activity on thematic accounts is simply off the charts. One of the students says that some rich guy spends $1 million on virtual lights, but this doesn't surprise anyone anymore. Todd says with a smile that they are witnessing this event themselves, because this million is literally disappearing before their eyes. Billy also says that Mira is then sitting with them in the same lobby and that she is literally being showered with money. Charlie asks them why they are yelling so much, noting that it makes it much harder for him to wake up. Billy says that there is a sports competition today and that they need to be there on time to watch it. Todd suggests to his friend that he shouldn't go to work today and instead spend time with them to relax. Billy tries to remember the great proverb and recites its beginning, after which he freezes, waiting for support. Todd concludes the proverb by saying that without the old going away, nothing new and great can come. Another friend says that you need to give yourself a chance in life to try hard to please others. Charlie realizes that all this time they were trying to make themselves look better to attract girls at sports competitions. Their third friend wonders what happened to Charlie, because he never dressed so nicely before. Billy says that Charlie has suddenly transformed and is now a completely different person, almost unrecognizable. Charlie, smiling, says that yesterday he went out with Claire, an art student, and that she gave him a present. All three comrades immediately turn to him and say that their friend is a real braggart who does not care about their feelings. Meanwhile, people are saying that there was a violent reaction on the site yesterday due to the sudden appearance of a rich man. After this, everyone turns their attention to a girl named Ingrid, who appeared out of nowhere and was famous for her talents. They say that if this continues, no one will be able to take her primacy away, no matter what. Todd looks at her carefully and says that she is a real goddess who is especially beautiful today. Billy adds that he can only dream about girls like that in his wildest fantasies. Their friend, meanwhile, advises them to keep quiet, saying that there is no need to remind Charlie about other girls. Meanwhile, Charlie asks the system how it assesses the prospects of winning Ingrid. His initial sympathy is at 0, but quickly goes into negative due to the fact that she does not understand his intentions. Ingrid mentally notes his attractive appearance, but she is embarrassed by his disrespectful look. Charlie doesn't immediately understand what the problem is, while the system reports that the sympathy has dropped below 0. Meanwhile, his friend says that now even the beauties of the university will pay attention to him. Billy says that, among other things, Susan also came here with his beloved Derry. Derry, meanwhile, tells Susan that she is sad and worried in vain, because this man is just prey that needs to be caught. Susan says the situation has changed significantly, and she is confused about what to do. After that, she suddenly glances at a random person, and it turns out to be Charlie, who has changed his image. Susan notes that Charlie now looks incredibly handsome and she hardly recognizes him. Her sympathy grows again, and Susan wonders why she didn't appreciate his true feelings all this time. Charlie, meanwhile, hopes this doesn't continue, as he hasn't yet demonstrated his financial capabilities. Derry turns to his friend and asks why she hasn't answered her yet. After this, she herself turns her attention to Charlie and notes that he looks very attractive and is now even interesting to her. Susan approaches him cautiously and asks if they can talk a little, hoping he will agree. Billy immediately approaches Derry and asks if she wants a drink, adding that he can buy drinks for everyone. Todd also says that the competition is about to begin, and he is going to take one of the top places. Billy asks him not to linger, adding that he will go get drinks for everyone present. Derry politely declines, saying he's monitoring his sugar levels and will take something else. Susan, left alone with him, tells him that everything was not as he thought, and that they can start over. Charlie turns away sadly and says that she made it clear to him that she has no feelings for him. Meanwhile, a random passerby says that the most handsome guy at the university is recognized as the most beautiful girl. They tell him that this is the kind of story that you can watch without even spending money on it. An unknown young man approaches Ingrid and says that he would like to invite her to dinner, adding that they have a lot to talk about. Ingrid approaches a guy named Mo and asks if he feels any awkwardness. Her friend guesses why he keeps asking her about her preparation for sports competitions. Meanwhile, Mo hands the girl a bouquet of flowers that look very natural and beautiful. He says that he has liked her for a long time and admits that he really wanted to surprise her with such a gift. Another student watching the event says it is incredibly romantic and has a sense of solemnity. More and more people are coming here who believe that this will truly be the most amazing couple. They also try to push them to finally confess to each other. Ingrid, not hiding her surprise, says that nothing can happen between them and that he better stop messing around. Her friend, meanwhile, says that it is too late for the event, so they should just leave here. Mo throws the bouquet aside in irritation and accuses her of not appreciating his incredible efforts. Ingrid says she doesn't care what he's willing to do for her because she's not interested in him. Charlie receives a notification that he will receive a serious reward if he can win this goddess, so he decides to give it a try. Without thinking twice, he comes closer to them, then says hello and apologizes for disturbing them. Ingrid's friend immediately asks him what he wants, and protects her friend from the attention of strange men. Charlie says that he found Ingrid very beautiful, and that's why he wants to add her to the messenger for communication. Mo wonders where this dressed-up guy came from, who is trying to humiliate him in front of everyone right now. Smiling, he tells Ingrid that she shouldn't pay attention to him as he's just asking for it. Ingrid tells him to watch his words, as they are not particularly familiar and she will figure it out herself. She also states that she freely chooses who she shares her WeChat with, so she doesn't see anything wrong with it. Charlie says that they can get to know each other and become friends first, and then get closer if she wants. He also gives his name and says that he took academic leave in his second year and now works as a courier. Ingrid notes that the delivery person on academic leave is an incredibly interesting person, the likes of which she has never met. Her friend comes closer, looks closely at the main character, and then loudly says that she knows him. Ingrid, meanwhile, gives him her contact information and says that she is a second-year art student. She also says that she still needs to prepare for the opening ceremony, so she will talk to him later. One observer of the events says the plot is taking an incredible turn. His friend says that there really is something special about this guy and that he has known for a long time that this would happen sooner or later. Also, one of them says that the saddest thing is that the goddess rejected him and accepted his friend. Mo looks at them with irritation and thinks that he will still take revenge on them for humiliating them in front of everyone. We are meanwhile transported a little forward in time, when the ceremony of the sports games is about to begin. Billy is surprised that Charlie was able to gain Ingrid's trust and get her contact information to communicate with her. Charlie calmly says that there is nothing surprising about this, since it is just communication. His friend immediately says that he has seriously changed and asks him to send them her contacts. Charlie says with a smile that if he shares these contacts, she will probably not agree to communicate with them. His interlocutor understands that this is a very rational reason, but this does not in any way diminish his sadness. Billy approaches him and asks if he is upset that he didn't get to meet anyone. Susan, meanwhile, watches him closely and wonders when he managed to pluck up the courage. She assumes that he must have conspired with Ingrid and believes that he is specifically worried about her. Charlie receives a notification that Susan's affection has increased and wonders how this is possible since he did nothing. Susan comes closer to him and says that she has figured it all out, after which she asks if she can apologize to him. Charlie says he's not interested because they broke up and now she shouldn't care who he's courting. He also says that he liked her more daring personality, so it's time for her to come to her senses. This irritates her and significantly reduces her sympathy ratings, after which she abruptly leaves. Charlie reflects that this was a strategic decision, because now he will be able to spend even more money. After a while, we are transported to the girls' dormitory, while a bright moon rises in the sky. The news reports that a real rich man has appeared out of nowhere and spent a huge amount of money. Claire learns this news and reflects on how this rich man's behavior seems incredibly familiar to her. She realizes it was Charlie and thinks that if he's willing to offer $1 million to a random person, he's definitely rich. She also reflects that perhaps this man has such a huge fortune that it is difficult to comprehend. Smiling, she suggests that he might not be a closet media mogul who doesn't like to talk about money. She also understands that she must take advantage of this opportunity today, so that she does not regret it for the rest of her life. After a while, she dials his phone number, and Charlie tries to understand why she suddenly decided to contact him. Claire says that she is currently sitting at the bar and offers him to either come to her or for her to come to him. Charlie replies that he will be there soon and only asks to send the location of the bar where she is. After some time, they are transported to that very club, which is currently overflowing with young people. Claire considers keeping a low profile and finding out first if Charlie is the businessman. Charlie, meanwhile, wonders how they could have chosen a place where the most expensive alcohol costs over $10,000. After a while, they meet each other, and Claire says that she is very glad that he was able to come. Her sympathy immediately increases by several percentage points and reaches 79%, which is already a dangerously high value. She shows him the bracelet and says that she wove it herself to please him. Charlie reflects that if he had been given such a gift earlier, he might even have fallen for the trick. After this, he says that he can't ask her for anything, so now he has to give her a gift. Smiling, he declares that he will pay the bill no matter how big it is, because it will make him much more comfortable. Approaching the bartender, he says that he would like to order all the alcoholic drinks that are available. Claire looks at him with a smile and says that he is incredibly nasty when he tries to please her. However, her sympathy increases again and reaches 84%, making her sympathy the fastest growing among the others. Claire asks him what he enjoys doing most, noting that streaming has become popular lately. Charlie says he watches these streams occasionally and periodically visits one very popular platform. Claire smiles, then realizes that all this data corresponds to her theory that the rich man was Charlie. She says that she also wants to become a streamer, because her friends advise her to try herself in this. Charlie immediately approves of her decision, saying that it is worth a try, and he is even ready to advertise for her when she starts. Claire smiles and says that she will definitely invite him to the broadcast, and he should definitely come. Charlie returns home and realizes that he spent too little money at the bar, so the cash back will be small. After some time, he finally enters his room and discovers that his comrades are busy with something. One of them says that the goddess from the university decided to start a stream, after which he realizes that Ingrid is also there. Billy says she instantly became popular, without even using any filters. Charlie approaches them in surprise and asks what they are looking at, sensing amazing possibilities. Todd says Ingrid started a stream where she has a special battle with another girl. Charlie watches the broadcast closely and discovers that two girls are trying to figure out who will earn more. He immediately picks up his phone to log into the platform from his business account. Ingrid's rival, Teresa, says she won't win the award for singing alone. She also reminds them that there are still 5 minutes left, after which their popularity battle will end and the results will be announced. Billy says that they urgently need to send a rocket to the goddess of their university and asks his friends for money. Todd states that the money they have left is barely enough to buy a package of noodles, so they can't spend it. Charlie realizes that this is a great chance to spend a lot of money, since there are only 5 minutes left. Ingrid notices the huge amount of investment in her channel and immediately thanks him for spending so much. However, the flow of donations does not stop, and she understands that, apparently, someone has donated a very large sum. Charlie tries to buy as many expensive gifts as possible, realizing that he is running out of time. He has to quickly tap the screen to buy the required number of gifts. Teresa looks at her opponent's performance in surprise and cannot believe that she was unable to win. Billy says that everything is turned upside down, because such rich men know a lot about girls and always choose correctly. After some time, the competition ends with an incredible victory for Ingrid, who thanks everyone. Charlie realizes that he is exhausted, since the main limitation was the 5 minutes in which he had to buy everything. Meanwhile, Ingrid's friend says she is now in the spotlight because of such a large donation. She also states that her number of subscribers continues to grow, and that she will soon become an internet celebrity. She is also asked how she knows such a rich man, and Ingrid says that she doesn't like doing such things at all. Her friend, meanwhile, says that, apparently, this Mr. Rich Man came to her stream of his own free will. She also recommends that you hurry up and send him a private message to thank him. Ingrid decides to write to him and receives a notification that she and this person are already friends on WeChat. Her friend quickly realizes that they are talking about Charlie and says that rich people have a habit of pretending to be poor people. Ingrid looks at her in surprise and wonders if she has read too many online novels. Her interlocutor replies that she may not believe her, but if she were in her place, she would have already arranged a meeting with him. Ingrid understands that this is basic politeness, so she decides to write to him to invite him to dinner. Charlie reflects on the amazing outcome of this situation and decides to agree immediately. Instead, the action moves to a large private sector, where a large amount of luxury real estate is concentrated. A man named Leonard approaches Mira and asks her where this rich man came from and what he does. Mira states that this man is quite mysterious and, judging by the description, he works as an ordinary delivery man. Leonard wonders if this man is really rich, or just pretending to be. After this, he asks to send him the contacts and quite quickly adds the main character to the messenger. After some time, Charlie realizes that he has been added to a chat room for real rich people and decides to chat with them. Leonard addresses him as a young gentleman and says that he has already gathered people, so they will be able to meet soon. Charlie goes to a restaurant the next day and realizes that Ingrid couldn't have chosen anything cheaper. After this, he looks around and discovers that Susan and Victor are next to him. Victor speaks to her incredibly rudely, declaring that she should deal with what she has done herself. He also adds that he let her drive the car, and she, like a complete fool, crashed into someone else's property. They try to leave the scene of the accident, but are immediately stopped by an unknown woman who demands that they stop. She tells them that they crashed into her car and now have to pay her at least $200,000 to compensate for the damage. Other rich people watching this suggest that Victor doesn't even have a driver's license, so it's best to call the police. Susan says she will definitely pay the penalty, but asks for a couple of days' grace. However, the rich woman states that the money must be given now, since she will not look for it later. Charlie realizes that this is the perfect time to throw money around and get a fat cashback on it. Coming closer, he tells them not to touch this girl and asks how much he should pay them. The irritated driver says she owes $200,000 and doubts he can afford such expenses. Susan turns in his direction in surprise and realizes that he definitely shouldn't be here, because he didn't usually come here. The victim says they can settle the situation fairly quickly if he has the appropriate amount of money. Charlie transfers the required amount to them, and the man, who has been watching this closely, says that this is very cool. Susan thanks him for helping her and promises that she will definitely return the money to him soon. Charlie says there is no need for that, as it was an accident and she is on her own now. Ingrid watches him from afar and sees perfectly well what happened, after which she notes that he is a very interesting man. Charlie comes closer to her and says that something delayed him, so he was a few minutes late. Ingrid mentally notes that a person with such wealth and politeness is a great rarity and luck. Her sympathy grows again, And Charlie tries to understand why girls start to like him even before he does anything. Ingrid thanks him for his help yesterday and states that he can order whatever he wants and not be shy. Charlie looks at her with a smile and says that he is very happy to listen to her advice. After a while, his phone starts ringing frantically, and he decides to pick it up to find out who it is. His interlocutor introduces himself as Larry and says that he has an elite hotel that he plans to sell. Charlie wonders if there is some catch, but decides to accept this very lucrative offer. He adds that since they are in the same chat, he will help him and buy this hotel from him. Larry asks him if he would like to come over this weekend, promising to send someone to pick him up. Charlie asks Ingrid if she has any plans for the weekend and invites her to a resort to relax and unwind. Ingrid starts to get a little nervous and says that they are not that close yet and everything is moving too fast. Charlie immediately says that she misunderstood him and emphasizes that he actually wanted to ask her for help. Ingrid looks at him in surprise, trying to understand how pure his intentions and motives are. She wonders in her mind how she can help him and assumes that these are just excuses. However, she finds his attempt to invite her to a personal meeting endearing, so she agrees to help him with this matter. Larry, meanwhile, tells Leonard that Charlie has agreed, but expresses the opinion that he is actually saving up for him. Leonard says with a smile that even if he buys it, it will bring losses. So this is only to Larry's advantage. He also says that the market situation is so bad this year that he actually has a chance to take over. Larry, in turn, says that he will prepare documents to check what kind of person this Charlie is. After some time, Charlie and Ingrid arrive in this resort town and enjoy the local weather and views. Charlie says that this is exactly what he expected from the beautiful Ingrid, who everyone will look at any time. He also says that all his words actually come from the heart, so she shouldn't think that he's lying. Ingrid says she is very happy about this and asks when the driver he mentioned will arrive. Charlie replies that their meeting is at 10 a.m., so the driver should arrive fairly quickly. After a while, a rich car stops next to them, and the girl asks if he is Mr. Charlie. Charlie says with a smile that they were not mistaken, and that he really is the one they had an appointment with. The girl introduces herself as Mr. Larry's secretary, and says that she was sent here to take them to the meeting. Ingrid and Charlie get into the car and head to the right place, but the journey takes a long time. Meanwhile, Ingrid is thinking about the fact that, apparently, they are going to introduce her to rich people. She also suggests that it could be a trap to tie her up and demand ransom for her. Charlie passes his hand in front of her face to bring her to her senses, and tells her that they've finally arrived. He also asks what she was thinking about, and Ingrid immediately replies that she was not thinking about anything serious. After she gets out of the car, a stunning hotel opens up in front of her, which looks like a rich mansion. The secretary asks them to follow her, saying that Mr. Larry is already waiting for them inside. Larry says he didn't expect Charlie to be so young, given his incredible wealth. Charlie says that this formality is not so necessary in an informal conversation, so it is better to get straight to the point. Larry says he'll give them a tour of the hotel, and Charlie says that would be wonderful and very welcome. Larry explains that the hotel has 9 floors, with a banquet hall on the 8th floor and parking. After the tour ends, Ingrid asks him what business they've been talking about all this time. Charlie says that Mr. Larry is no longer going to run the hotel, so he asked him to buy it. Ingrid is very excited about the fact that Charlie is looking at the hotel and is going to buy it. He asks her again what she thinks of the hotel, this time stating that he plans to buy it today. Ingrid states that he should think it over carefully again, as this decision requires caution. Larry realizes that this girl has a keen eye, and if she continues to point out the negatives, the deal could fall through. He states that the industry has indeed been in decline in recent years, so supply and price will be low. Charlie says he is quite happy with the hotel and offers to sign the contract as soon as possible. Larry says they can head to the conference room right now since the contract is already drawn up. After some time, he hands him a paper on which all the terms of the purchase and sale are recorded. Charlie says that he read everything carefully and is ready to pay 10 million more, but he will not be the owner of the hotel. Suddenly, he turns his gaze towards Ingrid and declares that she should now be the owner of the hotel. Ingrid asks in surprise why he decided that the hotel should belong exclusively to her. Larry is surprised that this rich man spent 100 million on this beauty and didn't even blink an eye, as if it was pennies for him. Charlie reflects on the fact that, unfortunately, he can't do anything about it because he can't buy anything for himself. Smiling, he tells Ingrid that the hotel will be registered exclusively in her name, and she will be its sole owner. Ingrid says that this is too generous a gesture, and that she will hardly be able to accept such an expensive gift. If his parents had known that he was buying such a hotel, they would certainly have stopped him. He also adds that if she owns the hotel, It will save him from big problems, and asks her for help. Finally, he decides to play on her pity, saying that he has no one else to ask about this and that he doesn't trust anyone but her. Ingrid agrees to this quite quickly, says that they have come to an agreement, and that she agrees to help him. Her sympathy also increases significantly, and Charlie is very happy that everything is going according to his plan. In just a few minutes, the signatures appear in the required places, and the hotel now becomes Ingrid's property. Larry smiles and says that this is just wonderful, since they are his benefactors. He also states that if he can be of any use, they can always rely on him, because he is a big shot. Charlie says that Larry is incredibly polite, and that he enjoys doing business with him. Larry says that he is ready to help him right now if he has any problems that need to be solved. Charlie says that he really needs help because he wants to buy a car. Larry suggests that he can take one of the cars that are parked outside. Larry realizes that he better grab this man, because in the future he can bring him serious profit. In his eyes, Charlie is a cool tycoon who has incredible wealth and serious connections. Charlie gets a little nervous and says that it would be wrong and that he would rather pay for the car. Larry says that Charlie helped him out so much in difficult times, so giving him a couple of cars is a small thing. Larry also states that he has something to take care of, so he will leave the place and not bother Charlie and Ingrid. He also promises to arrange the paperwork within a few days to thank them properly. After Larry leaves, Charlie and Ingrid are left alone with each other in this giant hotel. Charlie turns to his companion and asks her to do him the honor of having dinner with him. Ingrid says that while they were driving here, she noticed a European restaurant that would be nice to visit. Victor and Susan, who also happen to be at this resort, unexpectedly find themselves in this very premium restaurant. Victor recommends that she try the steak flown in from Australia, which has an incredible taste. He also states that if she wants, he can take her there next week to spend time there. Susan asks him if it would be easy for him to arrange a flight abroad, and Victor states that he has the money for it. He also talks about having a rich estate, but a few moments later a spoon flies at his head. Victor irritably wonders who dared to hit him, and begins to angrily look around in search of the offender. An irritated woman comes up and says that Victor eats and has fun with other girls at her expense. Victor immediately understands that his true beloved has come here, and says that she has misunderstood everything, and that he will explain everything. After this, he immediately points his finger at Susan, and says that all the blame lies entirely with her. Susan tells him not to talk nonsense, adding that he provoked her first and thus incurred her wrath. Victor immediately raises his hand to hit her and calls her an idiot who can't shut up. He also calls her a pathetic kept woman who can't have any good ending in life. The girl asks him if he is really going to beat Susan up, and Victor says that there is nothing wrong with that. Susan looks at him in surprise and says that she has never heard him say that he actually has a girlfriend. Charlie prevents another attempt to hit Susan, saying that violence against a girl is shameful. Victor asks him who he thinks he is. He is just a delivery man who decided to worry about his ex. Charlie says that this has nothing to do with her, because he just doesn't like watching such behavior. Victor immediately delivers a powerful kick towards Charlie to put him in his place and shut him up. Charlie writhes in intense pain that spreads throughout his body and realizes that he needs to train. Susan looks at him in surprise and asks if he feels okay and if he got hurt after that. Her sympathy reaches a critical point, and now the system returns the points Charlie spent. She also adds that he also received a small financial investment of 10% of the amount spent. Charlie immediately turns to the system, talking about putting these talent points that he received in addition to money into circulation. The system takes him to an unknown space and informs him that he has several directions that can be upgraded. Charlie immediately chooses to strengthen his body and build to become even stronger and more robust. After his body becomes so powerful that he is able to defeat even world champions, he decides to take revenge. In order to deal with his opponent, he only needs to deliver one powerful and confident blow with his fist. The next second, Victor is completely defeated and falls to the floor, unable to resist in any way. Ingrid looks at him in surprise and realizes that this man also fights well, which means he is simply the ideal man. Charlie says that it's time for them to leave here, adding that it would be much better if they went somewhere else. Susan continues to watch them, not hiding the fact that she has lost such an amazing guy. Charlie and Ingrid leave the establishment and decide that it would be better to choose any other restaurant where the customers are more cultured. After this, they get into the car, and Ingrid decides that it is time to discuss the situation that happened in the restaurant. She asks him why he helped this girl, because she despises the poor and hunts for money. Charlie says that there is nothing serious about it, since he just really didn't like that gigolo Victor. Ingrid reflects on how a strong, elegant, handsome, and rich man is incredibly cool. Charlie receives a notification that her favorability has increased even more, and he begins to worry that he hasn't spent enough money. After some time, he returns home to check how much his body has improved. He notes that the system worked well, and he now has 8 abs, which takes years of training to achieve. After thinking for a while, he wonders how much stronger he has become compared to an ordinary person. To test this theory, he decides to pick up the phone and call his friend. His friend's name is Howard, and Charlie immediately asks him if he is very busy and can talk on the phone. Howard immediately says that he has very little time and is currently in training. Charlie takes his car key and says that he will come there soon to talk to him. His comrades are not in the room, so he leaves calmly, without worrying about anything. After that, he comes to the gym, where his friend and seasoned boxer Howard is practicing his punches. Howard asks him in surprise why he came here, assuming that a fire has finally ignited in his soul. Charlie says that they need to fight one-on-one to see who is stronger. Howard says that he is a professional, so it is better to fight not with him, but with someone of a more suitable level. Charlie says that he has been training too, so he can handle this test, which surprises him. Howard says that he should hit a punching bag that is nearby to demonstrate his strength. Charlie steps closer and prepares to deliver the most powerful punch he has ever thrown. He tells him to put on his boxing gloves, but it is too late. Howard looks at the punching bag, which simply broke, unable to withstand such an incredible force of impact. After some time, another person comes here, who is very interested in the appearance of a new face in this room. This fighter says that even the previous champion couldn't break the punching bag with one powerful punch, and decides to test it. He approaches the main character and says that it would be nice if they fought each other to find out who is stronger. Howard tells him to calm down because his friend is just having fun and is not a serious fighter. Charlie says that he is ready to fight him, and if he loses, he will fulfill all his conditions. Howard tries to stop him, saying that all the boxers here are professional and trained. Charlie advises him to relax and enjoy the show, as he has changed beyond recognition. After a while, they climb into the ring, and the system announces that another fight will begin very soon. Charlie demonstrates incredible speed, which is why his opponent does not even have time to follow his movements. This proves to be a fatal mistake, as it only takes one hit to disable him. After some time, another fighter comes here and says that he also wants to try to fight him. Charlie knocks him out with one powerful punch, without even breaking a sweat. After this, another fighter comes here, distinguished by incredible tenacity and strength. Anyone who wants to take part in this sparring is defeated in just a few seconds. Howard watches his comrade in amazement and ends up praising him for becoming so strong and powerful. Smiling, he says that he came here solely to make a splash in this club. Charlie smiles and says that he actually came here just to test his skills. Howard asks him in surprise when he managed to become so strong, because before he couldn't even run half a kilometer. Charlie says that this is a secret that he must not reveal, even under threat of mortal danger. Howard laughs and says he doesn't care, then suggests they come over to his place for a drink. After a while, they go outside, and Howard sees his beloved Lily, who looks at him angrily. Howard reacts to her with surprise and says that she should have been waiting for him at the university, where he was supposed to stop by. Lily throws her bag in his direction and says that she is returning unwanted things, and also announces that they have broken up. Howard asks her why she decided to leave him since he worked so hard to buy her that handbag. Lily says that she had to wait 2 months for him to buy her a bag, and that this is an unacceptably long time. After this, she turns around and says that it would be better if they parted on good terms and did not see each other anymore. Immediately after this, she quickly gets into the car and drives away, leaving our heroes alone with their thoughts. Howard tries to persuade her to come back, but it doesn't produce any results, and she simply leaves. Charlie briefly reminisces about how hard it was for him when he didn't have a system to sponsor him. He also spent a huge amount of money and free time on a person he didn't really care about. However, the situation has changed significantly now, so he will no longer allow anyone to fall into this trap. He turns to his comrade and tells him not to be sad, because such a woman does not deserve sadness. Howard says it's easy for him to say that because he spent a month pursuing this girl, and it all went down the drain. Charlie declares that today she rejected him, and tomorrow she will no longer be able to reach him and will bitterly regret it. Howard looks at his friend in surprise and asks him what he is going to do to teach her a lesson. Charlie says again that it is a secret, but tomorrow he will be able to find out everything in detail. After some time, he contacts his friends and rents a beautiful limited edition car. Howard, in his new suit, wonders if this will really work, realizing that everything looks unnatural. Charlie advises him to stop worrying about it because everything will be fine since he's taken on the job. Howard says that this deception can easily be exposed since he has never been rich and does not know how to pretend to be. Charlie tells him to trust him and just follow the plan, noting that Lily will be here soon. After some time, Lily actually comes here, having used an amazing discount coupon at this restaurant. When asked by her friend, she says that she got it in a lottery, which she miraculously managed to win. However, her friend is skeptical and says that it is a private, high-class restaurant and has a membership system. Lily says there's nothing wrong with just trying to figure out how to get in. They also discover a luxury car nearby, and its beauty immediately captures their hearts. Lily stands next to this car and says that she saw one like this on the internet, after which she asks to take a photo of it. Charlie looks at her carefully and realizes that their target has finally fallen into a trap, which means it's time to act. He turns to his friend Claire and says that she can start the performance to impress everyone. He also emphasizes that his friend has not yet come to his senses, so it is better to keep an eye on him and not let him give himself away. Claire smiles and says that she won't let him down, and that the acting skills she acquired at university will come into their own. Finally, she turns to Howard and asks him to try his best, because his future depends on it. Howard sadly realizes that he really has no other choice, and says that he will give it his all. After this, he goes outside, and Claire begins to strenuously pretend that she is Howard's girlfriend. Lily looks at him in surprise and wonders why he is here, since this restaurant is only for the elite. Howard tries to mumble something, but Claire quickly tells him not to pay attention to her. She asks them to move away with their friend, as they are blocking the passage to the car they want to ride in. Lily and her friend look at them in surprise and try to figure out if this car really belongs to him. Claire says that Howard bought this amazing car some time ago, which he now drives. After this, she presses a button on the remote control, and the car makes a characteristic sound of the alarm being turned off. Lily says that this is impossible because Howard cannot afford such a luxury car as he is a beggar. She quickly realizes that he hired the actress and rented a luxury car to teach her a lesson. Claire tries her best to pretend it isn't, claiming it's a limited edition car released worldwide. After some time, an expensive car arrives at the scene and stops nearby. The doors open and a man comes out, whose appearance no one expected. Mira looks around and happily notes that it is quite crowded here, which is not typical for this place. Charlie tries to figure out why she came here, hoping that she won't ruin the performance since she wasn't informed. However, she immediately approaches Howard and asks if he should call security to throw these girls out. Lily says he worked so hard for this money, and now he's spent it just to hire these actresses. Mira advises her to shut up, as she doesn't even understand how Howard could fall in love with such a fool. Lily's friend says she recognizes the girl and that she is a streamer and clearly does not work for an acting agency. A few moments later, several expensive and intimidating cars arrive here at once. Several guards emerge from there who, surprisingly, look very similar to each other, although this is not so important now. Lily guesses that all this time Howard was pretending to be poor on purpose to test her sincerity. She smiles nervously and says that it was just a joke and that, in fact, she still loves him very much. Howard proudly declares that, whatever the case, it's over between them and he doesn't want to see her anymore. Turning around, he tells his friend Claire that they have nothing more to do here, and they return to the restaurant. Mira, meanwhile, gives the order to the security guards to remove the visitors who are disturbing the peace. The guards immediately confirm that they understand the order and head towards Lily. Lily finally screams that he shouldn't be so insensitive, but she is quickly escorted out. Claire watches Howard closely and notices that he is acting as if he is not at all happy about what is happening. Howard thanks them for their help and says he's going to the bathroom to think for a bit. Charlie looks at him in surprise and asks where he is going, but he doesn't answer. Claire, with obvious empathy, says that now it's better for him to be alone and think everything through properly. Charlie hopes he will calm down and come to his senses, realizing that he is all too familiar with this situation. After this, he approaches Mira and asks why she is here, since no one informed her about this. Mira says that Charlie is doing business on her territory, so she came to support them. Meanwhile, Claire realizes that a real fight is beginning for her lover, and she must keep him at any cost. Claire approaches cautiously and asks who the girl he is talking to is. Charlie replies that she is the owner of this restaurant and the discount coupon was also given to her. Charlie thanks her, and Mira states that if they want to thank her, they should do it with actions, not words. Charlie smiles and says that he will invite her to tea so that they can have a good time together. Mira replies that food is, of course, wonderful, but they have already been invited to a meeting, and she will gladly take them there. Charlie and Claire walk on, not fully understanding who invited them to meet in such a setting. Mira has not revealed who exactly scheduled the meeting, adding that this is a very important and responsible moment. After Charlie goes inside, he finally comes face to face with Leonard, who immediately greets him. Leonard says they recently communicated on WeChat and asks if he remembers it. Charlie replies that there is no need for excessive politeness here, since he is a famous figure and everyone knows about him. Leonard says that news of his purchase of the hotel for $100 million has long been spreading in their circles. Charlie replies that they are overpraising him, after which he asks what kind of relationship he has with Mira. Mira says that he is her boyfriend and the owner of a company with many assets. Leonard, meanwhile, notes that all this is nonsense, given the incredible level of Master Charlie. Charlie asks what he wants, since it is unlikely that he arranged this meeting just to get to know each other. Leonard says their platform will host a title challenge next month. He also says that he is asking to promote Mira so that she can receive this prize, and Charlie is trying to understand why he needs this. He says that he has a small condition and hopes that it will be seriously considered and accepted. Leonard asks him what he wants, and Charlie says he wants to nominate Claire as a streamer. Leonard looks at him in surprise and tries to understand how he is going to implement this plan, because there can only be one winner. Charlie says there's no need to worry, as Mira will still be a popular streamer. Leonard notes that it is better to have another friend than an enemy, and Charlie's confidence impresses him greatly. After a brief pause, he agrees that this evening looks set to be a very vibrant one this year. Claire asks him in surprise if she will really go to this dinner party, calling it a great opportunity. Charlie reminds her that she wanted to be a streamer, and that it was much safer to sign with a company than to go it alone. Claire is impressed that he remembered it, even though she notes it was just random words. The system tells Charlie that he is only a short time away from completely conquering this goddess, and he needs to keep trying. Claire becomes very embarrassed and says she doesn't know if she can handle the pressure of the public. Charlie says that if she doesn't want to go, he will tell Mr. Leonard that it's too much for her. Claire cuts him off abruptly and says that she will try her best because she really wants to go there. Charlie smiles as he contemplates spending as much money as possible to get good cash back. Howard, meanwhile, is in the same place as before and continues to look sadly into the distance. Charlie asks him if he still misses it, since it's been a full 15 minutes since they met. He adds that he will take him to a resort town so that he can have some fun and lift his spirits. Howard asks, surprised, if he's really taking him there, and says it sounds familiar. Howard shows him the geolocation and asks if he's talking about the area where his hotel is located. Charlie says that this is indeed the case, and asks where he got the address of this hotel. Howard says that a few days ago, the headman posted the address of a luxury hotel and is gathering everyone there. He also states that he will not go there, since the headman will obviously start bragging, remembering his time at school. Charlie says that they need to go there, and there is no point in refusing because they cannot help but respect the headman. A week later, they arrive at this hotel and prepare to conduct the meeting in the best possible way. Head boy Harrison proposes a toast to a girl named Selena, adding that she has returned from studying abroad. Afterwards, they clink glasses of wine and celebrate the triumph of this girl with outstanding intelligence. Selena thanks them for the warm welcome and says that she didn't expect such attention. Harrison says everyone is here today to pay their respects to him, and he invited them to this dinner for a reason. They also say that it is a great happiness to have such a friend, and he will never forget such treatment. After a while, the door slowly opens and Charlie and Howard finally appear. They say that this is the right number, and that they have finally come to the reunion of their old classmates. Charlie carefully opens the door and apologizes for being late, explaining that he has important business to attend to. Harrison says that this is poor student Charlie, and reminds him that he should be delivering food. Other classmates say Harrison might offer him a more secure job because of old friendship. Howard says there is nothing wrong with being a delivery man because he makes a living from his efforts. Charlie says that there is a class reunion today, so there is no need to ruin the peaceful atmosphere because of him. Selena says that visitors should be treated as guests and respected, regardless of their work. Harrison declares that he will receive them as guests, since the most beautiful girl of their class has vouched for them. However, they are called country bumpkins and asked not to say later that the headman did not take care of them and did not offer them a decent reception. Howard starts to get angry when he hears this attitude towards him, but Charlie immediately stops him with a gesture. He sits down and says that they are all classmates, so there is no need to make unnecessary noise. After this, he turns to Selena and expresses gratitude for such attitude. Selena nods quietly to him, clearly making it clear that she doesn't remember him well, since they never interacted. The system informs him that there is a special reward for conquering this goddess, which will be higher than usual. Charlie discovers that Selena shows no interest in him at all, and realizes that this is logical. After this, he briefly dives into the past and remembers that, on the contrary, he liked her, and he sometimes watched her. After a while, a waiter enters the room, bringing a special lunch for such a large number of people. It is still unclear what is inside, but it is quite obvious that it is something very expensive and tasty. Once the lid is removed, it becomes clear that this is expensive seafood produced in another country. One of the classmates says that the class monitor is too wasteful if he decided to order Australian lobsters here. However, the food arrives at an incredible rate, and the amount of seafood is constantly increasing. Waiters come into the room for a few minutes to serve various delicacies. Harrison looks at them in surprise and asks if they made a mistake, but they tell him that everything was delivered as ordered. One of the girls says that he is an important client of this luxury hotel, and this is really amazing. They also say that he really surprised them, and this table is worth hundreds of thousands. Harrison is trying to figure out what all this means, since he definitely didn't order those dishes. Harrison says there was a mistake and he didn't order anything, then demands to see the manager. Howard chuckles at him and says that he could just admit that he can't afford such things and everyone would understand. Harrison immediately orders him to shut up and states that he is a nobody and should not show off in front of him. Charlie says there's no point in arguing on such a special day and promises he can pay for the food. His words are met with skepticism, and people ask whether he will be able to pay off such an unaffordable sum. Charlie tries to act confident and asks if they really think it's that expensive. Harrison says he can brag all he wants, but a simple delivery guy would never save up for such a dinner. Selena understands that this man is poor, but he tries to pretend to be rich, and it looks rather pathetic. Her sympathy for him decreases even more, and Charlie still doesn't understand what he did wrong. After a while, the door opens again, and the manager enters the room, looking around carefully. Finding Harrison, he asks what happened and tries to understand why they are unhappy with the food. Harrison says he didn't order the food, but that it was simply brought into the room to be used as blackmail. The manager claims the dishes were specially prepared when they heard that Charlie and his classmates were gathering that day. He turns to Charlie and asks if he is satisfied with the dishes on the table, promising to correct any shortcomings. Charlie says all the dishes are amazing and next time they need to be a little less sudden so as not to scare the guests. Harrison wonders how this is possible since Charlie is just a simple delivery guy working in the academy cafeteria. The manager says he should show respect since Charlie bought the hotel last week. Howard quietly turns to his friend and asks if he has been telling the truth all this time. Charlie asks him to speak more quietly and promises to tell him everything in detail later. Harrison reflects on what he heard about a mystery buyer purchasing the hotel a week ago. The manager says he has also prepared several bottles of his finest red wine for them. Charlie says that he will ask Selena's opinion, since this meeting was organized solely because of her. Selena thinks this would be inappropriate and says he should manage his own hotel. After this, she realizes that she behaved incorrectly towards him, since he is not only rich, but also a gentleman. Charlie's classmates instantly change their minds and say that he turns out to be incredibly rich. They also add that he turned out to be much better than the head man, and this looks very impressive. One of the girls says that she is sorry that her boyfriend is not as good as Charlie, with his incredible charisma. Harrison realizes that all the attention that should have been directed at him has now been drawn to Charlie. This meeting continues for several more hours, but soon the sun begins to set and night falls over the city. Charlie approaches Selena and says that he will give her a ride home since it is late, and she agrees. After this, they get into an expensive car and drive away, having first found out the address where she lives. At this late hour, there is practically no one driving on the streets, so the journey will be very fast and breezy. Harrison watches the car drive away and promises that he will definitely deal with him in the future. Meanwhile, Selena carefully examines the interior of the car and discovers a familiar bird. She looks at it carefully and says that she definitely saw this bird a long time ago. She briefly immerses herself in her own memories and realizes that this bird once belonged to her. However, after some time, this bird ends up in the trash bin for a completely unknown reason. Selena says she lost the bird during vocal lessons and hasn't been able to find it since. Charlie says that he picked up this bird by accident and hopes that it will not misunderstand him. Howard says there is no point in pretending and tells Selena that he has had a crush on her since their school days. Charlie quickly loses his temper and advises him to talk less so as not to ruin his reputation. Selena smiles and wonders if he is really telling the truth. Charlie says that she was the school beauty and that everyone around her was always drawn to such a beauty. Selena reflects that Charlie looks quite cute, and if you look at him closely, he is even handsome. Her sympathy rises again, And as soon as the trip is over, she thanks him for the banquet in honor of his arrival. Charlie says it's a great honor for him to serve a beautiful girl and asks to be added on WeChat. Selena shows him her personal number without any problems so that they can continue communicating. After some time, she approaches her father, who thanks his comrade for his help. Selena asks him in surprise what happened, hoping that it is not some alarming news. Her father says they managed to find a stolen family heirloom that belonged to her grandfather. Immediately after this, he notices that there is another person walking next to her and asks who it is. Selena says it was her classmate who gave her a ride home after she spent the whole day with her friends. Charlie greets him, then says his name and says that he and Selena used to go to the same school. However, her father remains skeptical, believing that there is nothing good about rich boys. He doesn't greet him and takes his daughter's hand, saying that they will only discuss such things at home. Selena turns to Charlie and says that it's time for her to go, saying goodbye to him and hoping that they will meet again. Charlie looks at her with a smile and says that they had a great time and he will be happy to talk to her later. Howard asks him if he's going to pursue Selena and mentions the hotel in the car. Charlie says there are too many questions to answer in a short time. After that, he steps on the gas and starts telling him that he had a rich grandfather who left him an inheritance. Howard looks at him in surprise and wonders if this is a joke, because no one will believe this story. The next day, Charlie decides to immediately contact Ingrid to discuss some plans regarding the hotel's operations. Ingrid immediately informs him that she has also prepared several solid concepts that require discussion. Charlie picks her up and tells her that she got it done very quickly and abandoned so many plans in just a few days. Ingrid shows him some nice theme hotels that she found on the internet and which are very popular among young people. She suggests making a similar design, and Charlie says that he is transferring all authority over the management of the hotel to her. Ingrid tells him to contact some repair companies and then tells him the price. Charlie immediately transfers $20 million without any problems and says that if she doesn't have enough, she can ask for more. In fact, he is willing to invest any amount if it is enough to renovate this hotel. Ingrid says that this is absolutely not what she meant, looking at him with slight irritation. Charlie states that he doesn't know much about repairs, so she can make her own decisions. Ingrid reflects on how she must manage the hotel well so as not to cause trouble for such a handsome man. She wonders why he speaks as if they live under the same roof and are a couple. After that, she says that summer holidays are coming soon, and if the renovation goes quickly, they might have time to hit the jackpot. Charlie says that being a streamer will make promoting the event much easier. Ingrid says she got so many followers last time because they latched onto his name. Charlie says that everything will come gradually, and there is no need to burden yourself too much, and he will take care of the promotion himself. After this, he heads home, and a few hours later, a dark evening descends over the city. Claire tries her hand at being a streamer and gets her first super light from one of her subscribers. Charlie takes a close look at her progress and realizes that in just a few days, the number of subscribers has exceeded 1 million. Claire, meanwhile, welcomes all viewers to her broadcast room and offers a special thanks to Charlie. She also suggests that he can request a song if he donates 10 super lights, and Charlie accepts the challenge. Claire thanks him for such a large donation and asks what song he would like to hear. After a while, Charlie writes that she can choose any song she is confident in, and she begins to perform. Charlie is happy that his business has become so successful in just a few days and is bringing him income. Charlie says that Claire has incredible talent and decides to reward her with even more donations. Claire says she is very grateful for so many super lights and says she will not forget it. An hour later, Charlie realizes that he has become much stronger after sending 2,500 gifts. However, he was also quite tired, as pressing a finger on a phone is quite a labor-intensive task. After some time, Leonard writes to him and tells him that she was among the top 10 newcomers. Charlie is about to take a little rest after such a busy evening, when suddenly the door begins to slowly open. Todd runs into the room and says that the forums were like a bombshell after what happened. He says that someone spent 2,500 gifts, which is equivalent to a whopping 5 million. Charlie looks at him in surprise and asks how he even knew this news so quickly. Todd claims that Claire has risen significantly in search results on the forum, and now everyone is interested in her. Todd also says that the user named Cooled Fireworks is the same rich man who supported Mira back then. Charlie says that it's time to check where Mira is now. Todd does the necessary research and says that she is currently ranked 6th among the most popular streamers. Charlie asks if this is really the maximum, and Todd says that even 6th place in such a top is already an honor. He shows him other popular streamers and says that they have held the lead for years. Charlie wonders why they were in such a hurry to drag him into this confrontation. However, for him, This is an absolutely cool thing, since there are no problems that cannot be solved with hundreds of millions. To cope with fatigue, he wears a special bandage that helps him continue working. With only 18 days left until the finale tonight, he needs to make a lot of transactions. During this time, he successfully spends tens, if not hundreds of millions, to promote all the necessary people. We are transported to a villa where two employees are sitting, lamenting that their founder has fallen to second place. One of them claims that Mira, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rose from sixth place to first and is already competing with them. His interlocutor asks who is the sponsor who promoted her so harshly. Having discovered that this is a man with the nickname Cold Fireworks, they decide to go to the venue and find out everything. After a while, we are transported to a large building, inside which the award ceremony is to take place. Charlie and his friends make their way into the assembly hall, which is specially designed for such events. The host says that today the streamers who participated in the annual competition should receive prizes. Claire sits next to Charlie and says that she simply can't believe that she was able to get to this event. Her sympathy increases by a few more %, and Charlie understands that this will help him a lot in the future. Charlie claims that she got here solely through her own efforts and remarkable talent. Mira states that it is time for the acceptance speech and asks what she will say to the fans. Claire looks shyly at her interlocutor and asks her not to make fun of her at such an exciting moment. The presenter says that he will now present the award for the best streamer of the year among the champion streamers. After a while, he announces that Mira is the winner, and she smiles happily as she walks onto the stage. Leonard looks at her with a smile and says that he congratulates her on this incredible and well-deserved victory. The host also congratulates her and says that this is not just recognition of her popularity as a streamer, but something more. Mira thanks all her fans and says she would like to assure them that she will continue to work hard. She also states that she would like to thank her friends who have always supported her without going behind her back. The presenter says that these are amazing words and asks the viewers to congratulate Mira once again on her victory. He then goes on to say that the best new streamer this year is up-and-coming streamer Claire. He notes that her unique style of live broadcasting quickly attracted the attention of a discerning audience. He also talks about Claire being a dark horse among this year's rookies and asks for a round of applause for her. Claire thanks everyone for their sincere support and attention and says that she is grateful to be part of this evening. She also states that she came here to thank the most important person in her heart who helped her. The system informs him that Claire's sympathy has reached 95%, and he now receives a small portion of money and talent points. Mira smiles as Claire approaches and says that she congratulates the new streamer on her victory. Claire says she was very nervous when she went on stage because she was afraid of saying the wrong thing. Leonard talks about celebrating the double victory and promises to treat everyone to cocktails at the end of the evening. He also states that they can order whatever food they want, after which they head towards the nearest restaurant. Meanwhile, unknown employees continue to follow them, guessing who has already become Mira's sponsor. They offer to approach them in order to show their intentions and intimidate them. One of them comes up to Leonard and says that the evening was brilliant, and he must have had to fork out a pretty penny. Leonard recognizes the man as Mr. Hank and declares that he should be the one thanking him, since he made such a concession. Hank says with a smile that the end of this story has not yet come, and they will definitely see each other in some time. After this, he and his friend turn around and leave rather quickly without saying goodbye. Charlie looks at them in surprise and wonders who they are and why they are so hostile. Leonard claims he's a rich kid whose father is in the antiques business, but Hank himself is nothing special. He notes that this man always supported his favorite, and now regrets that she was unable to win the championship. He also says that it is better not to discuss these people now, but to focus on the good. Charlie decides not to object to this proposal and goes to a fancy restaurant that only the rich can afford. Leonard happily turns to his comrades and says that they need to celebrate their success today. They clink glasses again, this time ordering the finest wine the country can offer. Leonard thanks Charlie and says that thanks to him, he didn't have to deal with the Han family's sons alone. He also says that he is ready to help him with any questions, and Charlie offers to organize PR for the hotel he bought. Leonard says he needs to set a time that will be convenient for streamers to spend their free time. Charlie says it would be nice if the streamers moved into his hotel at the end of next week. Claire becomes enthusiastic and asks him if she can go there with the others. Charlie says with a smile that this is not up for discussion, and he will be very happy to see her within the walls of his hotel. Claire smiles and says that she is raising this glass of wine to him as a thank you for his patronage. Charlie, meanwhile, realizes that her conquest points are almost full, so she should change her target to someone else. The system informs him that he can accept a hidden challenge in order to improve his performance and finances. However, when asked what this hidden challenge is, The system disappears, and Charlie tries to understand why nothing was explained to him. As the evening draws to a close, Charlie decides he needs to get out of here before it's too late. He turns to Claire and says that he can give her a ride home, despite the fact that he has been drinking heavily. Mira says that one shouldn't drive drunk, promising to give Claire a ride and recommending that he call a driver. Charlie smiles and says that this is a great idea and decides to call a driver to take him home. Leonard looks at him with a smile and says that he wishes him luck, while Claire stays with them. Claire also says goodbye to him and says that she will really look forward to their next meeting in the near future. Charlie is about to leave when she suddenly hears a familiar voice asking Mr. Hank not to touch her. Charlie immediately turns around and realizes that he has heard this voice somewhere before, and that it belongs to one of his acquaintances. Hank says that Selena's family is about to go bankrupt, but he can save her situation with financial injections. Selena says that her family will not go bankrupt, and that she will not trade her happiness for such a deal. Hank announces that their company's shares have already been sold, and that no one but him will offer them $200 million. Selena continues to try to break free from his grip, and Charlie quickly comes to the rescue and intercepts Hank's arms. Selena immediately hides behind his back and asks what he is doing here and how he ended up here. Hank looks at him with irritation and says that Charlie is supposed to be Leonard's lackey, so he won't do anything to him. Charlie, in turn, says that it is not proper for men to mock women, and that he has completely lost his dignity. Immediately after this, he raises his fist, preparing to beat Charlie for interrupting Selena's interrogation. However, Charlie easily dodges the blow, and after a few well-aimed blows, Hank promises that he will return and punish him for this. Meanwhile, Charlie turns to Selena and asks if she is okay. She replies that she is fine. After a while, her sympathy increases by as much as 5%. And Charlie decides that he is very lucky. He politely addresses his companion and says that he can give her a ride home so that she won't be afraid. Hank, meanwhile, turns to his comrade and says that he needs to check on one person. After some time, they reach Selena's family cottage, in which the light is still on, as the parents are waiting for their daughter. Charlie says that if she needs money, he is ready to lend her a certain amount so that she does not feel vulnerable. Selena irritably tells him that she is not the kind of woman who relies only on men to solve her problems. After she hears this sentence, her sympathy drops significantly again, and she looks at him with irritation. Charlie is trying to figure out how he ended up in this very awkward situation and what he should do now to get out of it. He honestly admits that he just wanted to help and he had no dirty intentions, because he is sincere. Selena says that if she needs such help, she will definitely tell him about it, and then leaves. Charlie gets into the car and wonders if anyone knows anything about Selena's family's affairs. They immediately promise him that they will be able to sort out these issues and pass on all the information to him. Charlie quickly finds the right person and adds him to his contacts to talk to him. They tell him that if any more news appears, he will immediately inform him what needs to be done. Charlie muses that this would be a good opportunity to spend money on a beauty, but she resists. After some time, he comes back and decides to take a rest. He takes a short break to eat his lunch when suddenly his phone starts ringing frantically again. He is informed that Selena is going to the Han family's charity auction and that there will be many celebrities there. He is also informed that Hank actually has feelings for her and will try to win her over to his side. Charlie asks if they can get him an invitation to attend the meeting. They tell him that it would be better to ask Leonard about this, since his connections should be sufficient. Charlie thanks his informant for such detailed help and says that he will definitely try. Immediately after this, he buys the first plane ticket he can find and heads there to make it to the auction. At this point, we are transported to the Han family estate, where the very same auction is taking place. Hank turns to Selena and asks if her arrival means she has changed her mind. He hands her a contract and says that as soon as she signs it, about $100 million will immediately be deposited into her account. Selena says that 5 years ago, an ancient jade that had been passed down through generations was stolen from their family, and they then bought it back. Hank says that such issues can be easily resolved and that the deal can be closed even today. He adds that her father spent a total of $110 million, and that if she transfers $100 million to him, he will immediately hand over the artifact. Hank slyly reflects that she won't be able to get even $10 million in her current situation. He also says that in business, such exquisite jades are worth a lot of money. Selena reflects that her grandfather won't be able to wait that long for them to find the right amount. During her last visit to her grandfather, her mother said that it was unknown how long he would live due to his illness. However, her father reassures her that there is no need to worry, as he will figure out how to get the money. The unhappy mother asks him if he really thinks that everything will be like before, even if he has the money for it. Hank, in turn, says that if she becomes his wife, They will be one family, and the jade will go to her for free. He also says that this will not only save her family, but will also be a sign of respect for her grandfather, which means it is beneficial for both parties. Selena wonders in her mind if her family will have to sink to such a humiliating position. Hank chuckles and says it's a fantastic solution to the problems at hand that was obvious all along. After some time, Charlie bursts into the estate with force, knocking down the lock with a sharp kick which causes it to collapse. Charlie immediately runs into the right room and tells Hank to get his dirty hand off this unfortunate girl. Hank asks in surprise why he entered someone else's territory and where the security went. The guard runs into the room and says that this guy is too strong, so they couldn't contain him. Selena looks at him in surprise and asks what he is doing here and why he came at such a time. Charlie tells her not to worry because he came to solve her family's problems. Selena says that just because he talked to Leonard a few days ago doesn't mean he's rich. He adds that even if Leonard himself appeared here at this very second, he would not dare repeat these words in his presence. Charlie says not to underestimate it because it's only a few $100 million. He also says that he is willing to pay $1 billion to acquire 50% of the shares of Selena's family without the right of shareholder. Selena asks him in surprise if he really won't make any commitments. Charlie says that these 50% of the shares will be transferred into her name and that she will be able to manage them much better. Hank says that there must be a limit to any impudence and adds that Charlie doesn't even know what $1 billion means. He adds that it is impossible even for him to get such a sum. But Charlie replies that it is not a problem for him. Without thinking twice, he takes out his phone and transfers all the necessary funds to Selena's bank account. He says that no one will force her to do anything she doesn't want to do, and that now she will be able to freely control her own destiny. Her sympathy increases significantly, while Hank realizes that he was deliberately misled. He immediately tries to appease him, saying that he was short-sighted and that such an influential person as he should forgive such things. He also states that his family is planning a charity auction and that they might be interested. Charlie looks at him carefully and realizes that this guy has changed his behavior too quickly. After a short pause, he realizes that the auction is a place where big money is involved, which means it is a good opportunity for him. Looking at it carefully, he says that he was just about to expand his horizons. Hank looks at him carefully and thinks that this might be a good chance to humiliate this idiot. After some time, they find themselves in the auction room, where a huge number of guests have arrived, ready to fork out their money. Selena immediately attracts a lot of looks and questions about what they are doing there in their dire situation. Some of them suggest that she came to find a rich groom and revive her corporation. Looking at her, they don't understand why she chose some idiot who looks like a real poor man. Selena turns around in irritation to confront these people and prove that they are actually wrong. Charlie smiles and says that there is no point in arguing with such people, as it is a waste of time. Hank is hosting this auction and says that all proceeds will go to a good cause. After this, he decides to present the first lot of today's auction to the interested public without further ado. He shows a scroll with a stunning painting and names the starting price at $90 million. The girl next to him immediately raises the price she is willing to pay to $100 million. The rival says she is ready to pay $120 million for this work of art. Charlie notes that rich people have strange tastes if they are willing to pay such sums for an ordinary scroll. Selena looks closely at this work of art and says that she did not expect to see such a masterpiece. Charlie has no problem raising the price of the scroll to $300 million, and no one objects. After some time, he buys the item, and Hank declares that the scroll becomes the property of Mr. Charlie. Charlie immediately stops him, saying that a small adjustment needs to be made regarding the owner. After a short pause, he says with a smile that this lot needs to be registered in the name of Mrs. Selena. Selena, in turn, says that this is too expensive a gift and that she definitely won't be able to accept it. Charlie replies that anyone can do charity, and that now is his chance to restore his reputation. After a few moments, Selena's sympathy increases by 2%, and he assumes the system simply glitched. He is informed that he is too frivolous in his pursuit of goddesses, which is why his results are so poor. Hank says that Charlie probably has a good knowledge of antiques and paintings and can tell others about it. Selena asks in surprise if he really understands painting and art. Charlie reflects on the fact that he doesn't understand anything about this meaningless picture and is here to spend money. Charlie says with a smile that people from different walks of life have gathered here, who have seen a lot and who don't need explanations. Hank tries to shame him, saying that it is very sad when art ends up in the hands of those who do not understand it. Hank reasons that he always knew these were just the new rich with a very narrow outlook. He begins to condemn them, saying that everyone thought he was from a noble family, but he turned out to be a man chasing money. Charlie realizes that it was all just a trap, but he has the perfect tools to get out of it. After this, he turns to the system and decides to use talent points to improve his horizons. The system tells him that he can invest points in constitution, intelligence, strength, knowledge, or dexterity. Charlie quickly improves his knowledge and begins to talk about how this painting was created and where it came from. He claims that this painting depicts the story of a man who moved to the mountains. He also says that the artist not only masterfully depicted landscapes, but also skillfully painted people. Wealthy guests nearby say that this description is incredibly accurate and capacious. They begin to praise him for the well-chosen words with which he managed to describe this picture. Hank realizes that this guy has managed to stand out again and get out of a seemingly hopeless situation. Charlie says he is grateful to Hank for providing such a valuable exhibit. Hank smiles and says that it's nothing, and that such things mean nothing to him. After a while, Charlie says that it's time for them to leave, since they have already bought everything they need. Selena turns around in his direction in surprise and realizes that they are indeed about to leave. She notes that Charlie is too knowledgeable about ancient paintings and that he is full of surprises. The system registers an increase in sympathy, and some people realize that Hank was just deliberately trying to hurt Charlie. They also conclude that the attempt was futile and that his defeat was humiliating. Meanwhile, an unknown woman begins to observe him, who notes that Charlie is a very interesting person. After some time, they end up at a restaurant to celebrate their success at the auction. Charlie turns to the waitress and tells her what dishes they would like to order from the menu. The girl looks closely at their choice and informs them that they need to wait a little. Charlie is happy that thanks to his improved knowledge, he can now even understand the melody playing on the piano. This melody evokes completely new feelings in him after he has transformed his thinking into a more educated one. Selena asks him if he also listens to Chopin's sonatas, adding that this is far from the most popular work. Her sympathy grows again, and Charlie only now, after pumping up his mind, realizes that she is much more interested in the spiritual world. Selena says that her favorite piece is the farewell song, which always makes her feel sad. She looks into his eyes with concern and asks what he usually listens to when he is sad. Charlie prepares to talk about his musical preferences, but then pauses for a moment. The thing is, he doesn't usually listen to piano music, so he has nothing to surprise this elegant girl with. After a while, the waitress approaches them and informs them that the dishes are ready, wishing them bon appetit. Charlie tries to get out of the situation and says that first they will eat, and then he will gradually tell everything. Their meeting drags on for many hours, during which day gradually gives way to evening. Finally, as the evening fades, the moon appears in the sky, and it becomes clear that it is time to go home. Charlie asks her to wait near the exit doors while he pays the bill at the restaurant. However, to his regret, at this time there are a couple of drunk men hanging around the restaurant, looking for something to do, and they notice Selena and remark that she looks very beautiful, so they need to meet her. After a while, they quickly approach her and grab her hand so that she does not suddenly run away. One of them says that it is dangerous for beauties to walk alone on such streets, so it would be better if she went with them. Selena demands that they leave her alone because her friend will soon leave here and take her home. Charlie immediately grabs the bastard's hand and squeezes it so hard that he starts whining in pain. He adds that he gives them 10 seconds to quickly get out of here. Otherwise, the consequences will be on their conscience. One of them cracks his knuckles and says that this guy needs to be taught a good lesson, and fate turns out to be quite unenviable, since he knocks them out with one well-aimed blow, from which they will not recover soon. Charlie immediately turns to her and asks if she is okay and how she is feeling. The system informs him that his sympathy has been increased by another 4%, thanks to him standing up for her. Selena asks him when he became so cool, because at school he was very thin and weak. Charlie talks about how, a long time ago, he was really beaten up for standing up for her. Selena suddenly tries to remember what happened on the day the man was beaten. A memory comes to her mind of Charlie being kicked for a long time. She guesses that he was the one who saved her from an unknown threat that evening after school, and asks him why he didn't tell her. Charlie says he couldn't tell her about such a shame, so he decided to keep it a secret. After a while, we are transported to the house where the headman Harrison lives, who is plotting his own intrigues. He turns to his friend named Leslie and says that he has organized everything and will be waiting for him tomorrow. Leslie asks him if he has thought it all through, since such rich people always have their connections. Harrison claims that the hotel is not even registered in his name, but in the name of a wealthy lady named Ingrid. Leslie says with a smile that they are apparently dealing with an ordinary kept man who has become too brazen. Harrison also says that his personal life is rumored to be in complete chaos, and that he is dating many women. Leslie says that if this is not just a kept man, but also a womanizer, then he must definitely be exposed. After some time, we are transported to the very hotel that our hero, by pure chance, decides to visit. After taking a closer look, he discovers that the place is full of various guests enjoying their food. Charlie praises Ingrid, saying that she has had a lot of guests lately, but she still copes. Ingrid says that they should have thanked Mr. Leonard for the advertising, because now their hotel has a good reputation. Charlie says that gratitude is not needed here, since Leonard is their dear comrade. Meanwhile, one of the visitors discovers that the owner of this hotel has arrived and says that it is time to begin. As soon as this command reaches the grandmother's ears, she immediately falls to the ground and starts clutching her stomach. The grandmother's son leans over her and asks what happened, immediately assuming that she has been poisoned. In another scene, a fake actor says that there appears to be a cockroach in the food, meaning that there is something wrong with the food. He immediately starts screaming loudly, demanding the waiter's attention in order to discuss this terrible nightmare. Ingrid comes closer to them and says that she is responsible for this establishment and can discuss everything. She is accused of being quite beautiful, but she has a black soul because their mother ate their food and now she is poisoned. Ingrid says that there must have been some kind of mistake, since they only use fresh products and poisoning is excluded. The young man says that now he will call journalists and they will come and open their eyes to this terrible restaurant. Ingrid says that first we need to take her to the hospital, and she will pay all the costs for the examination. They immediately forbid her to do this, saying that as soon as they leave, they will immediately relieve themselves of all responsibility. He also claims that he recorded everything on his phone, and if something happens to his mother, he will sue them. Charlie immediately advises them to stop playing out this cheap setup scene. However, this person immediately says that he is broadcasting live, so calling this a setup is a big mistake. Charlie slams his head against the table as hard as he can to make him think about what he's saying. Another scammer immediately intercepts the camera and claims that the owners are allegedly beating their visitors. Ingrid says that even if this is an attempt at a setup, everything still needs to be resolved peacefully. A few moments later, journalists arrive and wonder what is going on here. The dummy approaches the journalist and asks him to help him figure out what is happening. He claims that his mother was poisoned in this restaurant, and Charlie not only does not compensate for the damage, but also hit his brother. Leslie approaches Charlie and says that if this is true, then the issue of citizen safety and sanitary conditions arises. Charlie asks how they got here so quickly and clarifies what type of media they represent. Leslie says he is the company's chief journalist and hopes to get an honest answer to his question. Charlie immediately takes out his phone and decides to deal with his enemies using administrative resources. He returns to his comrades and puts forward the version that he was threatened with online harassment. Leslie looks at him with a smirk and asks if he decided to call for backup after failing to cope on his own. Charlie looks at him with irritation and says that soon he will find out everything himself and understand who he shouldn't mess with. The informant tells him that this is the personal initiative of this journalist, and their company has nothing to do with it. Charlie also says that he has found another streamer who is trying to make him look bad. He gives him the personal broadcast number and asks how they are going to resolve this misunderstanding. They tell him that any attempt to block them will fail, since he has tens of thousands of subscribers. However, a few moments later, he receives a notification that his broadcast has been interrupted and blocked. Leslie, meanwhile, receives a call on her phone and decides to find out who decided to contact him at such a time. His boss tells him that he dared to insult the richest man on the internet and ruin his reputation. The gentleman also states that he must deal with this immediately. Otherwise, he may not return alive. Leslie begs for mercy and says that he has worked for him for quite a long time, but he hangs up. Leslie immediately tries to apologize and says that he didn't know that this was his restaurant. He also says that he came here under the influence of the scoundrel Hank, who deceived him and misled him. Charlie asks irritably what exactly they told him when they sent him on this mission. Leslie says that he was given the task of punishing one person and was given 100,000 for it. Charlie asks how often he takes on these kinds of commissions to write negative articles. Leslie says that he won't dare to do something like that again, and asks to give him another chance. Charlie states that he should have known how this would end and orders him to get out of there. Ingrid immediately turns to security and asks them to take the troublemakers away from here. Leslie still tries to beg them to give him another chance, but they don't listen to him and lead him away. Ingrid asks who Hank is, and Charlie says he's just a clown trying to get on his nerves. He also says that if similar problems arise in the future, she should call him and he will help. Ingrid smiles and says that she understood everything perfectly, and next time she will contact him. Charlie immediately asks where Mr. Leonard went, noting that he still hasn't seen him. Ingrid states that she saw him leaving with several people, so he needs to go ahead to catch up with them. Charlie nods and heads towards the exit to catch up with his friend and talk to him. Leonard is already waiting for him on the street and says that he just saw the message in the group and asks what happened. Charlie explains that it was another setup and asks who Mr. Lee was who helped him. Leonard states that the man's name is actually Leopold, and he holds a high position in the traditional industry. Charlie says that he is indebted to this man, as he helped him a lot in dealing with these problems. Leonard says that there is no need to worry, since he himself will come to him with an apology. After this, he turns to the phone and says that everything happened as he predicted. He also says that not all participants in this chat are so well informed about the events that are taking place. Charlie, meanwhile, tries to continue the conversation about Leopold and asks how knowledgeable this man is. Leonard says that he just invited him to dinner, so this is his chance to get to know him. After some time, girls come to him and say that they would like to hold a performance by the river. Another girl says that such performances are now very popular among young people, and there will be a lot of people. Leonard smiles and says that he cannot decide this, since Mr. Charlie needs to make the main decision. The girl next to him looks at him with admiration and says that she didn't think that he would turn out to be so handsome. They add that he is generous and works very hard, which is incredibly rare these days. Charlie calls these girls beauties, but the system tells him there is nothing to be gained here. Charlie wonders in his mind if it is possible to get money from at least one of the girls, but the system tells him that it is impossible. Charlie realizes that their initial liking level is too high for the system to establish a connection. Charlie decides to talk to them anyway and asks when they plan to perform. One of them says she would like to do it in the summer, as the coast is cool and the view is stunning. Her friend says that for the gentlemen, such expenses are mere trifles, so there is no need to worry about it. Charlie says he likes the idea of developing a resort area, and it should look amazing in this location. He muses that he could use this to meet people in the entertainment industry and find more goals. They ask him if he agrees to this and also state that they must also come to conduct a live broadcast. Another girl says that they will invite other friends so that they can please the gentleman. She also approaches him to kiss him on the cheek, but the system reports that Ingrid's sympathy has decreased. Charlie immediately looks up at her and realizes that her strange behavior is due to the fact that she was about to leave. Charlie tries to take her hand and tells her that everything is completely different from what she thought. Ingrid says irritably that she understands everything perfectly well, but Charlie turned out to be as changeable as the weather. Charlie can't believe the sympathy level he's worked so hard to build up has suddenly dropped again. Charlie tells her that she got it all wrong because they just met. Charlie also says that they are not in a relationship, and Ingrid doesn't seem to understand what he is talking about. Charlie says that he has a reason for giving her so many gifts, and it has nothing to do with the relationship. He makes up a story that he was born into a large family, but his mother took him away when he was little, and he has a bad brother. He also says that he is playing a role in public so that he will be considered a simpleton, and that no one will try to plot against him for the inheritance. Ingrid says it's too much information and she needs time to process it all. After some time, her old lover named Chester comes to her and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Ingrid clearly shows no interest in him and hopes that he will quickly leave and not bother her. Chester says that he just returned to the country and immediately met her here, which means it was fate. He asks her how she likes the music he wrote for her, and she replies that it sounds the same as before. Chester says the equipment in this small restaurant leaves much to be desired. Charlie starts laughing loudly, not caring that it might anger the stranger. He also adds that his tricks only work on naive girls, but Ingrid is no longer so easy to fool. Chester immediately turns towards him and wonders who he is and what he is doing here. Ingrid says irritably that this is her good friend Charlie, with whom she has been communicating for some time. Chester states that if Ingrid calls him her friend, then he must be well-versed in music. Chester invites him to play, and Charlie says that art is meant to be appreciated, not performed. Ingrid is impressed by his witty joke and realizes that, compared to Charlie, any other aristocrat looks much weaker. The system also reports that, thanks to the increase in sympathy, Charlie has learned to play the guzheng. Chester says that everyone can say beautiful words, and if he is afraid to go on stage, he doesn't have to pretend. Charlie decides that he didn't want to steal the spotlight in the first place, but now he has to accept this challenge. Immediately after this, he goes on stage, not at all worried that he might not succeed. With his confident and elegant appearance, he shows that he knows perfectly well how to play this instrument. Charlie reflects that this is not an instrument that can be played without years of practice, so it will not work. The people present wonder who he is, and realize that he was not on the list of invited guests. They also realize that he looks pretty good, which means he must be some kind of special guest. Charlie decides to play a few test tunes, but the sounds he produces are not very melodic. Chester says that it is better not to touch this instrument at all. Otherwise, it can break. Irritated listeners declare that this redneck doesn't know how to do anything and climbed on stage against his better judgment. Chester apologizes to them, saying that he hasn't played for a long time, so he has forgotten a little how to pluck the strings correctly. Immediately after this, he starts playing the melody, and it sounds incredibly divine and interesting. The listeners immediately change their anger to mercy and understand that this person plays simply divinely. And they really like the melody. They immediately start filming him on their phones so that the video can spread across the entire internet. After a while, he decides it's time to end the performance and calmly goes downstairs. He turns to the irritated Mr. Chester and asks him what he thinks of his performance. Chester says that he is, of course, cool, but they will definitely meet again to get even. Ingrid, in turn, says that he is simply incredible. And even if she played this motive, she would not have done it better. Sympathy rises above the maximum level, and Charlie wonders if the system can be upgraded. The system tells him that this is indeed possible, but does not reveal the preliminary results to him. Immediately after this, people approach him to take pictures with him due to his incredible popularity. He politely refuses all the offers that rain down on him like water from a horn of plenty. He turns to his companion and says that it is better to leave here, since there are too many people here. Once outside, he says he's sorry a good dinner ended like this, and they'll choose a different place next time. Meanwhile, his phone starts ringing, and he realizes that it must be something very important. Ingrid says that if he has business, he doesn't have to stay late because she can call a taxi herself. Charlie immediately gets into the car to talk to the man who has been calling him all this time. This person turns out to be Selena, who reports that her family has already paid off the loan and the business has expanded. Charlie says it's no big deal because he just lent her some money and nothing more. Selena says that he is a benefactor, and her mother bought him some gifts that he should pick up. Charlie says he's out and about and will be back soon, but if she arrives sooner, it can wait. After some time, some bandit observes her car and tells his accomplices to move out. He adds that he brought about 10 people here so that they could definitely avenge him. The night turned out to be especially dark, as if the weather itself hinted at the dramatic events that were about to happen. Charlie gets out of the car, leaves it in the parking lot, looks around and discovers that someone is following him. He quickly realizes that these people are not here by pure chance and are heading towards him. They ask him what he wants and state that he has offended their brother Chester and will not leave here without an apology. Charlie says with a smile that this idiot Chester can't even play an instrument properly. One of them immediately loses his temper and declares that he will not tolerate such an insult directed at his comrade. Immediately after this, he rushes to attack. But Charlie also puts his fist forward to deliver a powerful blow. They come to blows, but Charlie's strength remains irresistible. The bandit immediately grabs his hand, feeling that at least several bones are broken. The gang leader says that the guy is a good fighter, since he managed to break his arm with one blow. However, he orders the others to attack at the same time to finish him off and not give him a chance. Charlie looks at them with a smile and says that he wants to use talent points to level up. The system claims to be in the process of updating, and Charlie realizes that he has found himself in a very awkward situation. A few moments later, he easily dodges a powerful throw from the bully. He notes that this was very dangerous, and that in the future, it is necessary to move faster and not allow anyone to get close to you. The bandit says that he shouldn't shy away, because he was so confident and brave just now, and now he's started avoiding fights. They decide to block his escape route to eliminate his ability to dodge the attacks. Selena orders them to stop, stating that she has already called the police, who are on their way straight there. Charlie happily turns in her direction and understands that now help would be very useful. The bandits turn to her and wonder if she seriously thinks they can be scared by something like that. Charlie tells the system that if it doesn't update quickly, something bad is definitely going to happen. The system informs you that the update is complete and will soon download new features that will take it further. Charlie tries to provoke the bandits, who ask if he is still trying to be a hero. Charlie says he is giving them one last warning to leave now because it will be too late later. The system completes the update, and Charlie realizes that he needs to invest the maximum number of points into martial arts. He also discovers that martial arts cost quite a lot of points, so he will have to part with all his savings. The system decides to play a joke on him and gives him a 50% discount, after which he invests all his points in judo. Charlie immediately becomes bolder and says that if they don't leave here, he won't stand on ceremony with them. The bandits grab their weapons, declaring that this guy has become different and that something has definitely changed in him. Charlie prepares to engage in combat with several opponents at once, sensing that it will not be easy. It turns out that the system has improved him much more than he expected. So the battle goes very quickly. No enemy has a chance to resist such incredible power, and they are completely defeated. The bandit suggests that Charlie was pretending all this time to lure them into a trap and get even with them. Charlie points at him with a smile and says that he is the last one left standing of all the bandits. The gang leader says that if he takes a few more steps towards him, he will simply cut Selena. Charlie decides to open the system window to spend all his talent points on improving his agility. Immediately after this, he makes a sharp approach to the enemy and knocks the knife out of his hand. The bandit grabs his injured limb and says he has never experienced such severe pain. Charlie advises him to get out of here, adding that if he doesn't, he will cripple his other hand as well. Immediately after this, he turns to Selena and asks if she is okay, fearing that she might have been hurt. He also says that if she wanted to scare them, she shouldn't have rushed forward. And Selena admires his skills. Charlie says he is ready to share his incredible knowledge with her and teach her martial arts. The system tells him that Selena's affection has reached the required threshold, so he has received some talent points. Along with this, he receives a significant monetary reward, as well as the opportunity to evaluate antiques at an expert level. After some time, he comes to a meeting with Mr. Leopold, which takes place in a rich restaurant. Leopold says he never thought the legendary Mr. Charlie could be so young. Charlie looks at him with a smile and says that they are too kind and that he does not deserve their kindness. Along with Leopold, there is another man present at the meeting named Laszlo, who is Charlie's informant. Charlie thanks him for his help, because last time he wouldn't have been able to achieve anything without his support. Laszlo, in turn, says that this is too high an assessment of his work, and that it was an honor for him. Charlie notices the empty seat and wonders who was supposed to come here. Leopold apologizes for the inconvenience, adding that there really is another person due to come here. After a while, the doors open and a beautiful girl in a suit named Sophia enters. Leopold says that she has finally arrived, adding that they haven't seen each other for a long time, so he decided to have dinner with her. Sophia says that he hardly showed concern for no reason, and tries to understand who he wants to introduce to her. Leopold says with a smile that she is still as straightforward and willful as before. He points to Charlie and tells her that he is the richest man on the internet at the moment. Leopold, meanwhile, claims that Sophia is an artist who works in his company and is trying to get to the top. Charlie extends his hand to her, saying that he has heard of her, as she was a top star not long ago. Charlie notes that now he understands why the rich are so eager to get into show business, because such beauty and figure are incredible. The system informs him that this is another goal to conquer, which can be used to gain the songwriting skill. Sophia immediately declares that internet-rich people are absolutely not her type, so she is not interested in dating. Leopold immediately apologizes for such behavior and says that he and she will go outside for a minute. Charlie doesn't pay much attention to this and says that they can do whatever they want. After a while, the doors slam loudly, and an active discussion begins between them. Meanwhile, Charlie asks Laszlo why Leopold suddenly decided to introduce him to this artist. Laszlo reports that Sophia insulted director Gao last year and was blacklisted, and her talent was buried. Charlie says he heard something about it because the news reported that she became a star on the set. Laszlo reveals that half of what was written about her was a lie, as the director decided to set her up. Charlie also asks what the relationship is between Sophia and Leopold, noting that they don't seem related. Laszlo states that Sophia is the daughter of Leopold's friend, so he does everything to help her advance. Laszlo also emphasizes her incredible stubbornness, stating that she was unable to make useful connections. Charlie says with a smile that this is just wonderful, because this is exactly the kind of people he likes. Laszlo looks at him in surprise and asks what is so wonderful about it if it is difficult to work with such a person. Charlie tries to correct himself and says that he meant that Mr. Leopold is just a great person. Charlie realizes that a disgraced star, rejected by society, is the perfect candidate to spend money on. Meanwhile, Leopold is trying to catch up with Sophia, who does not want to talk to him about such topics. Leopold says Charlie is a good man and has a lot of money that will help her get back into the industry. Sophia says she knows very well that this man spends millions on various streamers and has been seen with many women. Leopold reports that Selena's family has rebuilt their empire, but there are no rumors of their relationship. After this, he asks her if she wants to bear the stigma of a disgraced star for the rest of her life and live in shame. After a while, they return to the room and apologize to Charlie for Sophia being too stubborn. Charlie says he understands everything perfectly, because any star must have a character that matches his ambitions. Leopold informs him that he just received a call and needs to return to the company immediately to sort things out. He turns to Sophia and tells her that she must take care of Mr. Charlie. Sophia looks at him with displeasure, then sighs and says that she will do everything in her power. Laszlo also decides to leave, saying that he will bring the necessary information later, but for now they can talk calmly. Of course, after this, a deathly silence reigns in the room. Since Sophia is not very good at communicating with people, Charlie tries to appease her by saying that he has heard something about these scandals, but he is sure that they are just rumors. Sophia reacts to this information quite sharply and wonders what he means by these words. Charlie says with a smile that he would actually like to win her over with his actions. At first, Sophia flinches at such a bold manner of communicating with girls, after which she looks at him carefully. Her sympathy decreases even more, but she says that he can try, but must comply with 3 conditions. Charlie says with a smile that she can name these conditions and he will try to fulfill them. Sophia says he must buy a supercar worth at least 10 million, pay off a 70 million loan, and invest $1 billion in a film. She reflects on the fact that he is unlikely to be able to invest such a large amount of money and fulfill her conditions. Charlie says the first 2 points will be quite trivial for him, but the third one is more difficult. Sophia quickly gets up from the table and says that this is exactly what she expected, after which she says goodbye to him. Charlie says $1 billion is too little, so he's willing to invest 20 billion if she starts her own film company. Sophia asks in surprise if he really wants to give her 20 billion for her full use. Charlie says with a smile that now he is so rich that all he has left is mountains of money. After this, he gets up from the table and says that it wouldn't hurt for them to take a walk, and she asks where they are going. Charlie adds that they will go shopping for a car, as this is an opportunity for him to demonstrate his strength. Sophia accepts his bold challenge and arguments, since such speeches are unlikely to frighten her, because they must be followed by actions. After some time, they head to a flagship car dealership, where each car costs a fortune. There is already an unknown man in the salon who is carefully examining the cars. A manager approaches him, but he states that he doesn't need consultations now, and that he can handle it on his own. A few moments later, Charlie and Sophia enter the store, still in disbelief at Charlie's incredible wealth. A pretty girl immediately approaches them and asks how she can help them. Charlie says he needs her to show Sophia all the cars that cost $1 million and up. He himself says that he will wait for her in the recreation area, since he doesn't care which car she chooses. The girl turns to Sophia and asks her to follow her to look at all the models. She shows her a sports car that has been the best-selling option in recent months. She also reports that it was designed by an Italian designer and is equipped with the best turbine engine. The girl looks closely at Sophia, trying to read her mood but remains silent. After some time, an unknown gentleman, who turns out to be director Gao, notices Sophia. He approaches her with a smile and wonders if their star has come to buy a car. Sophia tells him that it is none of his business, and Gao reminds him that this car costs a lot of money and she has a lot of debt. Sophia turns away again and says that she is not interested in talking to them. Gao immediately blocks her path and tells her that she shouldn't rush to leave because he has a proposal. He adds that if she doesn't like this car, he can give it to her and also invest in her new film. After this, he leans towards her and informs her that the price for this will be small, and she will have to spend the whole night with him. Sophia immediately delivers a powerful blow to his cheek to push him aside. She orders him to stop and warns him that next time he will regret it, and it will end much more seriously. Gao asks her if she still thinks she will become a great superstar, and notes that she has lost her conscience. After this, he decides to hit her, saying that today he will put her in her place and show her where she stands. Charlie immediately grabs his hand, and Gao irritably asks him if he knows who is in front of him. Charlie states that he doesn't care, then asks Sophia if she's okay. Gao guesses that Sophia has hired an errand boy, adding that this clueless brat will not pay off her debts. Charlie looks at the director and says that dogs' eyes always look down on people. Gao says that if this boy is so cool, he should buy this car right now. He turns to the employee and asks how much the car they are showing costs. The girl says with a smile that they have a promotion today, so the final price is 5 million. Charlie looks at her in surprise and asks if they are really selling such a car for that kind of money. Gao calls him a pauper and suggests that he is afraid to spend serious money. Charlie asks if they have anything more expensive, noting that there are probably more luxury cars here. The employee informs that they have ultra-luxury cars, but you need the manager's permission to view them. Charlie states that he is confident in the purchase, so she can contact the manager for the necessary document. The girl is surprised by his assertiveness, says that she will do it as quickly as possible, and asks him to wait. Gao says Charlie can keep pretending to be rich as long as he wants. But when the manager comes, this theater will end. Charlie advises him to watch what is happening carefully so that he can immediately admit his defeat. An employee approaches him and informs him that the manager is already waiting for them in the showroom on the second floor. Gao, Charlie, and Sophia take the elevator to the second floor and decide to continue on. The manager immediately notices Gao and tells him that he really has excellent taste, after which he shows them the car. Gao smiles and says that he really has amazing taste and is very knowledgeable about good cars. The manager hands him the sales contract and asks him to read it and sign it. Gao looks at the contract in surprise and realizes that this car costs more than 1 billion, which is an unaffordable sum for him. The manager says that this is an elite car, and such a price is quite natural because the car matches Gao's taste. Gao responds by saying that these are very correct words, but it is not he who is buying the car today, but Charlie. Charlie, smiling, says that a limited edition for that kind of money is not that expensive and is quite acceptable. Gao advises him to stop putting on airs, because if he can't buy this car, it's better to admit it right away. Charlie says that, unlike others, he is not used to throwing around empty words and always acts according to his convictions. After this, he shows his phone and says that he will make the payment by card at that very moment. After this, he places his phone on the reader to transfer all the necessary money. He also asks to register the car in the name of this girl, who will be its owner. The manager says with a smile that they will process everything fairly quickly and prepare the necessary documentation. Charlie says that he actually bought the car and asks Gao if he has anything to say. Gao says that he was blind to Charlie's power, and then declares that it's probably time for him to go home. Charlie says that it is now entirely up to Sophia, as she now decides what will happen to him. Gao immediately begins to fawn over her and says that if her anger hasn't passed, she might hit him again. Sophia advises him to get out of here, as she doesn't want to get her hands dirty with him again. After some time, they finish their visit to this store and return back home. Sophia turns to him with a smile and says that she is grateful to him for his help today. Charlie says that he didn't like this man either and asks her to send him the card number to which he will transfer the money. Sophia calmly gives him the necessary details, and he quickly logs into his bank account. Sophia receives a notification that her account has been replenished with 200 million, which is a significant amount. Sophia mentally assumes that he is trying to shower her with money so that she will not resist him tonight. Charlie says that this money will be needed to pay off the fine and clear his reputation. Sophia says she knows how to use paid commentators to push her desired narrative. Charlie says that she needs to register the company as soon as possible, and as soon as everything is ready, she should let him know. After this, he gets out of the car and says that that's all for today, so he's going home. Sophia reflects on the fact that this guy speaks a little frivolously. Although he acts coolly and clearly, her sympathy increases by 10%. And Charlie is surprised that he spent 3 billion and still did not receive sufficient reward. After some time, he arrives for an urgent meeting that Laszlo told him about. Charlie approaches him in surprise and asks why he decided to meet so urgently. Laszlo looks into his eyes with concern and tells him that he needs to watch the video first. He adds that the video went viral online, and as soon as he saw it, he immediately recognized it, even in that lighting. Charlie says that it is indeed him, and wonders what the problem is that required the meeting. Laszlo claims that a little-known singer admired his talent and wants to meet him, but he hasn't promised anything. Charlie asks him what the singer's name is, and Laszlo states that her name is Lola. Charlie takes out his phone and asks him to wait a couple of minutes while he makes the necessary inquiries about this person. He notes that she has been in the industry for 3 years, but is still listed as a little-known singer without much of a reputation. Laszlo says that in this industry, talent alone is not enough to become famous, because there is no investment in it. Charlie learns that she has to take care of her brother due to the death of her parents, and asks her to give him her contact information. Charlie also says that it is better to remove this video from the internet, as he prefers to remain in the shadows. Laszlo says he is doing everything he can to get this video removed as quickly as possible. Charlie then makes an appointment with Lola's brother, and, being completely confident that everything will go well, approaches him. He greets him and asks where that very Miss Lola, whom he so badly wants to meet, lives. The little boy says that he should follow him because his sister is already waiting for them downstairs. Charlie gradually descends down, following the boy, and discovers that this apartment looks terrible. He also hears Lola's songs and realizes that the voice and lyrics are very good, but the melody is a bit weak. Lola says that he has excellent skill in playing musical instruments, and that she would like to invite their team. The system reports that the sympathy level is initially high, but if you lower it a little, you can try to win her over. Charlie says that, unfortunately, he is not very interested in joining the group, despite such an offer. Lola says that many competitions require them to perform as a group, so together they will have a better chance. Charlie says that participating in the competition is unlikely to bring him more money than his job at the restaurant. The little brother starts to lose his temper and says that Charlie is acting like a star for some unknown reason. Charlie says that in that case, it is unclear why they turn to him if they have problems with money. Lola irritably says that if he doesn't want to participate, he can just say so without further humiliation. Charlie achieves the desired goal and realizes that the main problem with their music is the lack of arrangement. Immediately after this, he contacts the system to open a store for exchanging the required talents. He immediately selects the necessary categories and puts the maximum number of points into writing the arrangements. Lola, meanwhile, asks him to leave here since they have nothing more to talk about. Her brother gets to his feet and tells him to get out of here, as his sister is no longer interested in talking to him. Charlie states that he said he wasn't interested in forming bands, but he didn't say he didn't want to collaborate with them. Lola's brother asks him what special thing he can offer her sister to make her interested. Charlie says that he can give her a chance to become famous with one song and win a competition that is coming up soon. Lola turns to look at him in surprise and wonders if he is really serious about his intentions. She also asks him if he has any published work to check if he is really a professional. Charlie says that he doesn't have any similar jobs and never has, since he hasn't been in this business for very long. Lola asks him if he comes from a musical family or a famous label, to which he replies that he does not. Lola says that in that case, it is unclear how he is going to write a song that will be worth anything. Charlie says that she should hand him a paper and pen, and then he will be able to write a real hit. Lola asks him if he really thinks composing music is such an easy task. Charlie states that it doesn't cost anything to try, so he still insists on being given a chance. Lola decides to soften a little and says that he will only have one try to impress her. Her brother hands him a notepad and pen and tells him that he will probably embarrass himself if he tries to impress. Charlie says that they should just watch him because now he is going to show them real skill. It doesn't take long before he manages to write a pretty good melody without any problems. After he finishes the finishing touches, he hands the notes over to Lola for her to rate the song. Lola says that if she doesn't like this melody, she hopes that he will leave this place on his own. Looking at the notes, she says that this is impossible because no one could have composed such a beautiful melody in such a short time. Her sympathy increases significantly since she never expected to meet such a talented person. Charlie says that he hasn't come up with a title for the song yet, so she can choose it herself. Lola thanks him for the opportunity and asks how exactly he wants to collaborate with them. Charlie says he will write arrangements for them and invest, but will not take any of the profits. He also states that she will participate in all the concerts he organizes, and Lola asks him if they are legal. Charlie says that these are just regular concerts and there won't be too many of them so as not to overwhelm her. Lola reflects on the fact that she doesn't know his intentions, but his compositional abilities are very impressive. After taking a short pause to think, she says that she agrees to cooperate with him in the future. Her little brother asks her what they will do if it turns out to be another trap. Lola says she hasn't been offered gigs for a long time, and without investment, they can't even pay their rent. Charlie looks at them in surprise and wonders if they are so poor that they can't afford to pay their rent. Charlie says that their basement is too small and shabby, and therefore completely unsuitable for a training ground. Her brother says that his sister really wants to change her place of residence, but this requires incredibly large expenses. Charlie says that, to his great happiness, he has a huge amount of money left over that he must spend. After some time, they move to a panoramic mansion, which consists of 3 floors with panoramic windows. The realtor suggests converting one of the north-facing bedrooms on the first floor into a workout room. Charlie says that the mansion is isolated enough that there won't be any worries during rehearsals. Lola says that the rent here is too expensive, and it would be better to find something cheaper so that they can afford it. Charlie muses that if they had known each other a little better, he would have simply given her the mansion. He says that she shouldn't worry about it because he will cover all the expenses. She just needs to train. Lola says that this is too wrong, since they just met and it is too much money. Her brother says that when they become popular and make money, they will return all this money. But now it is better for them not to live in the basement. Lola adds that when she earns money, she will definitely return everything. Charlie smiles and says that he will look forward to this moment. But for now, he will invest. After this, he says that since everything has been decided with the mansion, it would be great to sign a contract for 30 years straight away. The little brother immediately puts his hand on his shoulder and says that from today on, they are brothers. He also asks him where he lives, adding that he can give him a lift home. Charlie remembers that he is actually still living in a dorm with his friends and thinks it is wrong. He puts his hand on his shoulder and thanks him for reminding him of such an important thing as his own home. He asks the realtor if they have another mansion of a higher class, adding that he will take it for use. The realtor asks if the gentleman really wants to rent another property for some purpose. Charlie says he plans to buy it rather than rent it because he will be living there alone. The realtor says they have a mansion with an outdoor pool, but it costs $70 million. Charlie says that for that kind of money, he won't even look at it and will buy it right away without any problems. Lola's brother tells her that they have struck gold, which means she needs to get this man at any cost. Lola looks at her brother with irritation and asks if he is really willing to sell his sister so quickly. Her brother says that it is quite obvious that Charlie has a thing for her. Otherwise, he would not have invested so much money. Lola doesn't respond, but her affection for him increases by 15%. And she is now seriously in love with him. After some time, Charlie learns that Sophia's reputation has been almost completely cleared thanks to the purchased votes. Meanwhile, Sophia is thinking that revealing the dirty secrets of corporations is too expensive, and she is almost out of money. However, a few moments later, a message arrives on her phone stating that her account has been topped up by $1 billion. Sophia is surprised that for this man, such large expenses are the same as going out to buy bread. Charlie mentions that he recently met a singer and asks if she has any connections. Sophia says that if you want to become famous quickly, you can perform the soundtrack to a film or TV series. After some time, they reach the conference room where a meeting is taking place to choose the main song. The leading man says that their songs were rejected again because the director refused to add them. The girl says that the director always says that something is missing, but at the same time does not give specific recommendations. Another employee says he has never encountered such simple, yet at the same time complex and abstract requirements. The girl states that such vague demands are the most difficult to fulfill, and most likely it is easier to refuse them. Their boss tells them that if they can't cope, they should leave and not complain about the working conditions. His secretary immediately approaches him and says that they are looking for him to entrust him with writing the soundtrack. The man looks at her in surprise and wonders who decided to show such self-confidence. The secretary says that it is Sophia and some unknown singer who is waiting for them in the lobby. The sound engineer says that they cannot cope with this task even with a whole team of professionals, and orders them to be kicked out. Charlie calmly walks inside with Sophia and Lola, adding that they doubt they will surpass them in everything. The secretary says that he told them to wait in the hall, but for some reason, they did not listen to her and went in themselves. The sound engineer says that there is nothing wrong with this, since ill-mannered people are commonplace in these times. After this, he wonders whether this girl, whom no one knows, is better than famous composers. Sophia says that all artists started somewhere, and since he doesn't have a suitable candidate, it's better to give a newcomer a chance. The series' sound engineer understands that it's best not to quarrel with her, since she is currently at the center of a well-known scandal. He says that he will preserve Sophia's dignity and give them 3 days, but if they do nothing, he will not listen to them. Charlie says that this is too little, since they have already studied all the film genres and written a fragment beforehand. After this, he turns to Lola and asks her to play a demo version for the sound engineer. Lola quickly nods and says that the demo is on her phone, then takes it out. She hands the smartphone to the sound engineer so that he can press a button and listen to the performance. The sound engineer is immediately amazed by the incredible talents that Lola has demonstrated. He reflects that this is exactly the melody he has been looking for so long, because it meets all the requirements. After this, he apologizes to them for his recent rudeness and says that they need to go to the conference room and discuss the details. After this, he goes into the conference room and tries to chase away those people with whom he had just collaborated. The girl wonders how she can trust a newbie to write a song, since this idea is doomed to failure. Her colleague also says that if they decided to kick them out, they could have come up with better excuses. The sound engineer shows them the video recording, telling them that even if they worked for a year, they still wouldn't have succeeded. Once they start listening to this song, they realize that it is truly a work of art. A girl who used to perform vocals says that this is truly a job that a newbie could not do. Her fellow composer says he still doesn't have the same talent for arranging, although he works on it all the time. The sound engineer says that they are all untalented and orders them to get out of here immediately. After they leave the conference room, they wonder why Sophia ended up in the media space. The composer says that everything that was written about her before is slander, and the girl asks him to reveal the details. The guy says that the director tried to force her to accept unofficial conditions, but she refused, and because of this, she was slandered. They say that this is truly amazing news, and hope that everything will be fine for her now. Meanwhile, the sound engineer turns to Lola and asks her if this song is her own. Lola says the lyrics and performance are her own work, while the arrangement was done by Charlie. The sound engineer says he could never have expected Charlie to be such an unrivaled master of arrangement. Charlie says that this is completely original work without any plagiarism, so there is no need to worry. The sound engineer says that he readily believes them, but it will still be difficult to justify himself to the chief director. Charlie says that if they enter the project with their own capital, then the issue with newcomers can certainly be resolved. The sound engineer wonders in surprise whether he really wants to invest in the development of this series. Charlie says he can offer about 100 million, and if that's not enough, he'll add even more. The sound engineer says it's an excellent deal, and one that he's more than happy with. After that, he shakes his hand and says that their cooperation will be a truly legendary deal of all time. Charlie says he requests that Lola be mentioned during promotion of the film and soundtrack. He asks them how long it will take to create the theme song, and Lola states that it will take her a week. The sound engineer says that he will now ask his assistant to prepare the next version of the contract. Immediately after this, he closes the door behind him, adding that they need to wait a few minutes. Sophia notes that Charlie writes good music because not everyone is capable of composing such a unique piece. Her sympathy grows a little, and Charlie tries to understand why this happened. And at the same time, he invests in another girl. Sophia turns around and says that she didn't expect him to be so rich and also interested in arrangements. Charlie says that this is just a hobby, and compared to professionals, he is still very far away. Sophia says that there is no need to be modest, since this man is a famous sound engineer who is very picky. Charlie points out that Lola wrote most of the song, and Sophia decides not to argue with him. Sophia also addresses the singer and says that she needs to continue working because she has a great future. Lola smiles and says that she will try her best to reach the top of the music industry. Charlie, meanwhile, asks her how things are going with her, hoping that everything is going as smoothly as possible. Sophia says she managed to find several artists who found themselves in a similar situation, but there are almost none left. Charlie says that they can contact Laszlo since he is a private detective and knows a lot about such cases. Sophia says that Laszlo doesn't take on risky cases, and she has already approached him several times. Charlie says he's a pretty decent guy, and it would be better than just sitting around waiting for the weather to improve. Charlie immediately after this says that he will leave for a short time to talk to Sophia. Lola sees them off with a smile and says that she can handle the paperwork for this contract on her own. Charlie adds that she needs to follow up on the details with the assistant director, and that if she has any questions, she should call him. After a while, he gets into the car with her and they immediately hit the road. Laszlo pours himself a glass of water and asks him why he came in person when he could have called. Charlie says it's best to leave formalities and asks him if he's aware of Sophia's situation. Laszlo says that Sophia is very willful and uses daring methods, which is why she has been in the news lately. Sophia says she wants to take down director Gao, but social media buzz isn't enough, and they need something more serious. Laszlo says that it will be very difficult to keep track of him, since he has a huge number of guards everywhere. He also says that one of the journalists accidentally filmed him and the actress entering the hotel, after which he was grabbed by security and beaten. Charlie says that in that case he won't bother him, and adds that he has 60 million and needs a private detective. Laszlo looks at him and wonders how much he is willing to pay to have this information found. Charlie looks at him with an incredibly meaningful look and says that he has 60 million as a reward. Laszlo says that he can be a little timid, but for such an order he is ready to overcome his fears. Charlie immediately transfers half the cost to his account and says that he will receive the rest when he completes the investigation. Laszlo smiles and says that they can rest easy while he quickly finds the necessary evidence. Sophia sends him a list of actresses who were harassed by the director. Laszlo says that he will organize an investigation as soon as possible in order to help her. Meanwhile, Charlie asks her how things are going with the company registration. Sophia says that she hasn't had time to do this yet, as she needs to check the name and prepare the documents. Charlie listens to her attentively and says that it all sounds incredibly logical, and he completely agrees. Laszlo says that there will be a charity auction at the hotel tomorrow at 8 p.m., and the cream of society will be there. Charlie looks at him in surprise and wonders why he decided to mention this right now. Laszlo says there will be a special lot at this auction in the form of pledged assets of a major film studio. Charlie looks at him carefully and wonders if the major film studio whose assets are represented there has gone bankrupt. Sophia says that she has been around for about 10 years, and in their heyday, they were among the top 5 studios in the country. But this year, they failed. Laszlo says that this is a great opportunity to make a name for themselves, because if Sophia buys a share in this studio, It will be the best advertisement. Laszlo adds that a former star returning to film and buying a bankrupt studio is a headline for all times. Charlie says that these words are very true, and Sophia states that acquiring this studio will really make her job easier. Charlie says that in this case, tomorrow they will buy this studio without any problems and start producing films. The next day, Charlie heads to the hotel, but the security guard asks him to show his invitation. Charlie forgets that such events require special passes in advance and decides to call Leonard. After a while, a man appears next to him and hands in the keys so he can park the car. Charlie raises his head and says that he is not a security guard, so he will not comply with these demands. Chester looks at him in surprise and says that he lowered his head and did not immediately recognize him. Chester happily reflects on the fact that everything about him has been revealed, and now he understands that in front of him is an ordinary courier. After that, he takes him by the hand and says that he better go in together, since the evening is about to begin. The guard tells them that they must present their invitations to be allowed inside. Chester gets his invitation without any problems, and the guard tells him that he can proceed further. Chester turns to Charlie with a smile and asks him where he put his invitation. Charlie says he'll wait a minute and takes out his phone to make a few calls. Chester states that it is a pathetic theater and claims that Charlie is a pathetic delivery boy and that this is no place for people like him. Another person comes here and wonders if this city has really degraded so much that any mutt can come here. Chester recognizes this man as his cousin and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, but now they have found each other. After some time, a very expensive car, which belongs to Sophia, stops near this place. She comes up and says that the invitation allows for one more person to come, and that Charlie is her friend. The guard immediately lets them through, wishing them a good evening and making no further attempt to obstruct their passage. Chester wonders who Charlie is if Sophia is willing to stand up for him and let him go with her. Chester's cousin asks him who it is, and Chester claims it is the actress who tried to sleep with the director. He adds that he didn't expect that such a star would even dare to appear at this evening in the company of a courier. Sophia looks at them with irritation and says that these chatterboxes are as disgusting as ever. After some time, they go further and find themselves in a large hall, which is decorated incredibly richly and expensively. The host of this auction says that she is grateful to everyone for deciding to take part in this evening. She shows the first lot and says that it is a real treasure, since it is called the Heart of the Ocean. She notes that this piece is among the top 10 most luxurious items, and the starting price for it is 1 billion. One of those present says that if the auction starts off so strong, then this evening promises to be interesting. One of the girls says that if she finds a man who buys her this necklace, she will marry him. The bidding begins gradually, with each buyer gradually raising their bid by small amounts. Each of them is confident that he has enough money to buy such an artifact. The rate gradually increases more and reaches 1.5 billion, which is a fabulous sum. Charlie comes out to this auction and immediately says that he is ready to offer 3 billion for this piece of jewelry. Chester wonders if he imagined the courier just offered a price of 3 billion. The employee points out that the current maximum bid is 3 billion and asks who wants to bid more. None of those who have previously tried to bid on this lot will dare to spend such an exorbitant amount of money. After some time, the employee hits a special device with a hammer, announcing that the lot has been sold. Charlie says that he asks for the necklace to be wrapped, but he will not be the one to wear the piece. He points to his companion and says that he will give it exclusively to Sophia as a sign of gratitude. Sophia turns around at him in surprise and wonders if he really wants to give her such a thing. Charlie replies that 3 billion for charity is a great way to make a big statement about her return. Sophia says that this is a very logical strategy, while the system reports that her sympathy increases by 10%. People watching them say that they have already heard that Sophia is going to expose Director Gao, and they admire her. Chester's cousin, who is watching them, realizes that this guy spends money in the same way as the first rich man on the internet. He immediately takes out his phone to contact his friend and ask him a few questions. Meanwhile, the employee announces the second lot, which is an ancient gujen made of rare gold. The starting price is set at 30 million, but it quickly rises to 60. After this lot is gone, and after some time, the girl says that the next lot will be different from the previous ones. She states that it is a secured auction for a bankrupt company, and Charlie says it is time to get started. The employee says that everyone has heard of this famous film studio and announces a starting price of 10 million. Some wealthy people say this is very sad, since the studio was previously valued in the hundreds of billions. However, the reason for this is that the studio has huge debts to banks and very little demand for their products. Charlie says that it looks like no one is going to bid, which means they can get it for the minimum price. Sophia says that she would be happy to do this, after which she declares that she will take this studio for 10 million. An auction employee says she would be interested to know if there are any other bidders who can offer more. The rich people watching her are trying to figure out whether the actress is really planning to work for herself. They add that this is quite possible, and recently she has been actively attacking director Gao and is in the top news. The angry girl says that she has long suspected that this director is dishonest and is chasing after young actresses. After some time, the girl says that no one has expressed a desire to buy this studio, so the deal is concluded. She smiles and says that Sophia is now the owner of this film studio and its sole proprietor. She also expresses hope that in her hands the company will return to its former glory and become great again. Sophia asks everyone not to worry, promising that she will make this film studio even more successful than in its heyday. The employee says that she is very impressed with her courage and asks her to leave her information so that a lawyer can contact her. After this, she says that it is time to move on to the next lot, which will definitely surprise everyone. Charlie asks her if she wants to see what happens next or if she wants to leave. Sophia says that there is no need for this, since today's goal has already been achieved. Charlie decides not to argue with her and goes into the hallway. But after a while, he hears a familiar voice. Leonard says that they shouldn't rush to leave because there will be a banquet after the auction. Charlie says that today is not the best day to spend time together over drinks. Leonard asks him what the problem could be, then turns his gaze to Sophia. Smiling, he says that he stopped communicating with him altogether and started spending time with superstars. Charlie says that it's just nonsense and that they are just friends and there is absolutely nothing wrong between them. Leonard immediately introduces himself to Sophia and says that if she needs anything, he can help her. In response, Sophia thanks him for such kindness and says that she will not forget his words. Leonard says that there will be a lot of directors and brand representatives at the banquet, and people might be needed there. Sophia says that this is a very tempting offer and decides that she should go there to investigate. After this, they decide to follow their friend and find themselves on the 7th floor, where the banquet is already beginning. Leonard approaches Chester's cousin and calls him Bob, saying that he is the CEO of a jewelry company. Leonard also tells Bob that this is the same Charlie he told him about for a long time. Bob extends his hand to him and says that he is very pleased to meet such a star. Charlie says in a stern voice that he is not worthy of meeting such a major figure and that he should not have been introduced to him. Leonard looks at them in surprise and wonders if there is some history between them. Chester annoyedly asks him how he can be a rich man when he didn't even have an invitation here. Bob immediately slaps him across the face to calm him down and orders him to shut up immediately. Chester looks at his cousin with fear and asks why he decided to hit him in the middle of an argument. Bob immediately asks him for forgiveness and says that if his brother offended him, he asks for forgiveness for him. Charlie says that as a man, he shouldn't be drawn into such trifles. But this man has labeled Sophia. Bob immediately turns to him and demands an immediate apology to this respectable lady. Chester begins to fawn over her and tells her that she shouldn't hold a grudge against such an insignificant person like him. Sophia sighs in irritation and orders him to leave immediately before she uses force. Chester immediately hides behind his brother and asks him to say something to appease them. Bob says that there is no point in holding a grudge against each other and promises that from now on, he will sponsor any films featuring Sophia. Leonard says that Charlie is definitely not a fool, since he managed to get a celebrity to advertise his brand for free. Bob laughs with a smile and says that this is indeed a very good deal and will help put an end to this feud. Sophia reflects on the fact that this brand has always been positioned as luxury, so this is a good opportunity. After this, he shakes his hand and hopes that he will keep his word and fulfill his part of the deal. Bob states that he gives his word as a gentleman and will not show himself in a bad light, but will do everything possible. After some time, the rich people pay attention to the very musical instrument that they recently bought. They ask the owner if this is the same guzheng that she bought at auction. They ask her to play the instrument, but she states that with her weak skill level, it is better not to embarrass herself. After this, she wonders if anyone present can play this instrument. Bob turns to his friend and says that he plays this instrument well and should show himself. Chester shifts nervously from foot to foot and says that Charlie's talent in musical performance is much greater. Leonard turns towards the protagonist and wonders if he can play this instrument too. Charlie says that he spent a couple of days learning to play this instrument and was even quite good at it. Leonard immediately says that he really wants to test how good Charlie's talents are. Charlie smiles and reflects on the fact that he has no choice, so he will have to demonstrate his skills. After this, he approaches the girl and says that if he plays badly, he hopes that she will not be cruel to him. The girl lets him go ahead to show off his skills, and he gets ready to play a tune. Sophia is immediately impressed by the notes the protagonist produces and realizes that he is an incredibly talented person. Bob, watching the main character play, says that decades of practice are needed to achieve this level. Other rich men say that such an elegant and rich man is every girl's dream. They also note that it would be great if they could have a heart-to-heart talk with him this evening. The girl who bought this instrument says that it plays very well and she will add it to WeChat. Charlie, meanwhile, says that it was a trifle, so there is no need to add each other on messengers. The girl complains that crowds of guys often chase her, but this man doesn't pay any attention to her, and this makes her angry. After this, she asks him if he has the slightest idea who is standing in front of him. Charlie honestly replies that he doesn't know her and has never heard of anyone who could be like her. He is informed that this woman's name is Jean and that she is the granddaughter of the chairman of the city's association of antique dealers. Charlie reflects on the fact that she definitely doesn't have any money problems, so it's best not to mess with her. He apologizes to her and says that he is without his phone today, so he won't be able to add her in Messenger. Zana says that there is nothing to worry about, since he can dictate his number and she will add it. Charlie continues to wriggle out of it and claims that he has a bad memory, which is why he forgot it. Jana asks him what his name is, claiming that she can find his phone number with her abilities. Charlie wonders in his mind why this girl is so persistent in seeking his attention. He also reflects that he enjoys it, so he decides to leave his number, even though it doesn't mean anything. After a short pause, he tells her that his real name is Charlie. The system also tells him that this girl has a sufficient level of sympathy to try to win her over. He also understands that the reward for conquest may come with serious bonuses, but it is guaranteed, so he will not receive any benefits. After this, he decides to go into another room to reunite with his comrades. Leonard asks him why he stayed in the same room with Jeannie for so long and didn't come out. Charlie says there was nothing special there and she was just asking him a few questions about musical instruments. A rich girl approaches him and asks if he would like to dance with her. Charlie apologizes to her and tells her that it would be awkward, so he has no desire to do it. Another girl asks him if he wants to add her on Messenger so they can chat in the future. Charlie apologizes again and says that he didn't take his phone with him, so it's impossible. Another girl passes by and gives him her phone number, hoping that he will call her in the future. Girls continue to approach him with offers to dance, but he continues to refuse, saying that he doesn't know how. Over time, the flow of people wanting to do it becomes too great, and it begins to noticeably strain him. Charlie, realizing that he urgently needs to come up with something to leave this place and avoid attention, looks for a way out of the situation. To turn away all those who wanted to dance, he immediately asks Sophia to dance, ignoring the fact that he had previously told everyone that he couldn't dance. He even apologizes to them and says that he is going to dance with his partner, whom he chose a long time ago. Meanwhile, Sophia wonders if he was deliberately turning down all these girls because of her. Her sympathy increases even more, and after a while they go outside to leave from there. Charlie says goodbye to Leonard and says that he will walk Sophia home, after which he might return. Leonard says he looks forward to their next meeting, and Bob wishes them a safe journey. He himself also says goodbye to his comrade, and says that in this case they will also go home. After this, Charlie and Sophia get into the car and drive away at high speed thanks to the capabilities of the sports car. Chester gets into his brother's car and tells him that he has hired detectives to find out more about Charlie. He adds that according to the file, the man is 24 years old, comes from a village, and his parents are farmers. He also states that he received his primary and secondary education in the village, and then came here, constantly working part-time. He also reports that several months ago, he opened an account in one of the elite banks and became a VIP client. Bob slams on the car's brakes to think things through. He adds that he doesn't know how this is possible, but Chester must immediately recall all his men and stop the investigation. Bob says that a guy from a simple family cannot be a master of playing a musical instrument of this level. Chester suspects that the man's file was doctored, and that someone deliberately concealed his true identity. Bob says that this person's personality is probably beyond their imagination, and it is better not to mess with him. Chester says that he understood him perfectly, after which they continue moving towards the house. Chester, meanwhile, decides to contact his friend to tell him some amazing news. He tells him about the incredible Charlie, and asks him not to tell anyone else he knows about it. Of course, all this ends up on the lips of everyone, since word of mouth works regardless of anyone's wishes. Each participant in this rumor-spreading chain asks his comrade not to tell anyone about it. Of course, each subsequent participant in this chain breaks the promise and tells someone else in the hope that nothing will happen. Also, Each subsequent iteration of rumors about Charlie becomes overgrown with more and more colorful details. They eventually come to the conclusion that Charlie is a descendant of an ancient clan that is going to absorb all other families. This even reaches the city's crime bosses, who understand that a serious storm is brewing in the city. Meanwhile, Charlie sneezes because too many people remember him and periodically discuss him. Charlie also wonders why his right eye has started twitching constantly for no apparent reason. Some time passes, and the story moves to an expensive mansion that Charlie purchased for Lola some time ago. Her brother says that July is the month of new talent, and also the month when the music world changes its rules. The news reports that the development of the entertainment industry is impossible without the discovery and support of new performers. Her brother asks her if she really wants to participate in the rookie show again this year, and she confirms that she does. Her brother also says that she applies every year, even though the first 10 places are already allocated among the participants. Lola says she shouldn't be underestimated because she believes talent can beat money. Her brother understands that there is no point in arguing with her, and tells her that she can do whatever she wants as long as it doesn't cause her any problems. Immediately after this, he writes to Charlie. And after a while, he already gets to their house and rings the doorbell. Lola opens the door in surprise and wonders what he is doing here, since he didn't warn her about his visit. Charlie says that he himself does not understand what he is doing here, since her brother invited him and asked him to come. Lola's brother reports that his sister has decided to participate in the singing show again, even though she didn't even make it past the qualifying round. Charlie says it's a great idea and sees no problem with her trying to participate again. The brother explains that such shows are simply a way for producers to promote their protégés, and all the spots have long been bought. Charlie says that in the face of absolute talent, no amount of money will ever matter. Charlie also says that this year Lola has to show everything she can do, and that she can definitely become a winner. Lola claims that winning is not her thing, and that she just wants to be seen. But Charlie advises her not to give up. He adds that she needs to launch live broadcasts to gather subscribers and gain popularity. Lola says she doesn't know how to do live broadcasts, and Charlie says he knows the right people who do. After this, he gets into the car and heads to another place where his other close friend lives. Claire apologizes to her followers who ask her where she has been for so long. She reports that she was busy with an internship all summer, so she didn't go on air. But now broadcasts will be regular. After some time, a new person comes onto her broadcast and declares that he wants to become her top donor. He also starts insulting Charlie, questioning how cool and rich he actually is. Other viewers say that no one has been able to surpass this man in terms of spending money. However, this opponent states that he demands a duel with this man to find out who is tougher. Claire asks them to stop fighting and says that everyone who comes into her broadcast is a friend. In fact, it turns out to be Charlie from an alternative account created to find another way to invest money in her. He sends her a huge number of gifts in the hope that in the future it will come back to him in the form of a good cashback. As time goes on, he sends more and more gifts, trying to gain benefits in the future. After a while, the butler approaches Claire and informs them that a very important person is waiting for them downstairs. Claire goes down to the first floor and finds Charlie there, after which she asks him why he didn't say he was coming. Charlie looks at her with a serious expression and says that he saw that she was on the air and did not want to distract her. Claire suggests that it might be him who has just been sending her gifts over the air and hiding under a different name. Charlie replies that he wouldn't be so boring as to insult himself and send gifts. Claire points out that he exposed himself because she didn't say anyone insulted him. Charlie tries to justify herself and says that someone noticed a new person on her air and told him the information. Claire advises him not to make a fool of himself, as the way he sends the gifts is completely consistent with his actions. Her affection also increases by another 1%, giving him a chance to gain additional talent points. Claire recommends that he improve his acting skills, and Charlie states that he came here to talk to her. Claire looks at him in surprise and asks how she can help him, so he decided to come in person. Charlie talks about how he recently met a girl who is participating in an online selection for a singing competition. He also informs her that she has a younger brother and that she earns money on her own, so she needs help. Claire says it will be a small thing and will be happy to help him support this girl in the future. Charlie says that he will send her contact information so they can get in touch, and that when the show goes live, he will come support them. After some time, the story moves to a giant tower, where a major, significant event will take place. The correspondent reports that, according to their information, Ms. Sophia will officially take up the position of CEO today. After some time, an expensive car, which belongs to her, stops near the tower. The reporter happily announces that she has finally arrived and that it is now possible to interview her. One of the journalists runs up to her and says that she is considered a scandalous actress, which is why she no longer gets roles. They also wonder whether she has decided to buy a studio so that she can now work only for herself. She is also asked about her controversial relationship with film industry investors. Sophia says that now she can say anything, but no one will believe her, so her answer will be in her film. Journalists ask whether she will be able to attract investors and whether her film will be in demand among audiences. Charlie walks past the reporters and says that it's better to just wait and see what happens next. After that, he comes up to her and says that there is nothing more to do here, so they need to hurry. Once inside, they are informed that the manager is already waiting for them in the conference room, and they are shown there. After this, they meet the manager of the department of the business company that Sophia acquired. She reports that the company has 33 employees, 21 actors under contract, and more than 40 actors trying to terminate their contracts. Sophia, after listening to a long list of actors who want to leave, says that she should not continue. She states that actors and brands who want to leave should immediately terminate their contracts and be blacklisted. She also states that those who decide to stay will receive double salaries, and the manager nods briefly. Sophia wonders what projects they currently have in development. The manager says one film has already been greenlit and is awaiting release, while 2 more are in pre-production. Sophia says that she has understood everything carefully and lets the manager go about his business. The manager quickly leaves the room and closes the door behind him, leaving them alone with each other. Charlie notes that she really got into character in a second, as he even thought she was a real business shark. Sophia says she almost died of nerves, as acting in front of the camera and running a company are 2 different things. Charlie says she's doing great and that she doesn't have to worry about money because he'll transfer $20 billion to her. He also says that if she doesn't have enough money, she can just tell him and he will add more. Sophia explains that she will include his name as a special thank you, but he asks her not to. He notes that he likes to remain in the shadows, and Sophia's sympathy increases even more, to 70%. After a while, there is a loud knock on the door, and they are immediately distracted from their conversation. The employee reports that they have a guest who introduced himself as Mr. Henderson. Sophia invites him in, and Henderson immediately declares that she really is not inferior to men, since she bought such a wreck. Sophia says they are not close enough to arrange visits to each other. Henderson says she's making a comeback in the industry, so he couldn't help but come and congratulate her. He also says that he specially commissioned an antique Qing Dynasty vase for her to commemorate her return. Sophia smiles and says that he spent too much just for the sake of congratulations. Henderson says it's nothing, as he only spent $2 billion on it. Charlie looks at the vase and realizes it's a fake, and is happy that he's about to expose the man. He, assessing the high price, says that Mr. Henderson must be a real expert on antiques. Henderson says Charlie's expressions showed he didn't understand anything, so he just opened his eyes. Charlie claims that he brought cheap stuff from the market and passed it off as an antique, thinking he could deceive someone. Henderson looks at him with irritation and wonders how he dared insult his gift. Charlie claims that this is not ancient porcelain, but ordinary trash that they are trying to pass off as valuable. Immediately after this, he takes the vase in his hands and throws it on the floor, breaking it into pieces. Henderson says he came with good intentions, but he is being treated so shamefully as a guest. Sophia asks what this nonsense is, and Charlie tells her not to interfere and just watch. He adds that a real porcelain vase should be pure and transparent like jade. After this, he notes that this vase has a yellowish tint, uneven color, and visible cracks. He then takes a closer look at the shards and discovers a serial number that is there for some reason. Sophia looks at Charlie in surprise and asks what this all means and why he brought a fake here. Henderson says with a smile that she will say it straight out. Only this cheap thing is suitable for her, because she is also worthless. He turns and walks away, declaring that if she hopes to return to the industry, it won't be easy. Charlie asks who it is, and Sophia states that it is someone close to director Gao, with whom she is in conflict. Charlie says that he clearly came specifically to cause a scandal and advises her to be careful. Sophia says she will be careful, adding that she understood what she might encounter. After this, she asks him how he realized at first sight that this vase was fake. Charlie replies that for him, such fakes are just pathetic copies, which he cracks like nuts. Sophia thanks him again for today, adding that without him, this could have become a source of rumors. After a while, there is another loud knock on the door, and this time, a nicer man comes in. The manager hands her a list of projects and says that she has prepared all the necessary reports. She also reports that one of the directors is currently on a set outside the city, and is monitoring the filming of the reality show. Sophia says she would like to go there to check out how business processes are carried out in this studio. The manager says that he will contact the driver to take her there as soon as possible. After a while, they go outside to get into the car and go there. However, they are being monitored by other people who are clearly connected to crime. Henderson asks if everything is ready, and is told that these are professional kidnappers who know their business. Some more time passes and the action moves to the highway, along which Sophia and Charlie are driving rapidly. She asks the driver why it is taking them so long to get there, as the journey to their destination had been quite quick before. The driver tries to calm her down, telling her that there is very little left to go, and they will soon be there. Charlie wonders what the two cars behind him are and adds that they have been following them for some time. He comes to the conclusion that something is wrong here and that someone is apparently watching them, and the coordinates were initially false. He advises her to tell the driver to turn around, to be on the safe side and not worry. Sophia tells the driver that she forgot important documents at the office and asks him to return there as quickly as possible. The driver replies that returning now would mean wasting several hours, when suddenly their road is blocked. Several robbers armed with bladed weapons try to hit the car and demand that they get out. Sophia wonders what they should do, and Charlie states that they first need to figure out who is behind this. Charlie says that the criminals who came are probably here for money, so he can name a price and beat it. They are told that they never work on two fronts, so they should go with them and not try to use any tricks. One of them says the actress is absolutely hot, and wonders if he should try to get closer to her after the case. The leader immediately hits him on the head and tells him that there is no point in looking for trouble by ordering him to follow orders. The kidnappers tie up Charlie and Sophia and push them forward, demanding that they move faster. After some time, they are shown documents about the transfer of all shares and projects of the company into other hands. Henderson says he hasn't seen them for a long time, and Sophia reminds him that he is breaking the law and demands that they be released. Henderson says that if she gives him the list and voluntarily gives up the shares, he will let her go. Sophia asks what will happen if she refuses, clearly testing his patience. Henderson says otherwise she will become a new talking point for her fans online. Sophia looks at him with irritation and declares that any law enforcement agency will deal with him for such actions. Henderson shows the paper and says that if she signs it, she will not have to suffer, because these people are not friendly. Charlie realizes that these bandits look like professional fighters and decides that he will have to fight his way out. He turns to the system and thinks about the fact that he needs to use talent points. The system tells him he has 25 points to distribute, and he spends them on constitution, strength, and dexterity. After a short pause, he says that he agrees to sign the contract. But first, they need to be untied. Henderson says this is a more appropriate conversation and orders it to be ended immediately. However, immediately after this, he attacks the bandits and breaks their arms so that they cannot resist. One of the bandits, who is the most unlucky, begins to scream loudly from unbearable pain and the inability to fight. The leader of the criminal gang declares that he will not tolerate such attempts at deception and orders his death. Charlie states that he doesn't want to waste time and orders everyone to attack at the same time. They try to attack him and quickly neutralize him, but the only thing they achieve is powerful knockouts. Charlie states that they are seeking death themselves if they try to fight him, as he is far stronger than any fighter. Whoever approached him immediately received a powerful blow either to the face or to another important part of the body. The remaining opponents realize that they need to attack the girl to force him to try to save her. One of the bandits grabs a kitchen knife and lunges forward, hoping to pierce her with one blow. Charlie loudly asks Sophia to duck and jump to the side to try to get back to a safe position. He himself also rushes forward to intercept the knife blow and receive a slight wound. He says that he hates those who try to hurt women the most, and decides to take out his anger on bandits. He delivers a powerful blow straight to the villain's head, completely incapacitating him. This blow is enough for the bandit to forget forever who he is. Henderson wonders who this guy is and why he was able to take out 5 bandits so quickly. He immediately turns around and starts calling for help, after which he quickly runs away, so that it is not possible to catch up with him. Sophia, with the help of her subordinates, asks him about what happened, after which he explains everything, hinting that he was wounded in the arm. Charlie says it's just a couple of scratches, recommends calling the police, and adds that he went a bit overboard. Sophia smiles and says that she understood him perfectly and will try to make sure that he is not arrested. After some time, the police and an ambulance arrive to provide assistance to the victims. A whole squad of police officers cautiously approaches the scene, trying to understand how serious the problems await them. However, They quickly find the unconscious criminals and detain them. One of the bandits turns to a policewoman and states that this guy is not a human being at all and beat them up badly. Charlie and Jean lock eyes and wonder what they are both doing here. Her subordinates approach her and report that they have examined everything. There are 5 people on site, 4 of whom are unconscious. Zana says that the luckiest one is the one hanging from her leg, since he only has broken arms. Zana understands that Charlie has incredible skills if he was able to knock out 5 experienced bandits. Coming closer to them, she says that they need to go with them to the station to give testimony. Charlie looks at her carefully and says that he will definitely do it, since helping the police is the duty of every citizen. Zana chuckles and says that they will put handcuffs on him so that he doesn't do anything dangerous. After some time, they arrive at the site to compile the necessary reports. Zana learns the identities of these people and reports that everyone here is a wanted criminal. So this is a big find. Zana says that a group of professional kidnappers planned the crime, but they were all killed by one person. Her subordinates report that, apparently, everything happened exactly as she assumed. He states that 1 victim with fractures and 2 witnesses confirm this, and that the case can be classified as self-defense. Jean says they can let Sophia go, adding that she needs to talk directly to Charlie. Charlie continues to look around carefully and tap his fingers on the table in impatience. Zana reports that Miss Sophia was sent home, but he will have to stay for further investigation. Charlie says the situation is now clear and wonders why they won't let him go home. Zana replies that they haven't caught the ringleaders, and until they do, they can't trust him 100%. Zana adds that the only one who knows the whole truth is their leader, but he is now in the hospital in critical condition. Charlie is surprised that his blow was so powerful and realizes that he was lucky in his self-defense. Zana says that to have such destructive power, you have to be something like a world boxing champion. Charlie says it was a survival instinct because he was scared when he saw the attackers with knives. Jean realizes that Charlie is clearly a descendant of some hidden master if he has such power. Charlie is surprised that her sympathy is growing, although he had no intention of sucking up to her at all. Charlie says he has told them everything he knows and asks when he can leave, but they still won't let him go. After a while, there is a loud knock on the door of the office, and Zana immediately falls silent and turns away. Her subordinate reports that the hospital called and she needs to go there. Zana says he can go, but they reserve the right to call him at any time to testify. Charlie says he won't be leaving town and then leaves the police station. Sophia waits for him at the exit and happily waves for him to come closer. Charlie looks at her in surprise and asks why she didn't leave, even though she had every reason to do so. Sophia says she couldn't calm down, so she decided to stay, and asks him what happened at the station. Charlie quickly heads to the car to get in and tell her what happened. He adds that Henderson and the driver fled, so there are no witnesses, and he was asked to provide additional evidence. Sophia says she suspected that Director Gao had spies, but it's unclear how deep this went. Charlie talks about how she needs to hire a couple of bodyguards to ensure her own safety. Sophia says that if she starts looking for them now, it will give Gao more opportunities to take advantage of the situation. Charlie says that she is right, so he will personally take care of selecting the best security guards for her. They reach her estate. She stops, but is in no hurry to get out. She asks him if he is free next week, hinting at a small request. Charlie says that he can definitely help and specifies what exactly she needs to do. Sophia says she wants to go to Shanghai for her grandfather's birthday next week. Charlie says that it would be a great honor for him, so he will be happy to help her, and she thanks him. Charlie watches her behavior closely and tries to understand why she is behaving this way, because it is only her grandfather's birthday. After a while, he comes home and closes the door behind him to think carefully about what he just saw. Charlie turns to his friend to tell him about the situation and ask what he should give his grandfather for his birthday. He learns that his grandfather never loved Sophia, and when she found herself in trouble, no one from the family helped her. He also learns that this grandfather is very fond of traditional items, after which Charlie heads to the store. At the antique market, he meets several sellers who say they are ready to offer him the best goods. One of them offers to buy a set of exquisite porcelain, which costs only $5,000. Charlie says that such a fake is hardly worth even this money, so he is not going to waste his time on it. He is also offered to look at an incredible fan, claiming that it has words from celebrities written on it. Charlie is trying to figure out if they think he's an idiot for trying to sell him such useless things. After that, he goes into another store and looks around, realizing that everything here looks pretty decent. The seller says that he obtained this painting with great difficulty and is ready to sell it for only $1 million. Charlie looks closely at the painting and thinks it is an obvious fake, although the seller continues to mislead people. One of the visitors says that if it is genuine, he might even buy this item. Charlie says that $1 million is a very large sum of money, so it's best not to fall into the trap of scammers. The seller starts yelling at him, claiming that this painting had been thoroughly checked by several experts. Charlie says he immediately recognized the fake and recommends sending the painting to a specialized agency. The seller starts to get angry because this man is scaring away his customers and leaving him without income. A visitor approaches him and asks if he can explain what is wrong with the painting. The seller states that one should not pay attention to this man, who came only to disturb him. Charlie says that he asked for this himself, so now he will show everything with the help of facts and logic. After this, he takes the painting and examines it carefully, and then tears off a small piece. He immediately shows the piece and says that they need to take a closer look at what he has discovered. The buyer looks closely at this piece of painting and realizes that it is nylon fabric, which cannot be old. He also discovers a strange number that is applied to the painting and which is impossible not to notice upon close inspection. After this, he asks the seller if he is completely stupid to have allowed himself to be deceived like that. The seller becomes nervous and claims that this is impossible, and that he really did not know that the painting was a fake. Charlie says that as compensation, he can choose any item in his store. After this, he carefully examines the store's assortment, but does not find anything interesting. He wonders in his mind if there is really nothing of value in this store. After some time of searching, he discovers a rather good sword that looks like the best exhibit. After carefully examining the weapon, he says that he will choose this specimen and take it with him. The seller doesn't understand why he chose such junk instead of something valuable, and decides that he was lucky. He smiles and says that he chose this trinket himself, so he shouldn't complain about its value later. Charlie tells him that all the items here together are not worth even 1/10 of this artifact. The visitor says that this is a very good choice, adding that this saber must be from the Three Kingdoms period. Charlie looks at his interlocutor with a smile and says that he also has a keen eye and is an experienced appraiser. The seller realizes that he has just made a big mistake because he didn't notice the real treasure. Charlie goes outside and minds his own business, but a man named Jeff approaches him and asks for some of his attention. Charlie asks if he needs any more help, and he hands him a large check and his business card. He thanks him for his help, and Charlie states that his actions do not deserve gratitude, and he does not really need the money. Jeff says that he already figured this out and assumes that he is doing well financially, after which he asks his name. Charlie says that his politeness is unnecessary, after which he gives his name and says that he is pleased to meet you. Jeff asks if he can help him with one more thing, as it requires an appraiser's help. Charlie says he needs to hurry to the anniversary, and Jeff declares that he is ready to give him a precious imperial robe. Charlie realizes that this is a truly valuable gift for Sophia's grandfather, and decides to make an exception. Jeff says his grandfather recently acquired the statue and brought in experts, but they can't determine its authenticity. Charlie agrees to help him in this matter, and asks to show him the way. After some time, they come to an unknown place that looks like a rich and traditional palace. Jeff invites him to follow him, but he immediately runs into a very familiar man. Jean and Charlie once again meet eyes and wonder what they are doing here. Jeff says he invited him to an appraisal for his grandfather and asks her to escort him. Zana says that she never expected that he also understands antique appraisal. Charlie wonders what this all means, and Jean explains that he just met her older brother. Charlie realizes that the world is truly interesting since he has already encountered this girl several times under different circumstances. Jean leads them into the chambers where her grandfather is, and knocks loudly to let him know that they have arrived. Once inside, she immediately introduces her friend, saying that he is very knowledgeable about antiques. Her grandfather says that such a statue is beyond the capabilities of some young man, so he had better go home. Jean says that Charlie is the heir to a mysterious family and has incredible knowledge, unique to everyone else. Grandfather asks her if she is really sure that this man is a representative of the hidden families. Jana says that he bought the item for $3 billion at a charity auction and did not want to leave it in his name. Grandfather understands that this is a strong argument in favor of the fact that this man is incredibly mysterious, and agrees to listen to him. Charlie looks closely at the small horse statue and begins to analyze it with great precision. Grandpa says he'd like him to evaluate the statue's authenticity, and Charlie says he'll do his best. He notes that at first glance everything looks normal, since the thing looks very realistic. However, he continues to feel that there is some kind of catch here, perhaps hidden details. Continuing his analysis of the statue, he realizes that the material of the decorative details raises doubts. After some time, he expresses confidence that the statue he just examined is a fake. Charlie says that the decorative elements on the statue are made from materials that date back to a later period. He adds that for accurate confirmation, it is necessary to conduct an inspection at a professional institution. Grandfather starts to get nervous and says that such procedures can damage the statue and leave cracks. Charlie says that if the test proves it's authentic, he'll compensate you tenfold for any losses. Jana's grandfather reflects that such confidence in compensation indicates that he is not just a chatterbox. He says that the statue has not yet been fully sold, so an inspection would be appropriate. He also adds that he is obliged to notify the owner about such a procedure. After some time, a merchant arrives at the premises and tries to sell him this statue. The owner comes and asks if he was really called to resolve the issue of purchasing this statue. Grandpa says he has doubts and gives the floor to Charlie to explain everything. The merchant looks at the protagonist with irritation and asks what he can say. Charlie looks him in the eye and tells him that the statue is a fake for several reasons. The owner of the statue immediately loses his temper and asks if he has any evidence to support such bold accusations. Charlie says he has no proof yet and offers to send the statue for inspection, promising to compensate for all costs. The owner stands up and looks at his grandfather in surprise, wondering what he is going to say with this bold act. He begins to talk about how they themselves wanted to buy this statue, and now they doubt its authenticity, which undermines his reputation. Immediately after this, he takes the statue, declaring that in this case he simply will not sell it, and says goodbye to them. Charlie realizes he has the perfect chance to expose him and asks him to stop. After he doesn't comply with his demand, he takes a step forward, slips and hits him with his elbow right in the back. The old man cannot withstand such strong pressure and lets go of the statue, which falls to the ground and breaks. He immediately looks at him with irritation and says that he just destroyed a statue worth several billion. Charlie says that if he claims that this vase is so expensive, then he is certainly not lying. He also says that if he has enough courage, he can call the police so that they can check everything. Zana looks at the fragments in surprise and carefully analyzes their quality. She says that no checks will be necessary, showing the fragments and claiming that everything is already clear here. Grandfather looks at the fragments in surprise and discovers that there is a serial number inside them. He also asks the seller how Arabic numerals could have appeared on ancient artifacts. Zana is impressed by his skills and notes that he can solve any detective problem. Her sympathy increases significantly, and she decides that it is time to arrest this scoundrel who tried to deceive them. She says that there is now every reason to suspect him of participating in a large-scale counterfeiting scheme. Charlie says that he completely forgot that Jana is a police operative. Her grandfather says that he did not immediately notice such a young hero and thanks him for his help. Charlie says that even without his involvement, they would still have begun to doubt the authenticity of this thing. Grandpa asks him sharply how he met his granddaughter, and Charlie replies that it is a very long story. After some time, all the family members thank him for helping them so kindly. Jeff brings him the reward he had promised in advance for saving them from a major financial loss. Charlie says that he has one more question for him. Jeff replies that he can ask any questions, and Charlie asks what the numbers are. Jeff says that these are the results of the counterfeiting investigation that Jana is conducting. They add that all of these counterfeits were linked to a man named Lockheed, about whom there is already a case file. Charlie says that in that case, he will definitely come to them next time. But now, it's time for him to leave. The grandfather begins to scold his grandson, saying that he has followed him for so many years, but still has not been able to become a great appraiser. A week later, they are transported to Sophia's family home, which is located in the city of Shanghai. Charlie and Sophia arrive at the door and are immediately greeted by Sophia's cousin, who looks at her in surprise. She asks her how she dared to come back after that incident, stating that if she were in her place, she would never show up again. Sophia turns to her sister Fiona and says that she has come today to talk to her. Sophia also tells her companion to ignore her and just go inside. Fiona wonders who the man is, noting that he seems familiar. After some time, she looks through the recordings and realizes that this man must be her sister's security guard. Meanwhile, Sophia and Charlie go inside and look around, realizing that the place is already full of people. Sophia immediately attracts attention, saying that she is the embodiment of the ideal female image. Charlie also attracts a lot of attention as people become curious about who the strange man next to her is. Many people assume that he is just an ordinary poor man who is completely unsuitable for her. Sophia says that they were late, but still prepared a gift to cheer him up. Grandfather looks at her with irritation and asks how she dares to appear in front of him after what happened. Fiona also says that she came back, but it is unclear why she brought a random person with her. Fiona says that this guy is just a security guard, which means that Sophia doesn't respect him since she brought him with her. Sophia says this is not true, adding that Charlie is a very capable man, since he bought her film company. Fiona says it must be a joke and wonders what family Charlie comes from. An unknown young man approaches them and immediately addresses Fiona. Fiona says the man is her boyfriend Durden, adding that his family is in the real estate business. Grandpa says her boyfriend really looks decent. Fiona adds that he came at the right time because there are things here that he needs to understand. She points to her cousin and says that her boyfriend bought an entire film company for her and asks what he knows about it. Durden looks at Charlie carefully and says that he has never heard of this man or seen him in person. Charlie looks at him with disdain and says that it is because he is not knowledgeable enough and does not know much. Durden says he knows all the rich heirs in this town, and there's no one among them who even remotely resembles Charlie. Fiona assumes that he is some kind of hired actor, and not the rich heir he claims to be. Sophia tries to object, saying that this is absolutely not true, and that this man is very powerful. However, the grandfather does not want to listen to them and says that they must leave, since they are not welcome at his anniversary. Sophia tries to dispute this, but Charlie says with a smile that there is no point in proving anything to these people. Charlie also says that they will leave, but Sophia wanted to congratulate him personally and specially chose a gift for him. After opening the gift, the grandfather says that it is an imperial robe from the Tang dynasty, which he should like. Observers say this robe is worth a fortune. They assume that if this is a real robe, then this guy really is the hidden heir of a very rich family. Durden says there is nothing to worry about, as the robe is definitely a fake. Grandfather asks the question, to which he states that the only remaining robe is in another city. Fiona looks at him in surprise and wonders if he doesn't even know such details about other families. Durden says he had the privilege of visiting the family that owns the mantle during his studies. Charlie says that the robe actually belonged to another family, but it was given to him as a gift. Durden looks at him in surprise and asks why such a rich family could give him this artifact. He adds that she is not even close to being worth trusting him with such gifts, and recommends taking the fake and leaving. The butler announces that the eldest son of the Liu family, named Jeff, has arrived. Durden smiles and says that now is the time to see who will embarrass themselves in front of the public. Jeff reports that he has come on behalf of his grandfather to congratulate the gentleman on his 70th birthday. He opens the box and says that he has brought 1,000-year-old ginseng, collected in the mountains as a sign of longevity. Grandpa says it's a wonderful gift, noting Jeff's thoughtfulness. Durden says a man brought a robe here and claims it's a relic from their collection. He points at Charlie and says that this man needs to be taught a lesson. Jeff looks at him happily and asks if he was going to give this robe to Mr. Bai. He adds that the robe does indeed belong to his grandfather and hopes that the relic will be handled with care. However, after a few moments, it becomes clear that someone has spilled paint on the robe. Charlie immediately says that Durden did it, and the kid wonders if it's a real robe. Jeff punches him in the face and says that his grandfather's collection cannot be fake. Durden asks Charlie who he really is, and he arrogantly replies that it is not their place to know. He also says that the robe is dirty, so they must compensate for the damage. Durden says that even if he sells his entire fortune, he will not be able to recoup the damage to this robe. Durden turns to his girlfriend and says that he didn't do it on purpose, and asks her to put in a good word for him. Fiona says that they made a mistake and were blind to who was in front of them. Charlie says that from the very beginning of the banquet, he was treated like a stranger, so they should compensate him for everything. Fiona now asks her grandfather for support and says that they are trying to mock them by taking advantage of their short-sightedness. Understanding the situation a little, he comes to the conclusion that if Charlie managed to gain respect even from such an influential person, then it is better not to quarrel with him. He adds that Sophia carefully prepared the gift, but this guy ruined it, so he must answer for what he did. He orders them to take him to the police, adding that if he does not pay, he will have to go to prison for his sins. Durden calls for help, but the police officer immediately grabs him by the arm and takes him to the police station. The evening then proceeds rather calmly and reservedly, which is the best Sophia could have hoped for. Given the circumstances, even just being accepted by her family is the greatest gift she has ever received. She thanks Charlie, saying it was the first time her grandfather had really stood up for her. Charlie hugs her carefully and tells her that there is nothing to thank him for, since he had a lot of fun too. He notes that she doesn't even resist his touch, which makes him realize that he has a chance to spend the night with her. Sophia looks away and says that he should wait a little while for her to take a shower. After this, she goes into another room and begins to carefully take off her clothes. Charlie is waiting for her to take a shower when he suddenly notices his phone start buzzing loudly with messages. After reviewing these messages, he realizes that someone was secretly filming them to distribute the photos online. Charlie immediately asks Laszlo how he got these photos so quickly. Laszlo says that he has already bought the photos, so nothing bad will happen. Charlie realizes that every move Sophia makes causes a stir in the information field, and discovers that the photos have been scattered everywhere. He understands that such things will damage his reputation and prevent him from building relationships with other girls. Immediately after this, he gets into the car and says that in order to conquer other goddesses, he needs secrecy. Sophia cautiously peeks out of the shower and wants to ask the protagonist where he went. She doesn't find him in the room and only finds a note advising her to get some rest and not worry. Sophia smiles and says that he suddenly turned out to be a rather modest guy, and this surprises her. Charlie receives a notification that Sophia's sympathy has increased even further and has reached the required level for a reward. Charlie makes an incredible profit and then returns to the mansion where Lola is currently located. She opens the door for him in surprise and asks why he came here, since he didn't announce his visit. Charlie says he looked at the online results and that she is in 32nd place, which is not that high. Lola says she's worried that the top contestants are superior to her in both vocals and lyrics. She also says that everyone will be actively collecting votes today, and if someone overtakes her, she will be eliminated. Charlie says she has to attract a wave of votes herself to actually win this race. Lola says she just wrote a new song, but she feels like something is missing. Charlie advises her to rest while he is busy analyzing the song and adjusting it. He spends some time writing an incredible song that is sure to blow up the charts. He hands her the new version along with the lyrics, saying it should sound a little better. Lola carefully analyzes these corrections and realizes that these lines contain as much emotion as professional writers. Lola looks at him sincerely and says that he is a real genius who has descended to this earth. Without thinking twice, she takes a few steps to kiss him and show her sincere affection. Charlie says she has to watch her reputation and reminds her that her brother lives in this house. Lola asks why he is shy and reminds him that he can sign her songs and then she will become a hit. Charlie says fame is too much of a hassle and he prefers to stay in the shadows at all costs. Lola smiles and says that she was a little arrogant when she thought that he would agree to this. Charlie says that she better go on air tonight with this song, and it will definitely gain a lot of popularity. Lola says she'll practice a bit during the day and then start broadcasting to get votes in the evening. The moment is transferred several hours ahead, when Lola has already well-honed all the nuances of the new song. She receives many comments saying that her vocals are at a professional level and that she sings simply superbly. Lola thanks them for their support, saying that she is participating in the online selection for the show and asks for support there. Her brother is watching the broadcast closely, but his face shows that the situation is not the best. He says that there are only a little over 10,000 views, and thus it is impossible to collect votes. Charlie says he knows exactly what he's doing in this situation and enters the chat to boost her rating. Within moments, huge amounts of gifts begin to flow into her account, pushing her up the rankings. Her brother monitors the changes in the rankings and says that his sister's position is starting to rise rapidly. After a while, he announces that she is now in first place, and Charlie declares that it was nothing. Lola thanks the viewers and says that if they don't mind, they should vote for the streamer in the new competition. Charlie turns to her brother and asks how much her ranking has changed in this competition. Looking at the ranking changes, he says that she is now in 8th place, but is confidently moving forward. After the voting ends, he announces that Lola took 2nd place, and a certain Linda took 1st place. Viewers say that there is no shame in losing to such an opponent, since she is a protege of Phoenix Entertainment. Lola says that this result can already be considered excellent, since there are 10 days left until the main competition. Charlie says that since she debuted that day, he has written 2 more songs for her to break into the charts. With these words, he hands her the stunningly written notes that only a true genius could have created. Lola looks at this work of the highest art in amazement and says that only a genius could have come up with this. Charlie says he has a whole storehouse of surprises, and that in time, she will find out what he is really capable of. He also says that it's late in the evening, so he needs to leave, hoping that she will choose one of these songs and rehearse it. Another 10 days pass, and the time comes when it is necessary to go on stage and make a splash throughout the country. Her brother supports her and says that today is her first time on stage and she shouldn't worry. She just needs to be herself. Charlie says that she really should get ready properly and declares that they will go take their seats. Meanwhile, several people gather near the jury and agree on who to vote for. Lola's brother says to look there, adding that the two look very familiar. He claims that this guy is an employee of Phoenix Entertainment, and his girlfriend's name is Linda. Charlie says he knows quite a lot, but is told he will do everything to ensure his sister's victory. Charlie adds that even if all the judges were bribed, it would be impossible to go against the audience's vote. Smiling, he says that he is not worried about this because he believes in her exceptional talent. The brother tries to object to him, but he says that they just need to wait and see how it all ends. After a while, the competition begins, and the host says that they need to let the world hear their angelic voices. A huge number of viewers who came here happily voted for Linda and said that she won them over. Linda greets the audience and says that today she will perform the song Happy Parting and hopes that they will like it. After she begins to perform the song, the audience explodes with delight. But it does not last long. Many people say it's wonderful, but some people are starting to suspect something strange. Some people feel that there is something wrong with her voice, as it sounds a little different than on the recordings. One of the viewers comes to the conclusion that they still praised her too much without hearing her live. But it is noted that, apparently, a sound engineer worked on this, who tightened up her voice with all his might. Linda concludes her speech and thanks everyone for their attention, hoping that they will vote for her. The presenter thanks the singer and announces the next participant, Lola. After this, Lola carefully walks onto the stage and prepares to begin performing her song. She announces that today she will perform a song about an invincible girl who goes towards her goals no matter what. Some viewers look at her in surprise and wonder how she even got here since she has no hits. Some judges believe that it is better to trust the opinion of the audience, so ordinary singers should not embarrass themselves. Lola says there is nothing wrong with being an ordinary person, because everyone can sing and dream. Charlie says she came in second thanks to the audience's votes, which means she has every right to perform. Spectators, who always support ordinary performers, say that ordinary people also have the right to perform their songs. They proudly say that a simple girl, Lola, has every right to pursue her great dream. After this, they start shouting loudly that they support her no matter what, because it is worthy of respect. One of the judges says that she should be given a high five, but the performance can be deliberately made more difficult. The girl announces that the competition continues, but before doing so, she makes one important clarification. She adds that before the performance, an anonymous complaint was received, claiming that her song had been stolen. She clarifies that for the sake of fairness and justice, all the songs she brought to perform cannot be used, and another one must be submitted. Lola recalls that Charlie wrote 2 songs for her so that she could always choose one of them. According to him, one song is suitable for a solo performance, and he specially adapted the other one to her style. Charlie also advises learning the songs better, as various incidents can arise during the performance. Lola sits down at the musical instruments and notices that many of them haven't been outside to look at the scenery for a long time. She says she has written another song and hopes the audience will like it. After a short pause and waiting for complete silence, she begins to perform the song on a traditional instrument. Spectators watching her are immediately captivated by her incredible performance technique. Some spectators even shed tears, indicating that they were deeply moved by her performance. One of the spectators says that he has been studying poetry for 12 years, and these lines make him want to get down on his knees and pray. They add that they didn't expect that she not only sings beautifully, but also plays the guzheng, and this makes her much stronger than Linda. The audience begins to loudly support her, declaring that her performance and delivery are simply incredible. After she finishes her performance, the jury says it's time to count the votes. They add that she performed excellently, but still give their votes to Linda, and the rest of the jury members come to the same decision. The head judge says that if at least one judge does not vote for her, she must receive 100 votes from the audience. Lola says she believes in herself and that the audience will choose a truly worthy performance. The next second, it becomes clear that she has collected the required 100 votes, so she is awarded the victory. Her brother immediately says loudly that he always knew that his sister was the best vocalist of all time. He also thanks Charlie for this success, but he replies that his help would not have been enough to win over the public. Spectators say that Lola's victory is now obvious to everyone, and no one doubts the outcome. The head judge says that his company is the organizer of the competition, so it should refuse to win. He also adds that otherwise, using his connections, he will ruin her career forever. However, Lola's brother opposes this and states that they are not afraid of him. Some viewers take out their phones and say they will film everything and post the recording so that people know the truth. Others say they want real music, recognized by the people, and not a scam from the rich. The people begin to rebel and say that all this is behind-the-scenes games, unworthy of art. Another judge says she has been in the industry for years and doesn't want to be blacklisted because of this scandal. She is reminded that the crowd is serious, and that if they give the prize to the wrong person now, it will create quite a scandal. After a while, he comes on stage and, on behalf of the organizing committee, announces Lola as the winner. Lola feels like her moment is coming and thanks all the viewers for their support. Ordinary spectators begin to loudly praise her, saying that they have never heard a more talented performer. After a while, evening comes and it is time to leave and return to everyday affairs. Lola's brother asks if they saw the chief judge's face at the end, adding that he has never felt so pleased. He also says his sister is incredible, and she claims that all her success is due to Charlie. After this, she looks at him closely and again says that she is very grateful to him for everything he has done. Charlie adds that the audience appreciated her talent, and he only helped a little with the arrangement. He also says that there is no point in standing in the road and suggests going to a restaurant where he will treat them to food. After this evening, the action moves forward a few days to Charlie's new adventure. Charlie goes online to check the news and discovers that Sophia has been the target of an information attack. A video was posted online of an actress who claims to have previously harshly criticized director Gao. After this, she asks for forgiveness, saying that she lied because she was paid a lot of money to slander him. After this, she bows guiltily before the audience, saying that she asks for forgiveness for the lie and apologizes for the harm caused to the director. Charlie wonders what kind of circus is going on here and realizes that it is urgent to sort out the situation. He immediately contacts Sophia and asks where she is, and she tells him to come to the set. Meanwhile, the action moves to filming base number 7, where one of the series is being filmed. The director says that the supporting actor who is supposed to act with him tomorrow has moved the scene to today. Sophia wonders why the schedule changes were not announced in advance, but only a few minutes before the start. The director says that this man is a protege of the president of a large company and behaves arrogantly. Sophia says that in such a case it is necessary to organize additional filming to avoid unnecessary problems. The director replies that he doesn't see any problem with that and is going to give her a quick rundown of the scene. He claims that the point of the scene is that the supporting character has been groveling before the goddess for years and then kidnapping her. He also says that to make it look realistic, he will have to tie her up, and she replies that it is nothing special. The director tells the rest of the crew that everyone should get ready because filming will begin in 5 minutes. Things are quiet for a while, but then members of the film crew arrive on set to get everything ready. The assistant director deliberately ties Sophia's hands so that they do not squeeze her limbs too much. The director says that it is very important to show real disgust and resistance during the scene. After he has settled all the issues, he invites the supporting actor to come onto the set. After filming began, the actor walked through the door and said that she was finally in his hands. Sophia immediately gets into character and tries to kick him, asking how he can do this to her. The actor grabs her leg and says that everything has been leading up to this for a long time, since he will not tolerate such treatment. The director says that this is an amazing immersion into the role, and that it was not for nothing that the investors insisted on this particular actor. The assistant says that if she hadn't known about his connection to the investment team, she would have thought he was a real maniac. Meanwhile, the actor says that she should scream louder so that everyone can see who can save her today. With these words, he tries to rip her clothes, and the director says that this is an amazing acting talent. He also says that if he hadn't known that this was filming, he would have burst in there himself to beat him up. The director asks if this is too much, to which he replies that this is real immersion. Meanwhile, the actor grabs Sophia and encourages her to resist so that she can see what he is capable of. Sophia understands that something is clearly wrong here, since this man is not acting like a real actor. Looking him intently in the eyes, she irritably says that in fact he is not an actor, but some kind of front man. The director says that she noticed this quite quickly, adding that it was nothing special, since they wouldn't help her anyway. Meanwhile, Charlie arrives at the studio and wonders what is going on here. He is met by a manager who informs him that Ms. Sophia is in the studio filming. Charlie asks why she is on set when she only had 3 scenes scheduled today. The manager replies that everything main has already been filmed, but the director suddenly added another scene. Charlie looks at her in surprise and wonders why there was a need to suddenly add another scene. The manager reports that rumor has it that the supporting actor was unable to film tomorrow, so the scene has been rescheduled for today. Charlie says that this is a rather sudden change, and tries to figure out where Sophia is now. Sophia warns the criminal that if he takes another step, she will call security, but he does not stop. He adds that once this video goes online, she will face a lot of shame for what she did. Sophia asks in surprise if he came from director Gao's team to try to harm her. This man immediately replies that this is exactly what happens when you go against him and try to eclipse his greatness. Charlie bursts in to save Sophia and frantically searches for the door she is behind. After this, he finally goes inside and realizes that he just heard a scream coming from inside the room. Going inside, he finds Sophia and a policeman who is detaining the scoundrel who tried to insult her. Sophia asks him how he ended up here, and Charlie says that he came here right after he heard the screams. Sophia says that this man is from Director Gao's team and risked everything to ruin her reputation. She looks at the villain with irritation and asks who sent him, although it is already obvious. The actor claims that he did nothing special and simply decided to play along in the scene he was invited to. The police look at him with irritation and ask if he really is not going to tell what happened. After the police officer beats him, he says he was paid to do a scene with her. Sophia asks the director if they recorded it on camera, and he says that everything was recorded in the best possible way. After some time, the situation settles down, and all that remains is to figure out what to do next. The director hands them a recording he saved on a flash drive, saying that it will be useful to them. Sophia says that she is very grateful to him and asks him to tell the others that filming is finished for today. Sophia also reports that she checked everyone associated with the company and found that the investors are closely connected to Gao. She also says that she simply decided to play it safe so that no one would set them up. Charlie says that he really does have a good head on his shoulders, and that he was completely wrong to worry about her. Sophia looks at him closely and asks why he suddenly started to worry so much about her reputation. Charlie talks about seeing on the news how the actress who accused Gao of harassment suddenly changed her mind. Sophia says that this actress contacted her, told her that she was being blackmailed, and provided evidence. Charlie says that he really was worried for nothing, and Sophia declares that she still appreciates his attention. The system informs him that he gets 1 level up point and can spend it on enhancing his abilities. Charlie decides that now is not the time to dispose of these talents and decides to wait a little. After some time, Charlie decides to visit the gym to improve his fighting skills. When he goes inside, he finds Jana training there and is surprised to run into her again. Taking a closer look, he realizes that a real competition is taking place between 2 fighters. However, one of the fighters achieves a confident victory over his opponent and begins to laugh loudly. He asks if this is their top martial arts gym in China and says that it is very disappointing to him. His opponent says that he can insult him, but he does not dare insult China. He immediately gets to his feet and demands a rematch, saying that this time he will definitely not disgrace himself. His comrade asks him to stop, saying that he is definitely no match for such a master. However, the young patriot says that it is better to die than to allow anyone to trample on China's honor. The warrior says that this is a stupid decision, since he is too weak, but his wish will be fulfilled. Before he can swing to strike, Jean orders him to stop. She says that she will fight him on her own to test her skills. The fighter looks closely at Jana and says that it was her he was looking for to avenge his defeat 5 years ago. Jana says that he was defeated then, and the same thing will happen now, recommending that he show what he is capable of. The warrior happily prepares for battle and says that she should attack first to demonstrate her speed. However, after the first blow, he easily dodges and says that it is too slow. He asks her if this is all she can do, emphasizing that she has lost a lot of ground. After this, he delivers a powerful blow directly to her body, demonstrating that he has gained experience. He also says that he has been training tirelessly for the past 5 years for this day. He decides to vent his incredible anger because he is now completely different from the person he was before. He also says that he will give her a chance to admit defeat and say that China is weaker than Japan. Zana says that she will never say this, and he can only dream about it. Immediately after this, she rushes into an attack, but he blocks her blows and delivers another one. This is enough to briefly incapacitate her and show that he is indeed stronger than her. Charlie grabs her and tells her to be careful, even though such interference is prohibited. Jean asks him what he is doing there, and Charlie replies that he was passing by and heard screams. He reports that he did not expect that their valiant officer could lose in battle, since it was simply impossible. The fighter orders him to get out of here, declaring that their personal squabbles do not concern random people. The tender patriot's heart breaks, and he declares that after insulting his country, he is now directly connected with it. Zana advises him not to take risks, since this man is incredibly strong, and he himself is not registered as a fighter. Charlie declares that the pathetic Japanese is no problem for him, and he is even ready to break the rules of the competition. He states that if he kneels and bows 3 times, he will spare him. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. His opponent says that these are rather big words for a man who has never done martial arts. Immediately after this, he prepares to deliver a powerful blow to the body of our valiant hero. Charlie intercepts his blow, taking advantage of the system, and declares it rather weak. The opponent looks at him in surprise and wonders how he was able to parry his full-force attack with one hand. Charlie tells him a long story about how China has always been a great power and was 3 heads taller than Japan. Immediately after this, he decides to break his arm in order to teach him a lesson, realizing that nothing will happen to him for it. The fighter retreats, feeling that his arm is now non-functional, meaning he is no longer combat ready. Charlie decides to vent his frustration like a real man and kicks his incapacitated opponent. This blow is enough to completely incapacitate him and cause him to lose consciousness. The competitors joyfully shout that they have won, although all the members of their team have lost miserably to this man. They ask why Jana hid the fact that she had such a cool boyfriend, but she orders them to back off. Jean thanks him, and Charlie declares that in such a situation, any patriot would intervene and punish those who offended a great country. After this, he asks her how she feels after such a serious blow to her hand. Zana starts coughing and says that she feels fine, trying to show that everything is fine with her. Charlie picks her up and tells her that she shouldn't act like a hero because she really is feeling very bad. Her sympathy increases slightly, after which they are transported a few hours ahead, after the end of the competition. Jana decides to talk to him about what happened, since this competition had a big impact on the situation. Charlie asks what the doctor said, and she states that her joint is dislocated and will probably be back to normal in a couple of days. Charlie declares that this is simply excellent news and promises that he will take her to the necessary place. They get into his expensive car, and he immediately hits the gas to get to their destination as quickly as possible. Jana asks him why he even came to the gym, assuming that he is somehow following her. Charlie says that he was recommended this hall to hire a couple of bodyguards, and he went there. Jana asks him why he needs bodyguards if his fighting skills are at an outstanding level. Charlie says that this is not for himself, but for a friend who is being watched, so it is necessary to ensure her security. Zana asks him if he is talking about Sophia and tries to find out if the rumors are true. Charlie asks her if he is really that terrible in her eyes. Jana says that he gives her expensive jewelry and also goes to her relatives' birthdays. Charlie says it was all just a friendly favor and asks her why she's interested in it. Jana says that there are a lot of rumors circulating around her, but Charlie claims that it is all the work of director Gao. Jana says that she knows that he is kind, but show business is a whirlpool, and he can be used for money. Charlie says that in order to clear his name in show business, he needs to invest a lot of money, and he has thought of everything. Jana says that if she is happy with this, then she will no longer lecture him about it. She understands that this young master from a secluded family has received an elite education since childhood and does not know about rotten business. Her stamina is growing, and just a little bit more, and Charlie wonders in her mind what she was imagining. After a while, her phone starts ringing frantically, and she realizes it's an emergency call from the police. She is informed that they have found the lair of the scammers they have been searching for several years. Jana turns to the protagonist and demands that he quickly take her to the eastern outskirts of the city, to the glass factory. Charlie asks her why he needs to go there, and she states that she is going to catch the scammers. Charlie says that her arm is injured, and in this condition, she is unlikely to be able to fight. Jana says that a minor wound is not a reason to leave the battlefield and recommends that he speed up. After this, he steps on the gas in order to get to the necessary place faster and not disappoint his goddess. After some time, they are transported to an abandoned glass factory where counterfeits are produced. Zana advises him to stay in the car and not go anywhere, as it could be very dangerous. Charlie follows her order and immediately gets into the car, carefully watching what is happening. Zana approaches another operative and asks him about the situation inside the plant. She is told that 4 of the 6 armed criminals have been neutralized, and 2 remain, but they have taken hostages. Zana wonders who the hostage is that the villains decided to use for blackmail. The operative reports that the hostage is a local child from the village who ran away to play on the factory grounds. Zana says that we need to take a couple of fighters to go up and act with maximum caution. Charlie hears this perfectly well, understands that the task is quite difficult, and hopes that everything will be all right with her. On the one hand, he understands that professionals are doing their job, and there is no point in interfering. But he is still worried about her. Charlie decides to intervene, since Jean has almost completely taken a liking to him, and she cannot be harmed. He asks the police officer if there are other routes to the roof besides the one the operative and Jana are taking. Someone reports that there is an emergency staircase outside on the 6th floor that was installed a long time ago. Charlie immediately runs to the stairs, declaring that he is going there to save the hostage. The police try to stop him, saying that the plant is old and everything is in disrepair, so it is dangerous to go up there. A seasoned policeman stops him, saying that he is a friend of Officer Jana, and therefore is definitely a capable guy. After some time, he climbs onto the roof of the building and looks around to find a suitable place. He also finds a fire escape and realizes it's the perfect place to climb higher. Meanwhile, the police are trying to calm the hostages, saying that they just need to talk. One of the criminals declares that the time for talking is over and demands that the police back off and hand over the car to him. The boy starts crying and saying that he wants his mother, and Charlie realizes that he needs to knock them both out with one blow. He turns to the system and thinks about what he wants to invest in talent distribution points. Immediately after this, he realizes that he needs to invest 10 points into agility in order to increase his speed. Jean discovers that Charlie has gone up to the roof and tells her comrade that they need to support him when the operation begins. One of the bandits wonders if everything will be okay, emphasizing that he is very scared. But the other one reassures him. Charlie, in turn, jumps out of hiding and declares that it is time to begin the operation. At this moment, he makes a sharp leap forward in order to knock the hostage out of the hands of these scoundrels. Naturally, he succeeds in such a complex maneuver on the first try, since he has pumped up his dexterity to incredible heights. Charlie takes the child and then orders the rest of the police to get to work and arrest the criminals. The bandits don't have time to move before they find themselves in the hands of the police, as they were taken aback by this technique. Jana also handcuffs one of the criminals and informs them that they are under arrest and have the right to remain silent. After some time, they comb the area and discover that there are no escaped criminals left here. Jana reports that, fortunately, the hostage is okay, noting that he escaped with only a slight fright. Charlie says he was very afraid that the child would get hurt, so he tried to do everything as quickly as possible. Jana sincerely thanks him for his intervention, saying that thanks to him, everything went very smoothly. Charlie says that, like any decent citizen, he has a duty to help the police in administering justice. Jana reflects on the fact that he is definitely from an ancient clan and is an heir with incredible real skills. The system congratulates him on his new achievement, noting that he gains 3 new special abilities. He comes home and says that he needs to rest, because his life has been very busy lately. He turns on the radio and hears a familiar voice broadcasting, which belongs to Lola. Charlie is surprised and wonders how long she has been working on the radio and why she performs other people's songs. He immediately writes to his brother to find out what is going on, but he says it is a long story. The brother reports that after his sister won the competition, she was offered many contracts, but she just wanted to sing. Charlie asks why her music program was moved to some late-night slot. The brother informs him that there is a presenter named Tenny who works in the music department and is jealous of his sister's incredible talent. He claims that Lola is naive and doesn't understand the underhanded games, so she decided that this was just a temporary replacement. Charlie says it's a terrible place to work and demands that she quit immediately and find something better. The brother says that this cannot be done, since the contract has already been signed, and the fine is 20 million. He also adds that with her character, she will never leave there and will stand until the end. Charlie says that this girl has always had a strong character and understands that something needs to be done. The next day, they are transported to the radio station to find out what is going on there. Tenny demotes her to a less popular category, claiming she can't handle the music channel's segments. She also reports that if she doesn't like something, she can resign and first pay a fine of 20 million. Charlie bursts into the studio and declares that he can pay such paltry sums without any problems. Lola turns around at him in surprise and wonders what he is doing here and why he decided to come in the middle of a conversation. Charlie continues to loudly declare that this kind of money is not a problem for him and that he will be able to pay it. Tenny looks at him in surprise and asks if he has ever seen such a sum of money, since he speaks about it so boldly. The radio station director comes into the studio and announces that the broadcast of Night Stories is about to begin. Tenny starts complaining about Lola, saying that she looks down on the show and dreams of being on the music circuit. The director says that she relaxed too early, because first she needs to get normal ratings. Charlie asks if they'll transfer her to the music department if they boost the ratings for the late-night show. The director asks who he is, and Charlie adds that he has a little experience as a presenter. The director reflects that it won't make any difference even if the ratings for the bottom-ranking show rise a little. She says they can do whatever they want, but if the ratings drop, Lola will be fired and he will pay a fine. Charlie states that he will fulfill these conditions and asks what will happen if the ratings double. Tenny says it's just ridiculous because she worked for years to make the music department top-notch. Charlie demands that she stop chatting and give a clear answer to his serious question. Tenny states that if he doubles her ratings, she will give him the position of first host, and Charlie records her words. Immediately after this, he orders the system to open a talent shop to search for suitable abilities. The system asks him what specialty he wants to choose, and he chooses the radio presenter skill. Tenny hands him the lyrics and claims they bought the copyrights for them for a lot of money. Tenny reflects on the fact that the ancient text is so complex that even experts have been unable to translate it properly. Charlie looks closely at the text and realizes that thanks to his mind, he knows all the languages of this world. After a while, the Night Stories program begins, which should impress late-night listeners. This program doesn't have many listeners, but every one of them considers it to be very underrated and exciting. One of the listeners turns on the air, thinking it's time to hear interesting stories. Listeners are wondering what they will be told about on this program today. Some of them have already lost hope and assume that they will hear low-quality stories again. After all, it is a radio show. Charlie wishes everyone a good evening and announces that he will be the temporary host for today's broadcast. Listeners react with surprise and wonder if the host was really replaced after just a couple of broadcasts. Charlie announces that today's story will be special because it is based on a Western legend that is over 400 years old. He begins to tell the story of the main character, who is immersed in the mysterious and frightening world of the game. His storytelling skills are so advanced that they immediately impress all listeners. One of the listeners even begins to see symbolism in the story where there is none. A child walks by holding a red ball, and he finds it very suspicious. He wonders who is walking around the city in the middle of the night, and complains that the children have become completely unruly. Charlie continues to tell the story, putting all listeners into a state of incredible tension and anticipation. Viewers say that this program was simply amazing, and are starting to recommend it to all their friends. Charlie continues to tell a story that is full of incredible plot twists and horrors. He brilliantly conveys the emotions of the protagonist and heightens the audience's fear even further. Tenny can't stand the tension and says that this is too scary a story to listen to. She tells the listeners that it is already midnight and recommends not to frighten the listeners. The radio station's director says that this program has achieved incredible numbers that never existed before. Tenny says that this is some kind of mistake, since no one will listen to scary stories at midnight because it is scary. She looks at the situation in surprise and tries to understand whether the online audience has already exceeded 100 million listeners. She says that this simply cannot be true, since her music department only reached 50 million at its peak. Charlie says that if she wants to achieve results, she has to train. But she won't have that opportunity anymore. Lola notes that he has an incredible talent for radio hosting, and that he simply walked in and made a record-breaking broadcast. Charlie says that everything depends on her and asks if she wants to stay at the radio station. Charlie approaches the principal and asks her if she forgot her promise, and she replies that she has not forgotten. Tenny reminds the director that her husband invested in the radio station only so that she could work there. Charlie says that he can invest instead of any other person and invest any money. Tenny says that over 3 years her husband has invested around 300 million into this radio station, and this is hardly an amount he can afford. Charlie advises her to keep quiet because he is talking to the director, adding that this money is mere pennies. Charlie says he's willing to invest $1 billion and asks the director what she thinks about it. The director understands that this is a very important person with a lot of money and incredible opportunities. She wonders if this is really the man said to be the heir to the hidden clan. She asks him what conditions he offers for continuing their cooperation. Charlie says that, firstly, he would like to fire Tenny, because he will not tolerate her presence on the air. Tenny looks at him with irritation and asks if he seriously thinks he can fire her. The director orders her to shut up and tells her that from that moment on, she is fired and will no longer work there. Tenny states that they will regret their decision, and then reluctantly leaves the room. Tenny leaves in annoyance and slams the door loudly, demonstrating his attitude towards what is happening. Charlie says that he will buy 40% of the radio station's shares, and all of them will be registered in Lola's name. The director understands that 40% will not affect her position, but will increase the market value of the shares, and considers this a good offer. She adds that she has no objections, and tomorrow they will gather employees to formalize the transfer of shares. Afterwards, they shake hands and say that working with each other is incredibly enjoyable. Charlie steps aside, and the director reflects on how she too would like to meet such an incredible man. After a while, they return home to Lola and her brother, as it is already time for bed. Lola says that investing such a huge amount of money in a simple radio station is quite strange. Charlie says he doesn't think so, because only those who control the voting power get more opportunities. He adds that he is investing in her, not in the radio station, because he believes that she will recoup the investment. Lola understands that this man is superior to her in everything, so she also needs to pull herself up and become stronger. She says that she understood everything perfectly, after which her sympathy reaches a record level. The system informs him that he has received a special ability for improved vocals, and that new money has been deposited into his account. After some time, the action again moves to the radio station, where the hero now works part-time as a presenter. Charlie welcomes all listeners back to the radio station and announces that he will be telling another story today. This story, as before, creates a real sensation, and it means that it's time to take calls from listeners. Only a few seconds pass, and he announces that he has received a call and asks who it is. The girl starts to get very nervous and says that she really loves his show, and he asks her not to worry. She asks him if he will stay on the program forever, as she really likes his style of storytelling. Charlie says that he cannot answer this question, but everything depends on the management of the radio station, and thanks for the support. After some time, another person calls him, asking if he is single and asking for his contact information. Charlie immediately hangs up and says that he will not answer this question because he has boundaries. He has also been offered to star in a film based on this story, but he says he is not very interested. The whole night passes in this way, and he has to answer uncomfortable questions about his private life. Charlie reflects on the fact that being a public figure is not a task for the faint of heart, and it becomes difficult for him. Lola says that since he became the temporary host, his program has risen to #1 in the ratings. Charlie says it's not a problem for him and asks her how things are going. Lola says that she has written several new songs and is going to record them here, so she won't go home. Charlie says it's an interesting idea, but then advises her not to stay up too late and not to overdo it. After some time, he leaves the radio station building and notices that there is a car in front of him. The driver turns to the girl inside the car and says that this man is that same Charlie. After a while, the door opens and two people come out and head towards the main character. One of them says that Miss Citrina really wants an audience with him and asks him to get into their car for a conversation. Charlie looks at what is happening in surprise, trying to understand what all this means and whether this is another trap. However, after he sees a beautiful woman, he realizes that this is another opportunity to conquer another goddess. He agrees to their offer and quickly gets into the car, after which he abruptly closes the door. Citrina greets him, says her name, and says that she was very happy to have the opportunity to meet him. The system states that this goddess can be conquered, as her initial sympathy is 17%. Charlie says that she has apparently been waiting for him for a long time and asks how he can be of help. Citrina says that she's the organizer of an event dedicated to vocals and asks him to be the host. Charlie says that he won't be able to do it because he has a radio job every day and a very busy schedule. Citrina says it's a TV show that brings in a lot more money than a small radio station. Charlie says that it is definitely not about money, since he has enough finances to not live in poverty. Citrina says that the matter should be about terminating the contract and adds that if he agrees, she will pay the penalty. The driver says that they have a huge fine and no investments, so they will have nothing to pay the penalty with. Citrina immediately orders him to shut up so that he doesn't ruin her public image in front of a potential client. Charlie looks at her in surprise and says that if she needs money, then this is great news. Citrina says that she didn't expect him to refuse her help and tries to understand if he is mocking her. The system reports that her sympathy has dropped by a few more %, but this is not a critical drop. Charlie says he was misunderstood and states that he is no longer refusing but agreeing to become the host. He notes that the higher the presenter's charisma, the more investment there will be, which is why they turn to him. Citrina says that this is absolutely true and hopes that he does not hold a grudge against her. Charlie says that he is not a touchy person and immediately offers to discuss the details of the future deal. A few days later, the action moves to the very place where the singing competition is to take place. The competition takes place in a giant auditorium, which has enough space to accommodate all participants and spectators. Charlie gets the crowd's attention by saying he's glad to welcome them to today's show. He also thanks everyone for their support and states that every participant who receives the mentor's approval will receive a prize. Tenny looks at him with irritation and wonders how he even dared to appear on this show. Her husband looks closely at this man and asks if this is the same Charlie who kicked her off the air. Tenny says that he must stand up for her to defend her honor in front of everyone. He looks at this scoundrel and understands that today Charlie will bear serious responsibility for his actions. Stepping forward, he says that this show needs a host with deep knowledge of music and a wealth of experience. He adds that, as far as he knows, Charlie has neither, which means he is not suitable for the role of host. One of the jury members in the audience suggests that he must have really annoyed this man. He decides to agree with him and says that there is some sense in his words and asks what they think about it. His colleague says that they are obliged to approach the project responsibly and suggests replacing the presenter. Citrina says that Charlie is a professional host and that his program, Night Stories, has garnered over 1 billion views. Tenny's husband says that he is some kind of worthless radio host and that he cannot be of sufficient level for this event. Tenny adds that even if his stories are popular, he is participating in a music show, and this is clearly not his profile. Charlie asks them why they even thought he didn't know anything about music, since he never said anything about it. Tenny says it takes talent, years of practice, and knowledge of composition, technique, and presentation. She notes that she has been in the industry for a long time and is hearing his name for the first time, which means he is an unknown newcomer. Charlie arrogantly says that she is not at the level to hear about great composers like him. Her husband advises her to stop throwing around empty words and says that if he really understands this, he must prove it. Charlie says that he will now perform a song called Invincibility to prove his level. Everyone looks at him in surprise and realizes that such a song doesn't exist in the world. Charlie cheerfully performs a song that he himself composed, came up with an arrangement, and loaded it into the computer. Tenny says that this man is singing some kind of nonsense, as if noise is coming through the microphone and the words are impossible to understand. Citrina, in turn, says that this is an unprecedented style and an unpredictable rhythm, as if it were a potential hit. The system has recorded an increase in sympathy towards him, and Charlie understands that he must continue to perform this song. Tenny's husband orders this disgrace to be removed, saying that his terrible vocals are making his head fall apart. Tenny tells them to stop immediately because it's starting to affect everyone present. She points out that he is putting on a comedy act because no one can understand this song, and he is trying to confuse everyone. Charlie talks about how a good song isn't necessarily one you understand perfectly. Citrina says that the text is not really outstanding, but the performance technique requires high skill. Charlie wonders what the rest of the audience will say to see how biased they are towards him. The hosts understand that this man really performed a good song, but Tenny's husband is their sponsor. After clearing his throat, he says that, in his opinion, it is a terrible song that will be a disgrace to the music scene. They say that he probably made it up on the fly to somehow back up his words. Charlie says that this is his own song, which he wrote some time ago but did not show to the public. Tenny says it now makes sense why the song sounds so bad if he wrote it. They note that this is not surprising, and now it is clear why he got the night shift at the radio. Citrina says that the audience sees everything and believes that they will figure out for themselves whether this song is good, since the final word is theirs. Tenny's husband says that in that case, he will let the audience vote to choose the best contestant. Some viewers say that this song is real music from heaven, and that they like it very much. People who don't know anything about music say it's a golden hit because they like it so much. They start shouting in unison that this song is real art and not trash. Tenny's husband says they clearly lack taste if they consider such works outstanding. He encourages his wife to go on stage so that everyone can see what real music and talent are. Some viewers say that without comparison, it is still impossible to arrive at a final result. They also claim that he has spoiled the public's taste, and it is time to restore the audience's sense of real style. Charlie smiles and says that he will be happy to see who comes out the winner of this confrontation. Tenny takes the microphone with confidence, as her work as a radio host has made her a confident singer. After this, she begins to perform a song that was randomly selected for her. Listeners who watch her closely say that she sings really well. They add that she even has an album. But in terms of performance technique, she still cannot compare to Charlie. After she finishes the song, she thanks the audience for their attention and leaves. Citrina says that this song is definitely worth listening to, but from a technical point of view, it is weaker. Tenny's husband says that Citrina is being too protective of him, as if there is something personal between them. Tenny assumes that, judging by the rumors, she herself dragged him here, which means he is her lover. Citrina says that this is complete nonsense since they were recommended a talented presenter. Tenny's husband says he's done arguing and suggests she prove her worth by writing a song everyone can understand. Charlie says that in order for them to admit defeat, he will write a new song for them right now. Tenny's husband says that if they try anything like this again, he will immediately kick him out of the industry. Charlie announces that he has prepared the next song, which should please everyone gathered here today. After this, He decides to perform a song he made up about how hard it is to be the greatest person in the world. There is a disabled person in the audience who abruptly declares that this song is so powerful that his legs are moving. After some time, he starts walking and says that he never thought that a song could heal him. Other viewers say that the rhythm, lyrics, and chords of this song are incredible, and that no one has ever surpassed this level. Some female viewers prove to be particularly impressionable, and almost immediately confess their love to this performer. Almost the entire audience begins to loudly pronounce his name as a sign of incredible support for his talent. Citrina says that she has been in show business for 10 years and has never met such a dazzling talent. Tenny's husband says it's unfair because he probably prepared in advance and planned it all out. He begins to swear loudly, declaring that he is being asked to leave the stage and that he does not deserve to be there, demanding that the performance be stopped immediately. Charlie asks him if it is really that hard for him to admit defeat and lose this duel of skills. He says that this show is sponsored by his corporation, and if he wants, he can simply close it. He immediately turns to the judges and asks them what their opinion is on this issue. The judges, who are clearly under pressure, say they agree to let the man leave the stage. They are in a position of servitude, so their answers are obvious, although dishonest. Charlie says he might leave, but it would still be a good idea to ask the viewers watching him. Tenny's husband says that if even one viewer says his song is trash, he will leave here. Citrina says that crowd judgment can't be a measure of a song's quality, especially if it doesn't play into Charlie's hands. Charlie says that he is not afraid of the opinion of the crowd, so they can express their opinions absolutely freely. Tenny's husband says he brought this fate upon himself because he suggested it himself. He immediately after this approaches one of the girls and says that he wants to know her opinion about this song. The girl begins to feel a little shy, since such a high-ranking person has never approached her before. Tenny's husband encourages her to speak up and suggests that she probably thinks the song is trash. The girl continues to fidget from side to side, not giving a normal answer, and this gradually begins to irritate them. Tenny demands that she finally make up her mind and speak her mind loud and clear, without fear of judgment. The girl pauses briefly and says that this song is a rare masterpiece. Other viewers say it's an incredible hit, and Charlie has become their all-time idol. Citrina says that about half of the audience considers it a golden hit, which means that the crowd's judgment can now be taken seriously. Tenny says they only asked a couple of people, so it's not enough to draw a conclusion. After this, she turns to the audience and asks what they think about this song. Every single viewer says that this song is an absolute golden hit of all time. Tenny wonders what they'll have to do now that the audience is clearly on their opponent's side. Her husband says there is no need to panic, as he has leverage to apply pressure from other sides. He states that Charlie is indeed a good singer and has won the public's recognition, but charisma alone is not enough. He notes that the main thing in a commercial project is to satisfy the interests of investors. Otherwise, these projects will not take off. He adds that he is the official sponsor of the program and states that he is against the appointment of this person. The hosts say that going against this person is a bad idea, even though they really like this new host. Citrina says that filming has been suspended, and she goes to the head director to find out what is going on. After a while, they are transported to the break room, where the director asks Citrina how she dared to go against her sponsor. Citrina says that she didn't want to quarrel, but this man behaved insolently and shamelessly. She adds that she doesn't want to work with sponsors like that and asks if she's gone crazy. Charlie says he can take over funding the program so they don't have to dance to his tune anymore. The director says that this is easier said than done, since this man invested $2 billion. Charlie says he is willing to invest as much as $5 billion and asks if that money is enough. Citrina says that now is no time for jokes, since an ordinary radio host cannot have such huge sums. Charlie says that it is not that important now, because he needs to get an answer to the question right now. Citrina says that if he really invests that amount, they will get rid of Tenny's husband and make him the main sponsor. Charlie says that in this case, the solution to this problem turns out to be much simpler than he initially assumed. The director looks at him in surprise and asks if he really has such a fabulous sum of money. Charlie states that he will invest the money, but he has one very important condition that must be met. They look at him in surprise and ask what kind of condition it could be that would make him part with such a sum. Charlie adds that this money should be registered not in his name, but in Citrina's name, so that everything goes smoothly. Citrina looks at him in surprise and wonders why he wants to register such a large sum of money in her name. Charlie says that his personality is too sensitive, and if everyone finds out who is behind this, he will have big problems. The director says that there won't be any problems with this and that he will immediately start drawing up the contract. Immediately after this, he joyfully runs out of the studio and closes the door behind him, miscalculating his strength. Citrina asks him why he works on the radio if he has such serious finances. Charlie says he works at the radio station because of a friend who recently asked him to cover for him because of some problems. Citrina understands that this man is clearly not so simple, since he has incredible talents. She is also surprised that he is very modest and adds that such a man cannot be found anywhere else in the world. Her sympathy for him again increases significantly, and after a while they return to the others. The head director comes there, along with Charlie and Citrina, holding a small contract in their hands. Tenny's husband looks at them with a smile and asks why the head director came here in person. He notes that if they replace Charlie and bring Tanny back to the show, he'll add about another 50 million. The director states that Citrina has just invested 5 billion and is the only investor, with voting rights remaining with her. Tenny's husband clutches his head in surprise and says that this simply cannot be, since the amount is too large. They hand him a piece of paper with a contract and tell him that he can read the terms himself. This scoundrel actually looks at the legal documents and understands that such a large sum is involved. Charlie says that if he is unhappy, he must invest more, and in that case, he will immediately step aside. Tenny's husband looks at him with irritation and understands that in this situation, there is nothing he can do to beat such a serious bet. Tenny says he needs to add more money to show who's in charge here. He immediately orders her to shut up and realizes that it is not Citrina, but Charlie, who is actually behind all this. He speculates that this man may be the heir to a legendary clan about which so little is known. He says that he has thought everything through and acknowledges his talents, after which he adds that he should be the winner. Tenny continues to insist and asks him if he was really afraid of some 5 billion. Her husband immediately begins to beat her, telling her to shut up and calling her stupid. After this, he turns to Charlie, who is no longer bothered by the assault on women, and asks for forgiveness. Charlie says that he doesn't care, since now the decision is made solely by Citrina. Tenny's husband asks her what she thinks of his proposal, promising to add a little more money. Citrina says that they can do without their offer, after which she orders him to leave here. He thanks her for her cooperation, then turns around with his wife and leaves. Citrina turns to the protagonist and says that she is immensely grateful to him, since he saved her situation. Her sympathy for Citrine increases by a few more points, and it begins to look like a very promising investment. Charlie says that gratitude is not necessary, after which he asks to continue filming this star show. She agrees with him and goes to the director to have him set up the broadcast. After some time, they find themselves at Leonard's residence, where Charlie ends up during a visit. Leonard watches a recording of Charlie performing the amazing songs that the whole world is now talking about. Smiling, he says that he has a versatile talent as he sings and writes good songs. Charlie questions where the video came from and claims it was cut from a live broadcast. He adds that the video is being distributed on small websites and asks that only official content be supported. Leonard says that Charlie is indeed a good singer, and adds that if he participated in competitions, he would become a champion. Charlie says show business is a circus of dreamers who constantly need money to realize their talents. After some time, he comes up with the idea of opening his own company and investing in other people's dreams. He suddenly turns to his friend and wonders why not open an investment firm. Leonard looks at him in surprise and wonders what exactly he is going to invest in during such difficult times. Charlie proudly declares that he is going to invest in dreams in order to make even more money from them. Leonard asks him how he plans to make money by investing in other people's dreams. Charlie says he's saddened by this simplistic view of money, because people need help to achieve their potential. Leonard asks with a smile if he really has so much money that it is in his way and he needs to spend it urgently. Charlie replies that this is indeed the case and he urgently needs to invest in someone to get rid of the excess money. Leonard doesn't take him seriously and leaves, saying that if he opens an investment firm, he can call him. Charlie is also getting ready to leave, but declares that he is serious about starting this company. He gets into the car and realizes that there are still a few steps left to make his dream come true. He realizes that he needs to buy the building and is trying to decide who he can transfer it to in order to make a profit. He begins to reflect, saying that every day he asks himself who he would like to give a lot of money to today. After some time, he decides to call Citrina and asks how busy she is now. He tells her that he is going to the business district to take care of some business and asks if she can walk with him. Citrina reports that she is just walking around the shops near the place where he is going. Charlie smiles happily and says that he is already on his way, and all she has to do is wait for him. As soon as he arrives at the place, He discovers that his companion is already communicating with an unknown person. The young man asks her if she really came after all because she changed her mind. Citrina coldly replies that he is misunderstood, as she is here to meet a friend. Her ex-boyfriend says they were very close during their student years and asks why she left him. Citrina notes that this is all in the past and asks to stop returning to this topic. Charlie approaches her and says that she has made her position clear and there is no need to insist. Citrina says that he misunderstood her since she is simply acquainted with this man. Charlie says that he already understood this, after which he looks at the guy arrogantly. The guy looks at Charlie in surprise and tries to understand whether Citrina really rejected him for this man. He asks who exactly he is to Lady Citrina, in order to avoid misunderstandings. Charlie replies that it is none of his business and that he is not obligated to answer such questions. A guy named Donald claims that their family knows the Citrine family and claims that she has no business being around someone like Charlie. He notes that it would be better if he abandoned his attempts at conquest in advance and did not waste other people's time. Charlie ignores him, realizing that he doesn't have time for such proceedings. Immediately after this, he turns to his companion and recommends that she ignore him and leave here. The rejected young man watches them go, unable to believe that some person is ignoring him. As soon as they enter, a girl approaches them and asks if they are going to buy this building. Charlie announces that he wants to buy the building to convert it into office space for the upper class. The girl immediately reports that she perfectly understood his wish and asks him to follow her. She shows him a top-of-the-line business center, telling him that it is convenient for an office and productive work. Charlie says it's too noisy here and asks if there's a more private place. She notes that there are quieter and more stylish buildings, but this building is already home to artists, designers, and entrepreneurs. Donald approaches them again and asks what industry Charlie works in, offering to help with the selection of premises. Charlie says he works in investment because it's what he does best, and because the idea excites him. Donald immediately calls him a fraud and says he will sign the contract and then just disappear. Citrina points out that Charlie isn't that kind of person because he doesn't even need a mortgage to buy the building. Donald expresses doubts about his financial capabilities, since we are talking about office real estate. Citrina says there are plenty of agencies here and you can find another building if they can't offer a suitable option. Donald states that he is trying for her sake because he does not want her to be deceived by some crook. Citrina angrily says that she doesn't need his help and asks Charlie to go with her to look for another place. Charlie smiles and says that the man is right and that people's choices need to be taken very seriously. He decides to give the man a chance and says that he would like to ask him a couple of test questions. Charlie says he always enjoys business challenges and is happy to answer any questions you may have. Donald says he has a friend in real estate who opened a new complex but hasn't sold a single apartment yet. Charlie says that the first customer should be given a 20% discount, and each subsequent customer should have their discount reduced by 3%. He also adds that free repairs should be included for those who buy apartments in the first 3 months. Donald states that this sounds logical and offers him another challenge regarding the 3rd Street property. Charlie says that this site is very profitable because, as far as he knows, a subway station will pass nearby. He also emphasizes that the plot is large, the price is low, and the loan will be easily approved. He adds that pre-orders can help cover the loan and ultimately leave the option with a big profit. Donald wonders in his mind who this man is, as he is an extremely rational thinker. Charlie also advises that applications must be submitted in advance, as participation in the auction is not possible without a permit. Donald says that Charlie thinks very subtly and on a grand scale, and that's what he admires. Charlie thanks him for the praise and wonders if he can continue the examination. Citrina is pleasantly surprised to find that Charlie is not just a rich man with a musical hobby, but a businessman with a serious approach. Donald says that if he is interested in any of the options, he can show you the residential complexes in person. Charlie points out one of the buildings and asks how many apartments have already been purchased in this complex. The manager informs that this is a new complex, where no one has moved in yet, and that there is a panoramic garden on the top floor. Charlie says that this is a great option and that it is suitable for him to purchase. The manager asks which specific apartment he wants to choose, adding that he will now bring the floor plan and the contract. Charlie smiles and says that he is going to buy the entire building, so he won't need a plan. Donald and the manager look at him in surprise and wonder if he is really going to buy the entire building. Charlie looks at them in surprise and asks if they won't sell him the entire building. Donald says it's high-end commercial real estate and asks if he knows how much a building like that costs. Charlie says he can name the amount because money is not a serious issue for him. Donald says the property is located in the heart of the city and has many features. Charlie says he's not concerned about the details right now and asks for a price for the building. Donald says the building costs $20 billion and asks if that price is acceptable to him. Charlie immediately announces that he agrees to buy the building at the stated price and is ready to pay. Donald asks if he really intends to buy the building and if he intends to negotiate. Charlie tells him that if he is afraid of his refusal, these fears are in vain, and offers to sign a contract. Donald says that now he understands why Citrina noticed him. After this, he turns to the manager and asks to immediately bring the contract for their client. The manager immediately informs that she is immediately heading to the documents department to prepare and bring the contract. After some time, they move to a special room for especially important persons to sign the contract. Donald says that if they are satisfied with everything, they can fill in the information on the last page. Charlie says that everything is great and hopes that Citrina will sign this agreement. Citrina looks at him in surprise and asks why she should sign this agreement. She immediately says that this is rather inappropriate, since she does not want to own such a piece of real estate. Charlie suddenly tries to play on his pity and tells him that he has serious problems that he needs to take care of. He says that if the property is registered in his name, his older brother will definitely dig it up. Citrina says that they only recently met and asks if he is sure that he wants to register the building right away. Charlie says that it should only help him this once, after which Donald immediately falls to his knees and starts crying. He says that he understands him perfectly, since there are also many intrigues in his family, and it is necessary to monitor his every step. Charlie hugs him and tells him that he has finally met his soulmate after so many years. Citrina reflects on the fact that children of noble families have their own special burden, and this must be taken into account. Charlie makes pitiful eyes and asks her if she agrees to help him in this difficult matter. Citrina says that the building can be registered in her name, but he will handle all organizational matters himself. Charlie smiles and says that this will not cause her any problems, since he is a very enterprising person. 2 months pass and he organizes this building according to his needs in order to run his great business. He proudly announces that he has good news, as the Wonderful Ideas Studio is officially opening. However, the bad news is that he has absolutely no clients because no one knows about him. Donald comes to congratulate him on the opening and asks where to put the basket of flowers. Charlie thanks him for his help and says that he can put the basket wherever he sees fit. Donald says that thanks to his advice, he was able to win his father's favor and received several projects. He also states that he will never forget this debt and will always help him in the future. Charlie says that his words are very nice, but he achieved this on his own, and Charlie only gave a couple of tips. After some time, the first client, who feels very confident, starts knocking on his office door. She carefully opens the door and asks if dreams really come true here, as they write on the internet. Donald says that if he has his first client, he will not interfere and will simply leave the building. Charlie wishes him well and says that this meeting should go as smoothly as possible. He states that she can voice any wish and they will decide whether to grant it, giving her 3 minutes. She reports that her father is a gambler and her mother is ill, adding that she has never traveled abroad. She also says she wanted to save up for a scholarship to go abroad and see her idol. Charlie asks the system if there is a chance for him to help this girl with finances. The system tells her that this girl has too low a level of prospects, and Charlie says that she should focus on her studies. He also says that he is grateful to her for her trust and recommends that she remember to stop by the reception and pick up a gift set. The student turns around and leaves, saying that she is grateful to him for at least listening to her. After some time, another girl comes to them and says that she would really like to have her wish come true. Charlie gives her 3 minutes and tells her that she doesn't have much time to talk about what's on her heart. The girl says that she comes from a village where they do agriculture and wants to help her family sell oranges. Charlie turns to the system again and asks what it thinks of this girl and how promising she is. The system reports that the initial sympathy level is too high, and Charlie redirects her to streamer Claire. She immediately thanks him for his help, and Charlie asks her to leave her contact information so that they can be contacted later. After some time, their grandmother comes to them and asks if he really makes other people's dreams come true. Charlie is very surprised when such an older client comes to him and tries to understand what she is doing there. He asks her what she came about, trying to maintain a polite tone. The grandmother reports that her granddaughter has gone missing and expresses hope that he can help her find her. Charlie says that this is not exactly his profile and adds that in such cases it is better to contact the police. The grandmother reports that her granddaughter has disappeared, that she just arrived in town and cannot tell her daughter-in-law about it. Charlie decides to help this woman and takes out his phone to call a friend in law enforcement. This acquaintance turns out to be Jean, and Charlie asks her if she can come over to help him. He has to stop accepting clients for a while to wait for the police to arrive. Jean leaves, and Charlie hopes that everything will be resolved well, after which he decides to return to the office. However, on the street, an unknown person runs up to him. A fat man who says that he knows him. He says with a smile that he has been looking for a long time for the owner of a studio that makes other people's dreams come true. Charlie reveals that he does indeed own the studio and asks how he can help him. The young man takes him by the hand and says that he has always dreamed of buying a yacht to sail the seas. Charlie looks at him with irritation and orders him to leave immediately, as he is only interested in women. After some time, a little boy comes up to him and says that he always dreamed of becoming a race car driver. Charlie advises him to go to school to get good grades and then think about such dreams. People are starting to recognize him more and more often and say that they, too, have dreams that need to be fulfilled. In a matter of seconds, the number of people wanting to participate increases to several dozen, and this begins to become a problem. Charlie immediately runs into the building and closes the doors so that no one can enter for some time. He realizes that something is wrong here, and that he has clearly made a mistake in his marketing strategy. He looks at the main poster of his company and realizes that it does not indicate who exactly he grants wishes to. He quickly goes to the official website and points out that the promotion is only valid for women between the ages of 20 and 30. He assumes that everything should be fine now, since no one will bother him without reason. Some more time passes, and he finally decides to open the doors of his company to let new visitors in. The first visitors are two girls, one of whom is clearly not thrilled to be there. Her friend recommends that she quit her boring job, adding that they write on the internet that they help with investments here. The girl asks if she is sure that this is not a scam, since the place is empty and does not look like an office at all. She adds that this is a business district, and opening an office here means being truly rich. Ordinary people won't come here. She also says that if nothing works out here, the time spent is still not so regrettable. After they get into the elevator, she says she'll give the place a chance after all, and they quickly find Charlie. Charlie says they have 3 minutes to share their dreams, after which he will decide whether they will come true. The girl claims that she brought her sister, who worked on the exhibition project without rest for 2 months straight. She also claims that she was suspended last week, and it was discovered that the head of the department had stolen her projects. She also claims that her sister tried to sort things out, but the manager sided with the boss because of her greater authority. Charlie says he sympathizes with their problem, but still doesn't understand what exactly they want. The girl pushes her sister forward and says that she should be honest about what she wants. The girl begins to shift from foot to foot, and it becomes clear that she is very uncomfortable talking about her desires. Her sister tries to cheer her up and says that the boss here seems to be reasonable, so there's no need to worry. The girl says that she does not want strangers to appropriate her work and wants to participate in the exhibition herself. She also states that she wants to start her own design studio, and Charlie immediately adds that it sounds interesting. The system reports that this girl's initial likability level was 5%, and she meets all the criteria. Charlie says that talented people shouldn't remain in the shadows, and he is ready to invest in the creation of her company. The girls look at him in surprise and ask if he is really ready to invest without any conditions. Charlie adds that she should register the company, and he will invest in it, while all management decisions remain hers. The girl understands that if this really helps her create a company and get to the exhibition, then this will give a powerful boost to her career. After this, she shakes his hand and says that she will be glad to cooperate with him in the future on business matters. Her sister says that now she will have her own company and will no longer have to endure the whims of her superiors. The girl says that in order to register a company, you need to rent premises and then submit documents. Charlie states that this is not a problem, since the entire building is his and he can choose any floor. Ingrid looks at him in surprise and asks if he really bought an entire building. Charlie says he doesn't like the hustle and bustle, so he bought the entire building so that no one would be around. The girl's sympathy level rises slightly, and she is surprised that this man can afford such expenses. Meanwhile, they flash forward to the next day, when Charlie is once again in the midst of work. Selena calls him and is outraged that he opened a company and did not say a word to her, although she could have helped him. Charlie says it's a small company and promises he can handle it himself with his skills. Selena says that she is already on her way with dinner and will come to his office very soon to treat him. Charlie says he will be waiting, after which the visitor starts knocking on the door again. Charlie, unsuspecting, announces that the visitor can come in and make himself at home. Zana comes inside and says that she found out about him opening a company and finds it very surprising. Charlie looks at her in surprise and asks why she decided to visit him on a workday. Jana reports that her grandmother's granddaughter was found in a nearby park, so she decided to report it in person. Charlie gets nervous and says that he could have just called and didn't need to come in person. Zana comes closer and closer to him and asks if he doesn't like that she came in person. Ingrid comes through the door and says that she found out about him opening a company and finds them in an awkward situation. She immediately asks what they are doing here and who this strange woman is who ended up here. Charlie asks in a tired voice why she came, since he didn't expect her. Ingrid looks at them with irritation and demands an immediate explanation of who this girl is. Jana smiles and says that there is nothing to explain here, since everything is already obvious. Charlie feels that he has made a big mistake, because now he will have to resolve this conflict. As if that weren't enough, Selena also comes here and tells him that she has prepared dinner for him. Charlie knows she'll see him talking to multiple women at once, which only makes things worse. Selena quickly realizes that these girls are not here for nothing and calls him by name in disappointment. After this, she coldly says that he has seriously disappointed her with such behavior. Charlie tries to stop her and says that he can explain everything and that it is not what she thinks. He stands in her way and prevents her from leaving, saying that these girls are just his acquaintances and have no connection with him. Selena says that she underestimated him and asks if she is not attractive enough for him. Meanwhile, Jean looks at Charlie's computer and discovers the conditions that he works with women between 20 and 30 years old. Selena asks in surprise what this means and quickly goes to the computer to check for herself. Afterwards, she looks at the ad and realizes that he's been trying to attract younger girls all this time. Selena looks at him with an even more irritated look and says that now it's clear what this dream studio is for. Charlie tries to fool them and quickly says that he urgently needs to leave on important business. However, the girls do not believe this deception and order him to stop immediately. Charlie realizes that his gold mine has run out, and now he will have to hide from these women. However, before he can open the door, a strong woman's leg kicks it down, blocking his exit. Charlie gets hit in the head with a door and falls to the ground, stunned. And now he definitely won't be able to escape. The girls surround him and put their foot on him to prevent him from running away, demanding that he immediately choose one of them. Charlie calls for help, saying he doesn't want to be henpecked anymore, thereby deactivating the system and all his money.